Preface of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4 by Havelock Ellis. Preface. As in many other of these studies, and perhaps more than in most, the task attempted in the present volume is mainly of a tentative and preliminary character. There is here little scope yet for the presentation of definite scientific results. However it may be in the physical universe, in the cosmos of science, our knowledge must be nebulous before it constellates into definitely measurable shapes, and nothing is gained by attempting to anticipate the evolutionary process. Thus it is that here, for the most part, we have to content ourselves at present with the task of mapping out the field in broad and general outlines, bringing together the facts and considerations which indicate the direction in which more extended and precise results will in the future be probably found. In his famous Descent of Man, wherein he first set forth the doctrine of sexual selection, Darwin injured an essentially sound principle by introducing into it a psychological confusion whereby the physiological sensory stimuli through which sexual selection operates were regarded as equivalent to aesthetic preferences. This confusion misled many, and it is only within recent years, as has been set forth in the Analysis of the Sexual Impulse in the previous volume of these studies, that the investigations and criticisms of numerous workers have placed the doctrine of sexual selection on a firm basis by eliminating its hazardous aesthetic element. Love springs up as a response to a number of stimuli to tumescence, the object that most adequately arouses tumescence being that which evokes love. The question of aesthetic beauty, although it develops on this basis, is not itself fundamental, and need not even be consciously present at all. When we look at these phenomena in their broadest biological aspects, love is only to a limited extent a response to beauty. To a greater extent, beauty is simply a name for the complexus of stimuli which most adequately arouses love. If we analyze these stimuli to tumescence as they proceed from a person of the opposite sex, we find that they are all appeals which must come through the channels of four senses: touch, smell, hearing, and above all vision. When a man or a woman experiences sexual love for one particular person from among the multitude by which he or she is surrounded, this is due to the influences of a group of stimuli coming through the channels of one or more of these senses. There has been a sexual selection conditioned by sensory stimuli. This is true even of the finer and more spiritual influences that proceed from one person to another, although in order to grasp the phenomena adequately, it is best to insist on the more fundamental and less complex forms which they assume. In this sense, sexual selection is no longer a hypothesis concerning the truth of which it is possible to dispute. It is a self-evident fact. The difficulty is not as to its existence, but as to the methods by which it may be most precisely measured. It is fundamentally a psychological process, and should be approached from the psychological side. This is the reason for dealing with it here. Obscure as the psychological aspects of sexual selection still remain, they are full of fascination, for they reveal to us the more intimate sides of human evolution, of the process whereby man is molded into the shapes we know. Havelock Ellis, Carbis Water, Lelant, Cornwall, England. End of preface.
Section 1 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4 by Havelock Ellis. Section 1. Sexual Selection in Man. the external sensory stimuli affecting selection in man, the four senses involved. Tumescence, the process by which the organism is brought into the physical and psychic state necessary to ensure conjugation, and detumescence, to some extent comes about through the spontaneous action of internal forces. To that extent it is analogous to the physical and psychic changes which accompany the gradual filling of the bladder and precede its evacuation. But even among animals who are by no means high in the zoological scale, the process is more complicated than this. External stimuli act at every stage, arousing or heightening the process of tumescence, and in normal human beings it may be said that the process is never completed without the aid of such stimuli, for even in the autoerotic sphere, external stimuli are still active, either actually or in imagination. The chief stimuli which influence tumescence and thus direct sexual choice comes chiefly, indeed exclusively, through the four senses of touch, smell, hearing, and sight. All the phenomena of sexual selection, so far as they are based externally, act through these four senses. The reality of the influence thus exerted may be demonstrated statistically even in civilized man, and it has been shown that, as regards, for instance, eye colour, conjugal partners differ sensibly from the unmarried persons by whom they are surrounded. When, therefore, we are exploring the nature of the influence which stimuli, acting through the sensory channels, exert on the strength and direction of the sexual impulse, we are intimately concerned with the process by which the actual form and colour, not alone of living things generally, but of our own species, have been shaped and are still being shaped. At the same time, it is probable we are exploring the mystery which underlies all the subtle appreciations, all the emotional undertones which are woven in the web of the whole world, as it appeals to us through those sensory passages by which alone it can reach us. We are here approaching, therefore, a fundamental subject of unsurpassable importance, a subject which has not yet been accurately explored, save a few isolated points, and one which it is therefore impossible to deal with fully and adequately. Yet it cannot be passed over, for it enters into the whole psychology of the sexual instinct. Of the four senses, touch, smell, hearing, and sight, with which we are concerned, touch is the most primitive, and it is said to be the most important, though it is usually the last to make its appeal felt. Smell, which occupies the chief place among many animals, is of comparatively less importance, though of considerable interest in man. It is only less intimate and final than touch. Sight occupies an intermediate position. On this account, and also on account of the very great part played by vision in life generally, as well as in art, it is the most important of all the senses from the human sexual point of view. Hearing, from the same point of view, is the most remote of all the senses in its appeal to the sexual impulse, and on that account it is, when it intervenes, among the first to make its influence felt. Taste must, I believe, be excluded, for if we abstract the parts of touch and smell, even in those abnormal sexual acts in which it may seem to be affected, taste could scarcely have any influence. Most of our tasting, as Waller puts it, is done by the nose, which in man is in specifically close relationship, posteriorly, with the mouth. There are at most four taste sensations: sweet, bitter, salt, and sour. If even all of these are simple tastes, what commonly pass for taste sensations, as shown by the experiments of G.T.W. Patrick, Psychological Review, 1898, page 160, are the composite results of the mingling of sensations of smell, touch, temperature, sight, and taste. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sarah Cunningham. Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4, by Havelock Ellis. Section 2. Touch. Touch. Chapter 1. The primitive character of the skin. Its qualities. Touch, the earliest source of sensory pleasure. The characteristics of touch. As the alpha and omega of affection, the sexual organs, a special adaptation of touch. Sexual attraction as originated by touch. Sexual hyperesthesia to touch. the sexual associations of acne. We are accustomed to regard the skin as mainly owing its existence to the need for the protection of the delicate vessels, nerves, viscera, and muscles underneath. Undoubtedly, it performs, and by its tough and elastic texture is well fitted to perform this extremely important service. But the skin is not merely a method of protection against the external world. It is also a method of bringing us into sensitive contact with the external world. It is thus, as the organ of touch, the seat of the most widely diffused sense we possess, and, moreover, the sense which is the most ancient and fundamental of all, the mother of the other senses. It is scarcely necessary to insist that the primitive nature of the sensory function of the skin, with the derivative nature of the other senses, is a well ascertained and demonstrable fact. The lower we descend in the animal scale, the more varied we find the functions of the skin to be. And if in the higher animals much of the complexity has disappeared, that is only because the specialization of the various skin regions into distinct organs has rendered this complexity unnecessary. Even yet, however, in man himself the skin retains, in a more or less latent condition, much of its varied and primary power. And the analysis of pathological and even normal phenomena serves to bring those old powers into clear light. Woods Hutchinson, Studies in Human and Comparative Pathology, 1901, chapters 7 and 8, has admirably set forth the immense importance of the skin, as in the first place, a tissue which is silk to the touch, the most exquisitely beautiful surface in the universe to the eye, and yet a wall of adamant against hostile attack, impervious alike by virtue of its wonderful responsive vitality to moisture and drought, cold and heat, electrical changes, hostile bacteria, the most virulent of poisons and the deadliest of gases. It is one of the real wonders of the world, more beautiful than velvet, softer and more pliable than silk, more impervious than rubber, and more durable under exposure than steel. Well nigh as resistant to electric currents as glass, it is one of the toughest and most danger-proof substances in the three kingdoms of nature. Although, as this author adds, we hardly dare permit it to see the sunlight or breathe the open air. But it is more than this. It is, as Woods Hutchinson expresses it, the creator of the entire body. Its embryonic enfoldings form the alimentary canal, the brain, the spinal cord, while every sense is but a specialization of its general organic activity. It is furthermore a kind of skin heart, promoting the circulation by its own energy. It is the great heat-regulating organ of the body. It is an excretory organ only second to the kidneys, which descend from it, and finally, it still remains the seat of touch. It may be added that the extreme beauty of the skin as a surface is very clearly brought out by the inadequacy of the comparisons commonly used in order to express its beauty. Snow, marble, alabaster, ivory, milk, cream, silk, velvet, and all the other conventional similes furnish surfaces which from any point of view are incomparably inferior to the skin itself. With reference to the extraordinary vitality of the skin, emphasized by Woods Hutchinson, it may be added that, when experimenting on the skin with the electric current, Waller found that healthy skin showed signs of life 10 days or more after excision. It has been found also that fragments of skin which have been preserved in sterile fluid for even as long as 9 months may still be successfully transplanted onto the body. British Medical Journal, July 19, 1902. Everything indicates, remark Stanley Hall and Donaldson, Motor Sensations in the Skin, Mind, 1885, that the skin is not only the primeval and most reliable source of our knowledge of the external world, or the archaeological field of psychology, but a field in which work may shed light on some of the most fundamental problems of psychic action. Gruss, Spier du Menschen, pages 8 to 16, also deals with the primitive character of touch sensations. Touch sensations are, without a doubt, the first of all the sensory impressions to prove pleasurable. We should, indeed, expect this from the fact that the skin reflexes have already appeared before birth, while a pleasurable sensitiveness of the lips is doubtless a factor in the child's response to the contact of the maternal nipple. Very early memories of sensory pleasure seem to be frequently, perhaps most frequently, tactile in character, though this fact is often disguised in recollection, owing to tactile impression being vague and diffused. There is thus in Elizabeth Potwin's Study of Early Memories, Psychological Review, November 1901, no separate group of tactile memories, and the more elaborate investigation by Colgrove, Individual Memories, American Journal of Psychology, January 1899, yields no decisive results under this head. See, however, Stanley Hall's valuable study, Some Aspects of the Early Sense of Self, American Journal of Psychology, April 1898. Kolpe has a discussion of the psychology of cutaneous sensations. Outlines of Psychology, English translation, pages 87, etc. Harriet Martineau, at the beginning of her autobiography, referring to the vivid character of tactile sensations in early childhood, remarks, concerning an early memory of touching a velvet button, that rapture of the sensation was really monstrous. And a lady tells me that one of her earliest memories at the age of 3 is of the exquisite sensation of the casual contact of a cool stone with the vulva in the act of urinating. Such sensations, of course, cannot be termed specifically sexual, though they help to furnish a tactile basis on which these specifically sexual sensations develop. The elementary sensitiveness of the skin is shown by the fact that moderate excitation suffices to raise the temperature, while Heidenhain and others have shown that in animals, cutaneous stimuli modify the sensibility of the brain cortex, slight stimulus increasing excitability, and strong stimulus diminishing it. Ferreira has shown that the slight stimulus to the skin furnished by placing a piece of metal on the arm or elsewhere suffices to increase the output of work with the ergograph. Ferreira, Compte Rendu Société de Biologie, July 12, 1902. Pathologic des Emotions, pages 40, etc. Ferreira found that the application of a mustard plaster to the skin, or an ice bag, or a hot water bottle, or even a light touch with a painter's brush, all exerted a powerful effect in increasing muscular work with the ergograph. The tonic effect of cutaneous excitation, he remarks, throws light on the psychology of the caress. It is always the most sensitive parts of the body which seek to give or to receive caresses. Many animals rub or lick each other. The mucous surfaces share in this irritability of the skin. The kiss is not only an expression of feeling, it is a means of provoking it. Cataglottism is by no means confined to pigeons. The tonic value of cutaneous stimulation is indeed a commonly accepted idea. Wrestlers rub their hands or limbs, and the handshake also is not without its physiological basis. Cutaneous excitations may cause painful sensations to cease. Many massage practices which favor work act chiefly as sensorial stimulants. On this account, many nervous persons cannot abandon them, and the Greeks and Romans found in massage not only health, but pleasure. Lauder Brunton regards many common maneuvers, like scratching the head and pulling the mustache, as methods of dilating the blood vessels of the brain by stimulating the facial nerve. The motor reactions of cutaneous excitations favor this hypothesis. Ferreira, Travail et Plaisir, Chapter 15, Influence des excitations des toucher sur la travail. The main characteristics of the primitive sense of touch are its wide diffusion over the whole body and the massive vagueness and imprecision of the messages it sends to the brain. This is the reason why it is, of all the senses, the least intellectual and the least aesthetic. It is also the reason why it is, of all the senses, the most profoundly emotional. Touch, wrote Bain in his Emotions and Will, is both the alpha and the omega of affection, and he insisted on the special significance in this connection of tenderness, a characteristic emotional quality of affection, which is directly founded on sensations of touch. If tenderness is the alpha of affection, even between the sexes, its omega is to be found in the sexual embrace, which may be said to be a method of obtaining, through a specialized organization of the skin, the most exquisite and intense sensations of touch. We believe nothing is so exciting to the instinct or mere passions as the presence of the hand or those tactile caresses which mark affection, states the anonymous author of an article on Woman in Her Psychological Relations in the Journal of Psychological Medicine, 1851. They are the most general stimuli in lower animals, the first recourse in difficulty or danger, and the primary solace in anguish, for woman is the bosom of her husband or her lover. She seeks solace and protection and repose on that part of the body where she herself places the objects of her own affection. Woman appears to have the same instinctive impulse in this respect all over the world. It is because the sexual orgasm is founded on a special adaptation and intensification of touch sensations that the sense of touch generally is to be regarded as occupying the very first place in reference to the sexual emotions. Ferreira, Montegazza, Penta, and most other writers on this question are here agreed. Touch sensations constitute a vast gamut for the expression of affection, with, at one end, the note of minimum personal affection in the brief and limited touch involved by the conventional handshake and the conventional kiss, and at the other end, the final and intimate contact in which passion finds the supreme satisfaction of its most profound desire. The intermediate region has its great significance for us because it offers a field in which affection has its full scope, but in which every road may possibly lead to the goal of sexual love. It is the intimacy of touch contacts, their inevitable approach to the threshold of sexual motion, which leads to a jealous and instinctive parsimony in the contact of skin, and to the tendency, with the increased sensitiveness of the nervous system involved by civilization, to restrain even the conventional touch manifestation of ordinary affection and esteem. In China, fathers leave off kissing their daughters while they are still young children. In England, the kiss as an ordinary greeting between men and women, a custom inherited from classic and early Christian antiquity, still persisted to the beginning of the 18th century. In France, the same custom existed in the 17th century, but in the middle of that century was beginning to be regarded as dangerous, while at the present time, the conventional kiss on the cheek is strictly differentiated from the kiss on the mouth, which is reserved for lovers. Touch contacts between person and person, other than those limited and defined by custom, tend to become either unpleasant, as an undesired intrusion into an intimate sphere, or else, when occurring between a man and woman at some peculiar moment, they may make a powerful reverberation in the emotional and more specifically sexual sphere. One man falls in love with his future wife because he has to carry her upstairs with a sprained ankle. Another dates his love story from a romp in which his cheek accidentally came in contact with that of his future wife. A woman will sometimes instinctively strive to attract the attention of a man who appeals to her by a peculiar and prolonged pressure of the hand, the only touch contact permitted to her. Dante, as Penta has remarked, refers to sight or touch as the two channels through which a woman's love is revived. Purgatorio, chapter 8, page 76. Even the handshake of a sympathetic man is enough in some chaste and sensitive women to produce sexual excitement or sometimes even the orgasm. The cases in which love arises from the influence of stimuli coming through the sense of touch are no doubt frequent, and they would be still more frequent if they were not that the very proximity of this sense to the sexual sphere causes it to be guarded with a care which, in the case of the other senses, is impossible to exercise. This intimacy of touch and the reaction against its sexual approximation leads to what James has called the antisexual instinct, the instinct of personal isolation, the actual repulsiveness to us of the idea of intimate contact with most of the persons we meet, especially those of our own sex. He refers in this connection to the unpleasantness of the sensation felt on occupying a seat still warm from the body of another person. The Catholic Church has always recognized the risks and voluptuous emotion involved in tactile contacts, and the facility with which even the most innocent contacts may take on a libidinous character. The following observations were written by a lady, age 30, who has never had sexual relationships. I am only conscious of a very sweet and pleasurable emotion when coming in contact with honorable men, and consider that a comparison can be made between the idealism of such emotions and those of music, the beauties of nature, and of productions of art. While studying and writing articles upon a new subject, I came in contact with a specialist who rendered me considerable aid, and one day, while jointly correcting a piece of work, he touched my hand. This produced a sweet and pure sensation of thrill through the whole system. I said nothing, in fact, was too thrilled for speech, and never to this day have shown any responsive action. But for months, at certain periods, generally twice a month, I have experienced the most pleasurable emotions. I have seen this friend twice since, and have a curious feeling that I stand on one side of a hedge, while he is on the other, and, as neither makes an approach, pleasure of the highest kind is experienced, but not allowed to go beyond reasonable and health-giving bounds. In some moments, I feel overcome by a sense of mastery by this man, and yet, feeling that any approach would be undignified, some pleasure is experienced in restraining and keeping within proper bounds this passional emotion. All these thrills of pleasurable emotion possess a psychic value, and, so long as the nervous system is kept in perfect health, they do not seem to have the power to injure, but rather one is able to utilize the passionate emotions as weapons for pleasure and work. Various parts of the skin surface appear to have special sexual sensitiveness, peculiarly marked in many individuals, especially women, so that, as Ferreira remarks, L'Instinct Sexuel, 2nd edition, 1902, page 130, contact stimulation of the lips, lobe of the ear, nape of the neck, little finger, knee, etc., may suffice even to produce the orgasm. Some sexually hyperesthetic women, as he had already noted, experience this when shaking hands with a man who is attractive to them. In some neurotic persons, this sensibility, as Ferreira shows, may exist in so morbid a degree that even the contact of the sensitive spot with unattractive persons or inanimate objects may produce orgasm. In this connection, reference may be made to the well-known fact that in some hysterical subjects there are so-called erogenous zones, simple pressure on which suffices to evoke the complete orgasm. There is, perhaps, some significance, from our present point of view, in the fact that, as emphasized by Seville, Hysterical Skin Symptoms, Lancet, January 30th, 1904, the skin is one of the very best places to study hysteria. The intimate connection between the skin and the sexual sphere is also shown in pathological conditions of the skin, especially in acne as well as simple pimples on the face. The sexual development of puberty involves the development of hair in various regions of the body which previously were hairless. As, however, the sebaceous glands on the face and elsewhere are the vestiges of former hairs and survive from a period when the whole body was hairy, they also tend to experience an abortive manner in this same impulse. Thus, we may say that with the development of the sexual organs at puberty, there is correlated excitement of the whole pilosebaceous apparatus. In the regions where this apparatus is vestigial, and notably in the face, this abortive attempt of the hair follicles and their sebaceous appendages to produce hairs tends only to disorganization, and simple comedones, or pustular acne pimples, are liable to occur. As a rule, acne appears about puberty and dies out slowly during adolescence. While fairly common in young women, it is usually much less severe, but tends to be exacerbated at the menstrual periods. It is also apt to appear at the changes of life. Stephen Mackenzie, The Etiology and Treatment of Acne Vulgaris, British Medical Journal, September 29, 1894. Laycock, Nervous Diseases of Women, 1840, page 23. pointed out that acne occurs chiefly in those parts of the surface covered by sexual hair. A lucid account of the origin of acne will be found in Woods Hutchinson's Studies in Human and Comparative Pathology, pages 179 to 184. G.J. Engelman, The Hysteroneuroses, Gynecological Transactions, 1887, pages 124, etc., discusses various pathological disorders of the skin as reflex disturbances originating in the sexual sphere. The influence of menstruation in exacerbating acne has been called in question, but it seems to be well established. Thus, Bulkley, Relation between Certain Diseases of the Skin and the Menstrual Function, Transactions of the Medical Society of New York, 1901, page 328, found that in 510 cases of acne in women, 145, or nearly one-third, were worse during the monthly period. Sometimes it only appeared during menstruation. The exacerbation occurred much more frequently just before than just after the period. There was usually some disturbance of menstruation. Various other disorders of the skin show a similar relationship to menstruation. It has been asserted that masturbation is a frequent or constant cause of acne at puberty. See, for example, discussion in British Medical Journal, July 1882. This cannot be accepted. Acne very frequently occurs without masturbation, and masturbation is very frequently practiced without producing acne. At the same time, we may well believe that at the period of puberty, when the pilosebaceous system is already in sensitive touch with the sexual system, the shock of frequently repeated masturbation may, in the same way as disordered menstruation, have its repercussion on the skin. Thus, a lady has informed me that at about the age of 18, she found that frequently repeated masturbation was followed by the appearance of comedones. End of section 2. Section 3 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sarah Cunningham. Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4, by Havelock Ellis. Touch, Chapter 2. Ticklishness, its origin and significance, the psychology of tickling, laughter as a kind of detumescence, the sexual relationships of itching, the pleasure of tickling, its decrease with age and sexual activity. Touch, as has already been remarked, is the least intellectual of the senses. There is, however, one form of touch sensation, that is to say, ticklishness, which is of so special and peculiar a nature that it has sometimes been put aside in a class apart from all other touch sensations. Scaliger proposed to class titillation as a sixth or separate sense. Allrutz of Uppsala regards tickling as a milder degree of itching, and considers that the two together constitute a sensation of distinct quality with distinct end organs for the mediation of that quality. However we may regard this extreme view, tickling is certainly a specialized modification of touch, and it is at the same time the most intellectual mode of touch sensation, and that with the closest connection with the sexual sphere. To regard tickling as an intellectual manifestation may cause surprise, more especially when it is remembered that ticklishness is a form of sensation which reaches full development very early in life, and it has to be admitted that, as compared even with the messages that may be sent through smell and taste, the intellectual element in ticklishness remains small. But its presence here has been independently recognized by various investigators. Greuze points out the psychic factor in tickling as evidenced by the impossibility of self-tickling. Lewis Robeson considers that ticklishness appears to be one of the simple developments of mechanical and automatic nervous processes in the direction of the complex functioning of the higher centers which comes within the scope of psychology. Stanley Hall and Allen remark that these minimal touch excitations represent the very oldest stratum of psychic life in the soul. Herman Stanley, in a somewhat similar manner, pushes the intellectual element in ticklishness very far back and associates it with tentacular experience. By temporary self-extension, he remarks, even low amoebid organisms have slight but suggestive touch experiences that stimulate very general and violent reactions. And in higher organisms, extended touch organs, as tentacles, antennae, hair, etc., become permanent and very delicately sensitive organs, where minimal contacts have very distinct and powerful reactions. Thus, ticklishness would be the survival of long past ancestral tentacular experience, which, originally a stimulation producing intense agitation and alarm, has now become merely a play activity and a source of keen pleasure. We need not, however, go so far back in the zoological series to explain the origin and significance of tickling in the human species. Sir J.Y. Simpson suggested in an elaborate study of the position of the child in the womb that the extreme excitomotory sensibility of the skin in various regions, such as the sole of the foot, the knee, the sides, which already exists before birth, has for its object the excitation and preservation of the muscular movements necessary to keep the fetus in the most favorable position in the womb. It is, in fact, certainly the case that the stimulation of all the ticklish regions in the body tends to produce exactly that curled-up position of extreme muscular flexion and general ovoid shape, which is the normal position of the fetus in the womb. We may well believe that in this early developed reflex activity, we have the basis of that somewhat more complex ticklishness, which appears somewhat later. The mental element in tickling is indicated by the fact that even a child, in whom ticklishness is highly developed, cannot tickle himself, so that tickling is not a simple reflex. This fact was long ago pointed out by Erasmus Darwin, and he accounted for it by supposing that voluntary exertion diminishes the energy of sensation. This explanation is, however, inadmissible, for although we cannot easily tickle ourselves by contact of the skin with our own fingers, we can do so with the aid of a foreign body, like a feather. We may perhaps suppose that, as ticklishness has probably developed under the influence of natural selection as a method of protection against attack and a warning of the approach of foreign bodies, its end would be defeated if it involved a simple reaction to the contact of the organism with itself. This need of protection it is, which involves the necessity of a minimal excitation producing a maximal effect, through the mechanism whereby this takes place, has caused considerable discussion. We may, it is probable, best account for it by invoking the summation irradiation theory of pain-pleasure, the summation of the stimuli in their course through the nerves, aided by capillary congestion, leading to irradiation due to anastomosis between the tactile corpuscles, not to speak of the much wider irradiation which is possible by means of central nervous connections. Professor C.L. Herrick adopts this explanation of the phenomena of tickling and rests it, in part, on Dogel's study of the tactile corpuscles, Psychological Corollaries of Modern Neurological Discoveries, Journal of Comparative Neurology, March 1898. The following remarks of Professor A. Allen may also be quoted in further explanation of the same theory. So far as ticklishness is concerned, a very important factor in the production of this feeling is undoubtedly that of the summation of stimuli. In a research of Sterling's, carried on under Ludwig's direction, it was shown that reflex contractions only occur from repeated shocks to the nerve centers, that is, through summation of successive stimuli. That this result is also due, in some degree, to an alternating increase in the sensibility of various areas in question from altered supply of blood is reasonably certain. As a consequence of this summation process, there would result in many cases, and in cases of excessive nervous discharge, the opposite of pleasure, namely, pain. A number of instances have been recorded of death resulting from tickling, and there is no reason to doubt the truth of the statement that Simone de Montfort, during the persecution of the Albigenses, put some of them to death by tickling the soles of their feet with a feather. An additional causal factor of the production of tickling may lie in the nature and structure of the nervous process involved in perception in general. According to certain histological researches of recent years, we know that between the sense organs and the central nervous system, there exist closely connected chains of conductors, or neurons, along which an impression received by a single sensory cell on the periphery is propagated avalanche-like through an increasing number of neurons until the brain is reached. If on the periphery a single cell is excited, the avalanche-like process continues until finally hundreds or thousands of nerve cells in the cortex are aroused to considerable activity. Golgi, Ramon y Cajal, Kolliker, Held, Retzius, and others have demonstrated the histological basis of this law for vision, hearing, and smell, and we may safely assume from the phenomena of tickling that the sense of touch is not lacking in a similar arrangement. May not a suggestion be offered, with some plausibility, that even in ideal or representative tickling, where tickling results, say, from someone pointing a finger at the ticklish places, this avalanche-like process may be incited from central centers, thus producing, although in a modified degree, the pleasant phenomena in question. As to the deepest causal factor, I should say that tickling is the result of vasomotor shock. A. Allen, on Laughter, Psychological Review, May 1903. The intellectual element in tickling conies out in its connection with laughter and the sense of the comic, of which it may be said to constitute the physical basis. While we are not here concerned with laughter and the comic sense, a subject which has lately attracted considerable attention, it may be instructive to point out that there is more than an analogy between laughter and the phenomena of sexual tumescence and detumescence. The process whereby prolonged tickling, with its nervous summation and irradiation and accompanying hyperamia, finds sudden relief in an explosion of laughter, is a real example of tumescence, as it has been defined in the study in another volume entitled An Analysis of the Sexual Impulse, resulting finally in the orgasm of detumescence. The reality of the connection between the sexual embrace and tickling is indicated by the fact that in some languages, as in that of the Fuegians, the same word is applied to both. That ordinary tickling is not sexual is due to the circumstances of the case and the regions to which the tickling is applied. If, however, the tickling is applied within the sexual sphere, then there is a tendency for orgasm to take place instead of laughter. The connection which, through the phenomena of tickling, laughter thus bears to the sexual sphere is well indicated, as Greuze has pointed out, by the fact that in sexually minded people, sexual illusions tend to produce laughter, this being the method by which they are diverted from the risks of more specifically sexual detumescence. Reference has been made to the view of Aurutz, according to which tickling is a milder degree of itching. It is more convenient and probably more correct to regard itching, or pruritus, as it is termed in its pathological forms, as a distinct sensation, for it does not arise under precisely the same conditions as tickling, nor is it relieved in the same way. There is interest, however, in pointing out in this connection that, like tickling, itching has a real parallelism to the specialized sexual sensations. Bronson, who has very ably interpreted the sensations of itching, New York Neurological Society, October 7, 1890, Medical News, February 14, 1903, and summarized in the British Medical Journal, March 7, 1903, and elsewhere, regards it as a perversion of the sense of touch, a dysesthesia due to obstructive nerve excitation, with imperfect conduction of the generated force into correlated nervous energy. The scratching which relieves itching directs the nervous energy into freer channels, sometimes substituting for the pruritus either painful or voluptuous sensations. Such voluptuous sensations may be regarded as a generalized aphrodisiac sense, comparable to the specialized sexual orgasm. Bronson refers to the significant fact that itching occurs so frequently in the sexual region, and states that sexual neurasthenia is sometimes the only discoverable cause of genital and anal pruritus. Cf. Discussion on Pruritus, British Medical Journal, November 30th, 1895. Gilman, again, American Journal of Psychology, Chapter 6, page 22, considers that scratching, as well as sneezing, is comparable to coitus. The sexual embrace has an intimate connection with the phenomena of ticklishness, which could not fail to be recognized. This connection is, indeed, the basis of Spinoza's famous definition of love. Amor etitiatio, quecidam concomitante idea cose externe. A statement which seems to be reflected in Chamfort's definition of love as l'échange des deux fantaisies et le contact des deux épidémies. The sexual act, says Gowers, is, in fact, a skin reflex. The sexual parts, Hall and Allen state, have a ticklishness as unique as their function and as keen as their importance. Herrick finds the supreme illustration of the summation and irradiation theory of tickling in the persona of erotic excitement and points out that in harmony with this, the skin of the sexual region is, as Dogiel has shown, that portion of the body in which the tactile corpuscles are most thoroughly and elaborately provided with anastomosing fibers. It has been pointed out that when ordinary tactile sensibility is partially abolished, especially in hemianesthesia in the insane, some sexual disturbance is especially apt to be found in association. In young children, in girls even when they are no longer children, and occasionally in men, tickling may be a source of acute pleasure, which in very early life is not sexual, but later tends to become so under circumstances predisposing to the production of erotic emotion, and especially when the nervous system is keyed up to a high tone favorable for the production of the maximum effect of tickling. When young, writes a lady aged 28, I was extremely fond of being tickled, and I am to some extent still. Between the ages of 10 and 12, it gave me exquisite pleasure, which I now regard as sexual in character. I used to bribe my younger sister to tickle my feet until she was tired. Stanley Hall and Allin, in their investigation of the phenomena of tickling, largely carried out among young women teachers, found that in 60 clearly marked cases, ticklishness was more marked at one time than another, as when they have been carrying on, or are in a happy mood, are nervous or unwell, after a good meal, when being washed, when in perfect health, when with people they liked, etc. Hall and Allin, Tickling and Laughter, American Journal of Psychology, October 1897. It will be observed that most of the conditions mentioned are such as would be favorable to excitations of an emotionally sexual character. The palms of the hand may be very ticklish during sexual excitement, especially in women, and Mal, Contraire Sexual Empfindung, page 180, remarks that in some men, titillation of the skin of the back, of the feet, and even of the forehead evokes erotic feelings. It may be added that, as might be expected, titillation of the skin often has the same significance in animals as in man. In some animals, remarks Lewis Robeson, Art, Ticklishness, Dictionary of Psychological Medicine, local titillation of the skin, though in parts remote from the reproductive organs, plainly acts indirectly upon them as a stimulus. Thus, Harvey records that, by stroking the back of a favorite parrot, which he had possessed for years and supposed to be a male, he not only gave the bird gratification, which was the sole intention of the illustrious physiologist, but also caused it to reveal its sex by laying an egg. The sexual significance of tickling is very clearly indicated by the fact that the general ticklishness of the body, which is so marked in children and in young girls, greatly diminishes as a rule after sexual relationships have been established. Dr. Gina Lombroso, who investigated the cutaneous reflexes, found that both the abdominal and plantar reflexes, which are well marked in childhood and in young people between the ages of 15 and 18, were much diminished in older persons, and to a greater extent in women than in men, to a greater extent in the abdominal region than on the soles of the feet. Her results do not directly show the influence of sexual relationship, but they have an indirect bearing, which is worth noting. The difference in ticklishness between the unmarried woman and the married woman corresponds to their difference in degree of modesty. Both modesty and ticklishness may be said to be characters which are no longer needed. From this point of view, the general ticklishness of the skin is a kind of body modesty. It is so, even apart from any sexual significance of tickling, and Lewis Robeson has pointed out that in young apes, puppies, and other like animals, the most ticklish regions correspond to the most vulnerable spots in a fight, and that consequently, in the mock fights of early life skill, in defending these spots is attained. In Iceland, according to Marguerite Filhet, as quoted by Max Bartels, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, 1900, HT 2-3, page 57, it may be known whether a youth is pure or a maid is intact by their susceptibility to tickling. It is considered a bad sign if that is lost. I am indebted to a medical correspondent for the following communication. Married women have told me that they find that after marriage they are not ticklish under the arms or on the breasts, though before marriage any tickling or touching in these regions, especially by a man, would make them jump or get hysterical or queer, as they called it. Before coitus, the sexual energy seems to be dissipated all along the nerve channels and especially along the secondary sexual routes, the breasts, nape of neck, eyebrows, lips, cheeks, armpits, and hair thereon, etc. But after marriage, the surplus energy is diverted from these secondary channels and response to tickling is diminished. I have often noted in insane cases, especially mania in adolescent girls, that they are excessively ticklish. Again, in ordinary routine practice, I have observed that though married women show no ticklishness during auscultation and percussion of the chest, this is by no means always so in young girls. Perhaps ticklishness in virgins is nature's self-protection against rape and sexual advances, and the young girl instinctively wishing to hide the armpits, breasts, and other ticklish regions tucks herself up to prevent those parts being touched. The married woman, being in love with a man, does not shut up these parts as she reciprocates the advances that he makes. She no longer requires ticklishness as a protection against sexual aggression. End of section 3. Section 4 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sarah Cunningham. Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4, by Havelock Ellis. Section 4. Chapter 3. The Secondary Sexual Skin Centers. Orificial Contacts. Cunnilingus and fellatio. The kiss. The nipples. The sympathy of the breasts with the primary sexual centers. This connection operative both through the nerves and through the blood. The influence of lactation on the sexual centers. Suckling and sexual emotion. The significance of the association between suckling and sexual emotion. This association as a cause of sexual perversity. We have seen that the skin generally has a high degree of sensibility, which frequently tends to be in more or less definite association with the sexual centers. We have seen also that the central and specific sexual sensation, the sexual embrace itself, is, in large measure, a specialized kind of skin reflex. Between the generalized skin sensations and the great primary sexual center of sensation, there are certain secondary sexual centers which, on account of their importance, may here be briefly considered. These secondary centers have in common the fact that they always involve the entrances and exits of the body, the regions, that is, where skin merges into mucous membrane and where, in the course of evolution, tactile sensibility has become highly refined. It may indeed be said generally of these frontier regions of the body that their contact with the same or a similar frontier region in another person of opposite sex, under conditions otherwise favorable to tumescence, will tend to provide a minimum and even sometimes a maximum degree of sexual excitation. Contact of these regions with each other or with the sexual region itself so closely simulates the central sexual reflex that channels are set up for the same nervous energy and secondary centers are constituted. It is important to remember that the phenomenon we are here concerned with are essentially normal. Many of them are commonly spoken of as perversions. Insofar, however, as they are aids to tumescence, they must be regarded as coming within the range of normal variation. They may be considered unaesthetic, but that is another matter. It has, moreover, to be remembered that aesthetic values are changed under the influence of sexual emotion. From the lover's point of view, many things are beautiful which are unbeautiful from the point of view to him who is not a lover. And the greater the degree to which the lover is swayed by his passion, the greater the extent to which his normal aesthetic standard is liable to be modified. A broad consideration of the phenomenon among civilized and uncivilized peoples amply suffices to show the fallacy of the tendency so common among unscientific writers on these subjects to introduce normal aesthetic standards into the sexual sphere. From the normal standpoint of ordinary daily life, indeed, the whole process of sex is unaesthetic, except the earlier stages of tumescence. So long as they constitute a part of the phase of tumescence, the utilization of the sexual excitations obtainable through these channels must be considered within the normal range of variation, as we may observe, indeed, among many animals. When, however, such contacts of the orifices of the body, other than those of the male and female sexual organs proper, are used to procure not merely tumescence, but detumescence, they become, in the strict and technical sense, perversions. They are perversions in exactly the same sense as are the methods of intercourse which involve the use of checks to prevent fecundation. The aesthetic question, however, remains the same as if we were dealing with tumescence. It is necessary that this should be pointed out clearly, even at the risk of misapprehension, as confusions here are very common. The essentially sexual character of the sensitivity of the orificial contacts is shown by the fact that it may sometimes be accidentally developed even in early childhood. This is well illustrated in a case recorded by Ferreira. A little girl of 4, of nervous temperament and liable to fits of anger in which she would roll on the ground and tear her clothes, once ran out into the garden in such a fit of temper and threw herself on the lawn in a half-naked condition. As she lay there, 2 dogs with whom she was accustomed to play came up and began to lick the uncovered parts of her body. It so happened that as one dog licked her mouth, the other licked her sexual parts. She experienced a shock of intense sensation which she could never forget and never describe, accompanied by a delicious tension of the sexual organs. She rose and ran away with a feeling of shame, though she could not comprehend what happened. The impression thus made was so profound that it persisted throughout life and served as a point of departure of sexual perversions, while the contact of a dog's tongue with her mouth alone afterwards sufficed to evoke sexual pleasure. Ferreira, Archives de Neurologie, 1903, No. 90. I do not purpose to discuss here either cunnilingus, the apposition of the mouth to the female pedundum, or fellatio, the apposition of the mouth to the male organ, the agent in the former case being, in normal heterosexual relationships, a man, in the latter a woman. They are not purely tactile phenomena, but involve various other physical and psychic elements. Cunnilingus was a very familiar manifestation in classic times, as shown by frequent and mostly very contemptuous references in Aristophanes, Juvenal, and many other Greek and Roman writers. The Greeks regarded it as a Phoenician practice, just as it is now commonly considered French. It tends to be especially prevalent at all periods of high civilization. Fellatio has also been equally well known in both ancient and modern times, especially as practiced by inverted men. It may be accepted that both cunnilingus and fellatio, as practiced by either sex, are liable to occur among healthy or morbid persons in heterosexual or homosexual relationships. They have little psychological significance, except to the extent that when practiced to the exclusion of normal sexual relationships, they become perversions, and as such tend to be associated with various degenerative conditions, although such associations are not invariable. The essentially normal character of cunnilingus and fellatio, when occurring as incidents in the process of tumescence, is shown by the fact that they are practiced by many animals. This is the case, for instance, among dogs. Moll points out that not infrequently the bitch, while under the dog, but before intromission, will change her position to lick the dog's penis, apparently from an instinctive impulse to heighten her own and his excitement, and then return to the normal position, while cunnilingus is of constant occurrence among animals, and on account of its frequency among dogs was called by the Greeks akuva. Rosenbaum, Moll, and Bloch. The occurrence of cunnilingus as a sexual episode of tumescence among lower human races is well illustrated by a practice of the natives of the Caroline Islands, as recorded by Kuberi in his ethnographic study of this people, and quoted by Ploss and Bartels, Das Weib, Volume 1. It is here customary for a man to place a piece of fish between the labia, while he stimulates the latter by his tongue and teeth until under stress of sexual excitement the woman urinates. This is regarded as an indication that the proper moment for intercourse has arrived. Such a practice rests on physiologically sound facts, whatever may be thought of it from an aesthetic standpoint. The contrast between the normal aesthetic standpoint in this matter and the lovers is well illustrated by the following quotations. Dr. A.B. Holder, in the course of his description of the American Indian bote, remarks concerning fellatio, "Of all the many varieties of sexual perversion, this, it seems to me, is the most debased that could be conceived of." On the other hand, in a communication from a writer and scholar of high intellectual distinction occurs this statement: I affirm that, of all sexual acts, fellatio is most an affair of imagination and sympathy. It must be pointed out that there is no contradiction in these two statements, and that each is justified according as we take the point of view of the ordinary onlooker or of the impassioned lover eager to give a final proof of his or her devotion. It must be added that from a scientific point of view, we are not entitled to take either side. Of the whole of this group of phenomenon, the most typical and the most widespread example is certainly the kiss. We have in the lips a highly sensitive frontier region between the skin and mucous membrane, in many respects analogous to the vulvo-vaginal orifice, and reinforceable, moreover, by the active movements of the still more highly sensitive tongue. Close and prolonged contact of these regions, therefore, under conditions favorable to tumescence, sets up a powerful current of nervous stimulation. After those contacts in which the sexual regions themselves take a direct part, there is certainly no such channel for directing nervous force into the sexual sphere as the kiss. This is nowhere so well recognized as in France, where a young girl's lips are religiously kept for her lover. To such an extent, indeed, that young girls sometimes come to believe that the whole physical side of love is comprehended in a kiss on the mouth. So highly intelligent a woman as Madame Adam has described the agony she felt as a girl when kissed on the lips by a man, owing to the conviction that she had thereby lost her virtue. Although the lips occupy this highly important position as a secondary sexual focus in the sphere of touch, the kiss is, unlike cunnilingus and fellatio, confined to man, and, indeed, to a large extent, to civilized man. It is the outcome of a compound evolution, which had its beginning outside the sphere of touch, and it would therefore be out of place to deal with the interesting question of its development in this place. It will be discussed elsewhere. There is yet another orificial frontier region, which is a highly important tactile sexual focus, the nipple. The breasts raise, indeed, several interesting questions in their intimate connection with the sexual sphere, and it may be worthwhile to consider them at this point. The breasts have, from the present point of view, this special significance among the sexual centers that they primarily exist not for the contact of the lover, but for the contact of the child. This is doubtless, indeed, the fundamental fact on which all the touch contacts we are here concerned with have grown up. The sexual sensitivity of the lover's lips to orificial contacts has been developed from the sensitivity of the infant's lips to contact with his mother's nipple. It is on the ground of that evolution that we are bound to consider here the precise position of the breasts as a sexual center. As the great secreting organs of milk, the function of the breasts must begin immediately the child is cut off from nutrition derived from direct contact with his mother's blood. It is therefore essential that the connection between the sexual organs proper, more especially the womb, and the breasts should be exceedingly intimate, so that the breasts may be in a condition to respond adequately to the demand of the child's sucking lips at the earliest moment after birth. As a matter of fact, this connection is very intimate, so intimate that it places in two totally distinct ways, by the nervous system and by the blood. The breasts of young girls sometimes become tender at puberty in sympathy with the evolution of the sexual organs, although the swelling of the breasts at this period is not normally a glandular process. At the recurring periods of menstruation, again, sensations in the breasts are not uncommon. It is not, however, until impregnation occurs that really decisive changes take place in the breasts. As soon as the ovum is impregnated, that is to say within a few days, as W.D.A. Griffith states it, The Diagnosis of Pregnancy, British Medical Journal, April 11, 1903. The changes begin to occur in the breast, changes which are just as worked out as are the changes in the uterus and the vagina, which, from the commencement of pregnancy, prepare for the labor which ought to follow 9 months afterward. These are changes in the direction of marked activity of function. An organ which was previously quite passive, without activity of circulation and the effects of active circulation, begin to grow and continue to grow in activity and size as pregnancy progresses. The association between breasts and womb is so obvious that it has not escaped many savage peoples, who are often, indeed, excellent observers. Among one primitive people, at least, the activity of the breast at impregnation seems to be clearly recognized. The Siningolo of British New Guinea, says Seligman, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, July to December 1902, page 298, believe that conception takes place in the breasts. On this account, they hold that coitus should never take place before the child is weaned, or he might imbibe semen with the milk. It is natural to assume that this connection between the activity of the womb and the glandular activity of the breasts is a nervous connection, by means of the spinal cord, and such a connection certainly exists and play a very important part in the stimulating action of the breasts on the sexual organs, but that there is a more direct channel of communication, even than the nervous system, is shown by the fact that the secretion of milk will take place at parturition, even when the nervous connection has been destroyed. Arnav found that when the mammary gland is completely separated from the central nervous system, secretion, though slightly diminished, still continued. In 2 goats, he cut the nerves shortly before parturition, and after birth the breasts still swelled and functioned normally. Archives de Science Biologique, St. Petersburg, 1895, summarized in L'Année Biologique, 1895, page 329. Ribert, again, cut out the mammary gland of a young rabbit and transplanted it into the ear 5 months after the rabbit bore young, and the gland secreted milk freely. The case has been reported of a woman whose spinal cord was destroyed by an accident at the level of the 5th and 6th dorsal vertebrae, yet lactation was perfectly normal. British Medical Journal, August 5, 1899, page 374. We are driven to suppose that there is some chemical change in the blood, some internal secretion from the uterus or the ovaries, which acts as a direct stimulant to the breasts. See a comprehensive discussion of the phenomenon of the connection between the breasts and sexual organs, though the conclusions are not unassailable, by Temesvari, Journal of Obstetrics and Gynecology in the British Empire, June 1903. That this hypothetical secretion starts from the womb rather than the ovaries seems to be indicated by the fact that removal of both ovaries during pregnancy will not suffice to prevent lactation. In favor of the ovaries, see Beatson, Lancet, July 1896. In favor of the uterus, Armand Routh, on the interaction between the ovaries and the mammary glands, British Medical Journal, September 30th, 1899. While, however, the communications from the sexual organs to the breast are of a complex and, at present, ill-understood character, the communication from the breasts to the sexual organs is without doubt mainly and chiefly nervous. When the child is put to the breast after birth, the suction of the nipples causes a reflex contraction of the womb, and it is held by many, though not all, authorities that in a woman who does not suckle her child, there is some risk that the womb will not return to its normal involuted size. It has also been asserted that to put a child to the breast during the early months of pregnancy causes so great a degree of uterine contraction that abortion may result. Freund found in Germany the stimulation of the nipples by an electrical cupping apparatus brought about contraction of the pregnant uterus. At an earlier period, it was recommended to irritate the nipple in order to excite the uterus to parturient action. Simpson, while pointing out that this was scarcely adequate to produce the effect desired, thought that placing a child on the breast after labor had begun might increase uterine action. J.Y. Simpson, Obstetric Memoirs, Volume 1, page 836. Also, Ferreira, L'Instinct Sexuel, 2nd edition, page 132. The influence of lactation over the womb in preventing the return of menstruation during its continuance is well known. According to Remfry's investigation of 900 cases in England, in 57% of cases, there is no menstruation during lactation. L. Remfry, the paper read before Obstetrical Society of London, summarized in the British Medical Journal, January 11, 1896, page 86. Bendix, in Germany, found among 140 cases that in about 40% there was no menstruation during lactation. Paper read before Dusseldorf meeting of the Society of German Naturalists and Physicians, 1899. When the child is not suckled, menstruation tends to reappear about 6 months after parturition. It is possible that the divergent opinions of authorities concerning the necessarily favorable influence of lactation in promoting the return of the womb to its normal size may be due to a confusion of 2 distinct influences: the reflex action of the nipple on the womb, and the effects of prolonged glandular secretion of the breasts in debilitated persons. The act of suckling undoubtedly tends to promote uterine contraction, and in healthy women during lactation, the womb may even, according to Weinberg, be temporarily reduced to a smaller size than before impregnation, thus producing what is known as lactation atrophy. In debilitated women, however, The strain of milk production may lead to general lack of muscular tone. The involution of the womb thus be hindered rather than aided by lactation. On the objective side, then, the nipple is to be regarded as an erectile organ, richly supplied with nerves and vessels, which, under the stimulation of the infant's lips, or any similar compression, and even under the influence of emotion or cold, becomes firm and projects, mainly as a result of muscular contraction. For, unlike the penis and the clitoris, the nipple contains no true erectile tissue and little capacity for vascular engorgement. We must then suppose that an impetus tends to be transmitted through the spinal cord to the sexual organs, setting up a greater or less degree of nervous and muscular excitement with uterine contraction, these being the objective manifestations. What manifestations are to be noted on the subjective side? It is a remarkable proof of the general indifference with which in Europe even the fairly constant and prominent characteristics of the psychology of women have been treated until recent times, that, so far as I am aware, though I have made no special research to this end, no one before the end of the 18th century had recorded the fact that the act of suckling tends to produce in women voluptuous sexual emotions. Cabanis, in 1802, in the memoir on Influence des Sexes, in his Rapport de physique et du moral de l'homme, wrote that several suckling women had told him that the child in sucking the breast made them experience a vivid sensation of pleasure, shared in some degree by the sexual organs. There can be no doubt that in healthy suckling women this phenomenon is exceedingly common, though in the absence of any methodical and precise investigation, it cannot be inferred that this is experienced by every woman in some degree. And it is highly probable that this is not the case. One lady, perfectly normal, states that she has had stronger sexual feelings in suckling her children than she has ever experienced with her husband, but that so far as possible she has tried to repress them as she regards them as brutish under these circumstances. Many other women state generally that suckling is the most delicious physical feeling they've ever experienced. In most cases, however, it does not appear to lead to a desire for intercourse, and some of those who make this statement have no desire for coitus during lactation, though they may have strong sexual needs at other times. It is probable that this corresponds to the normal condition and that the voluptuous sensations aroused by suckling are adequately gratified by the child. It may be added that there are probably many women who could say, with a lady quoted by Ferreira, that the only real pleasures of sex they have ever known are those derived from their suckling infants. It is not difficult to see why this normal association of sexual emotion with suckling should have come about. It is essential for the preservation of the lives of young mammals that the mothers should have an adequate motive in pleasurable sensation for enduring the trouble of suckling. The most obvious method for obtaining the necessary degree of pleasurable sensation lay in utilizing the reservoir of sexual emotion, with which channels of communication might already be set to be open through the action of the sexual organs on the breasts during pregnancy. The voluptuous element in suckling may thus be called a merciful provision of nature for securing the maintenance of the child. Cabanis seems to have realized the significance of this connection as the basis of the sympathy between mother and child, and more recently, Lombroso and Ferreira have remarked, La Donna Delinquente, page 438, on the fact that maternal love has a sexual basis in the element of venereal pleasure, though usually inconsiderable, especially during suckling. Hosu has referred to the fact that in the majority of animals, the relation between mother and offspring is only close during the period of lactation, and this is certainly connected with the fact that it is only during lactation that the female animal can derive physical gratification from her offspring. When living on the farm, I have ascertained that cows sometimes, though not frequently, exhibit slight signs of sexual excitement with secretion of mucus while being milked, so that, as the dairymaid herself observed, it is as if they were being bulled. The sow, like some other mammals, often eats her own young after birth, mistaking them, it is thought, for the placenta, which is normally eaten by most mammals. It is said that the sow never eats her young when they have once taken the teat. It occasionally happens that this normal tendency for suckling to produce voluptuous sexual emotions is present in an extreme degree, and may lead to sexual perversions. It does not appear that the sexual sensations aroused by suckling usually culminate in the orgasm. This, however, was noted in a case recorded by Ferreira of a slightly neurotic woman in whom intense sexual excitement occurred during suckling, especially if prolonged. So far as possible, she shortened the periods of suckling in order to prevent, not always successfully, the occurrence of the orgasm. Ferreira, Archives de Neurologie, No. 30, 1903. Ickard refers to a case of a woman who sought to become pregnant solely for the sake of the voluptuous sensations she derived from the suckling, and Yellowlees, Art, Masturbation, Dictionary of Psychological Medicine, speaks of the overwhelming character of the storms of sexual feeling sometimes observed during lactation. It may be remarked that the frequency of the association between lactation and the sexual sensations is indicated by the fact that, as Savage remarks, lactational insanity is often accompanied by fancies regarding the reproductive organs. When we have realized the special sensitivity of the orificial regions and the peculiarly close relationships between the breasts and the sexual organs, we may easily understand the considerable part which they normally play in the art of love. As one of the chief secondary sexual characteristics in women, and one of her chief beauties, a woman's breasts offer themselves to the lover's lips with a less intimate attraction than her mouth, only because her mouth is better able to respond. On her side, such contact is often instinctively desired, just as the sexual disturbance of pregnancy is accompanied by a sympathetic disturbance in the breasts. So the sexual excitement produced by a lover's proximity reacts on the breasts. The nipple becomes turgid and erect in sympathy with the clitoris. The woman craves to place her lover in the place of the child and experiences a sensation in which these two supreme objects of her desire are deliciously mingled. The powerful effect which stimulation of the nipple produces on the sexual sphere has led to the breasts playing a prominent part in the erotic art of those lands in which this art has been most carefully cultivated. Thus, in India, according to Vatsyayana, many authors are of the opinion that in approaching a woman, a lover should begin by sucking the nipples of her breasts. And in the songs of the Bayadaris of southern India, sucking the nipple is mentioned as one of the natural preliminaries of coitus. In some cases, and especially in neurotic persons, the sexual pleasure derived from manipulation of the nipple passes normal limits and, being preferred even to coitus, becomes a perversion. In girls' schools, it is said, especially in France, sucking and titillation of the breasts are not uncommon. In men also, titillation of the nipples occasionally produces sexual sensations. Ferreira, L'Instinct Sexuel, 2nd edition, page 132. Hildebrandt recorded the case of a young woman whose nipples had been sucked by her lover. By constantly drawing her breasts, she became able to suck them herself and thus attained extreme sexual pleasure. A.J. Block of New Orleans has noted the case of a woman who complained of swelling of the breasts. The gentlest manipulation produced an orgasm, and it was found that the swelling had been intentionally produced for the sake of this manipulation. Moraglia, in Italy, knew a very beautiful woman who was perfectly cold in normal sexual relationships, but madly excited when her husband pressed or sucked her breasts. Lombroso, Archivio di Psichiatria, 1885, Fasc 4, has described the somewhat similar case of a woman who had no sexual sensitivity in the clitoris, vagina, or labia, and no pleasure in coitus, except in very strange positions, but possessed intense sexual feelings in the right nipple, as well as in the upper third of the thigh. It is remarkable that not only is suckling apt to be accompanied by sexual pleasure in the mother, but that, in some cases, the infant also appears to have somewhat similar experience. This is, at all events, indicated in a remarkable case recorded by Ferreira, L'Instinct Sexuel, 2nd edition, page 257. A female infant child of slightly neurotic heredity was weaned at the age of 14 months, but so great was her affection for her mother's breasts, though she had already become accustomed to other food, that this was only accomplished with great difficulty and by allowing her still to caress the naked breasts several times a day. This went on for many months, when the mother, becoming again pregnant, insisted on putting an end to it. So jealous was the child, however, that it was necessary to conceal from her the fact that her younger sister was suckled by her mother's breasts. And once at the age of 3, when she saw her father aiding her mother to undress, she became violently jealous of him. This jealousy, as well as the passion for her mother's breasts, persisted to the age of puberty, though she learned to conceal it. At the age of 13, when menstruation began, she noticed in dancing with her favorite girlfriends that when her breasts came in contact with theirs, she experienced a very agreeable sensation with erection of the nipples. But it was not till the age of 16 that she observed that the sexual region took part in this excitement and became moist. From this period, she had erotic dreams about young girls. She never experienced any attraction to young men, but eventually married. Though having much esteem and affection for her husband, she never felt any but the slightest sexual enjoyment in his arms, and then only by evoking feminine images. This case, in which the sensations of an infant at the breast formed the point of departure of a sexual perversion which lasted through life, is, so far as I am aware, unique. End of section 4. Section 5 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sarah Cunningham. Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4, by Havelock Ellis. Touch, Chapter 4. The Bath. Antagonism of primitive Christianity to the cult of the skin. Its cult of personal filth. The reasons which justified this attitude. The worldwide tendency to association between extreme cleanliness and sexual licentiousness. The immorality associated with public baths in Europe down to modern times. The hygiene of the skin, as well as its special cult, consists in bathing. The bath, as is well known, attained under the Romans a degree of development which, in Europe at all events, it has never reached before or since, or the modern visitor to Rome carries away with him no more impressive memory than that of the baths of Caracalla. Since the coming of Christianity, the cult of the skin, and even its hygiene, have never again attained the same general and unquestioned exaltation. The Church killed the bath. St. Jerome tells us with approval that when the Holy Paula noted that any of her nuns were too careful in this matter, she would gravely reprove them, saying that the purity of the body and its garments means the impurity of the soul. Or, as modern monk of Mount Athos still declares, a man should live in dirt as in a coat of mail, so that his soul may sojourn more securely within. Our knowledge of the bathing arrangements of Roman days is chiefly derived from Pompeii. 3 public baths, 2 for both men and women, who were also probably allowed to use the third occasionally, have so far been excavated in this small town, as well as at least 3 private bathing establishments, at least one of them for women, while about a dozen houses contain complete baths for private use. Even in a little farmhouse at Bosco Real, 2 miles out of Pompeii, there was an elaborate series of bathing rooms. It may be added that Pompeii was well supplied with water. All houses but the poorest had flowing jets, and some houses had as many as 10 jets. See Man's Pompeii, chapters 26 through 28. The Church succeeded to the domination of Imperial Rome and adopted many of the methods of its predecessor. But there could be no greater contrast than is presented by the attitude of paganism and of Christianity toward the bath. As regards the tendencies of the public baths in Imperial Rome, some of the evidence is brought together in the section on this subject in Rosenbaum's Geschichte der Lustig im Altertum. As regards the attitude of the earliest Christian ascetics in this matter, I may refer the reader to an interesting passage in Lecky's History of European Morals, Volume 2, pages 107 to 112, in which are brought together a number of highly instructive examples of the manner in which many of the most eminent of the early saints deliberately cultivated personal filth. In the Middle Ages, when the extreme excesses of the early ascetics had died out, and monasticium became regulated, monks generally took 2 baths a year when in health, In illness, they could be taken as often as necessary. The rules of Cluny only allowed 3 towels to the community, 1 for the novices, 1 for the professed, and 1 for the lay brothers. At the end of the 17th century, Madame de Mazarin, having retired to a convent of Visitandines, one day desired to wash her feet, but the whole establishment was set in an uproar at such an idea, and she received a direct refusal. In 1760, the Dominican Richard wrote that in itself the bath is permissible, but it must be taken solely for necessity, not for pleasure. The Church taught, and this lesson is still inculcated in convent schools, that it is wrong to expose the body even to one's own gaze, and it is not surprising that many holy persons boasted that they had never even washed their hands. Most of these facts have been taken from A. Franklin, Les Soins de Toilette, one of the Vie privée des Autrefois series, in which further details may be found. In 16th century Italy, a land of supreme elegance and fashion, superior even to France, the conditions were the same, and how little water found favor even with aristocratic ladies we may gather from the contemporary books on the toilet, which abound with recipes against itch and similar diseases. It should be added that Burckhardt, De Culture des Renaissance en Italien, 8th edition, Volume 2, page 92, considers that in spite of skin diseases, the Italians of the Renaissance were the first nation in Europe for cleanliness. It is unnecessary to consider the state of things in other European countries. The aristocratic conditions of former days are the plebeian conditions of today. So far as England is concerned, such documents as Chadwick's Report on the Sanitary Condition of the Laboring Population of Great Britain, 1842, sufficiently illustrate the ideas and practices as regards personal cleanliness which prevailed among the masses during the 19th century and which to a large extent still prevail. A considerable amount of opprobrium has been cast upon the Catholic Church for its direct and indirect influence in promoting bodily uncleanliness. Nietzsche sarcastically refers to the facts, and Mr. Frederick Harrison asserts that the tone of the Middle Ages in the matter of dirt was a form of mental disease. It would be easy to quote many other authors to the same effect. It is necessary to point out, however, that the writers who have committed themselves to such utterances have not only done an injustice to Christianity, but have shown a lack of historical insight. Christianity was essentially and fundamentally a rebellion against the classic world, against its vices, and against their concomitant virtues, against both its practices and its ideals. It sprang up in a different part of the Mediterranean basin, from a different level of culture. It found its supporters in a new and lower social stratum. The cult of charity, simplicity, and faith, while not primarily ascetic, became inevitably allied with asceticism, because from its point of view, sexuality was the very stronghold of the classic world. In the 2nd century, the genius of Clement of Alexandria and of the great Christian thinkers who followed him seized on all those elements in classic life and philosophy which could be amalgamated with Christianity without, as they trusted, destroying its essence. But in the matter of sexuality there could be no compromise, and the condemnation of sexuality involved the condemnation of the bath. It required very little insight and sagacity for the Christians to see, though we are now apt to slur over the fact, that the cult of the bath was in very truth the cult of the flesh. However profound their ignorance of anatomy, physiology, and psychology might be, they had before them ample evidence to show that the skin is an outlying sexual zone, and that every application which promoted the purity, brilliance, and healthfulness of the skin constituted a direct appeal, feeble or strong as the case might be, to those passions against which they were warring. The moral was evident. Better let the temporary garment of your flesh be soaked with dirt than risk staining the radiant purity of your immortal soul. If Christianity had not drawn that moral with clear insight and relentless logic, Christianity would never have been a great force in the world. If any doubt is felt as to the really essential character of the connection between cleanliness and the sexual impulse, it may be dispelled by the consideration that the association is by no means confined to Christian Europe. If we go outside Europe, and even Christendom altogether, to the other side of the world, we find it still well marked. The wantonness of the luxurious people of Tahiti, when first discovered by European voyagers, is notorious. The Arioi of Tahiti, a society largely constituted on a basis of debauchery, is a unique institution as far as primitive peoples are concerned. Cook, after giving one of the earliest descriptions of this society and its objects at Tahiti, Hawkesworth, An Account of Voyages, etc., 1775, Volume 2, page 55, immediately goes on to describe the extreme and scrupulous cleanliness of the people of Tahiti in every respect. They not only bathed their bodies in clothes every day, but in all respects they carried cleanliness to a higher point than even the politest assembly in Europe. Another traveler bears similar testimony. The inhabitants of the Society Isles are, among all the nations of the South Seas, the most cleanly, and the better sort of them carry cleanliness to a very great length. They bathe morning and evening in the sea, he remarks, and afterward in fresh water to remove the particles of salt, wash their hands before and after meals, etc. J. R. Forster, Observations Made During a Voyage Around the World, 1798, page 398. And William Ellis, in his detailed description of the people of Tahiti, Polynesian Researches, 1832, Volume 1, Chapters 6 and 9. While emphasizing their extreme cleanliness, every person of every class bathing at least once or twice a day dwells on what he considers their unspeakable moral debasement, notwithstanding the apparent mildness of their disposition and the cheerful vivacity of their conversation. No portion of the human race was ever perhaps sunk lower in brutal licentiousness and moral degradation. After leaving Tahiti, Cook went on to New Zealand. Here he found that the people were more virtuous than at Tahiti, and also, he found, less clean. It is, however, a mistake to suppose that physical uncleanliness ruled supreme through medieval and later times. It is true that the 18th century, which saw the birth of so much that marks our modern world, witness a revival of the old ideal of bodily purity, but the struggle between two opposing ideals had been carried on for 1,000 years or more before this. The Church, indeed, was, in this matter, founded on an impregnable rock. But there has never been a time when influences outside the Church have not found a shelter somewhere. Those traditions of the classic world which Christianity threw aside as useless or worse quietly reappeared. In no respect was this more notably the case than in regard to the love of pure water and the cult of the bath. Islam adopted the complete Roman bath and made it an institution of daily life, a necessity for all classes. Granada is the spot in Europe where today we find the most exquisite remains of Muhammadan culture, and though the fury of Christian conquest dragged the harrow over the soil of Granada, even yet streams and fountains spring up there and gush abundantly, and one seldom loses the sound of the plash of water. The flower of Christian chivalry and Christian intelligence went to Palestine to wrest the Holy Sepulchre from the hands of pagan Mohammedans. They found there many excellent things which they had not gone out to seek, and the Crusaders produced a kind of premature and abortive Renaissance, the shadow of lost classic things reflected on Christian Europe from the mirror of Islam. Yet, it is worthwhile to point out, as bearing on the associations of the bath here emphasized, that even in Islam we may trace the existence of a religious attitude unfavorable to the bath. Before the time of Muhammad, there was no public baths in Arabia, and it was and is believed that baths are specially haunted by the jinn, the evil spirits. Muhammad himself was at first so prejudiced against public baths that he forbade both men and women to enter them. Afterward, however, he permitted men to use them provided they wore a cloth around the loins, and women also when they could not conveniently bathe at home. Among the Prophet's sayings is found the assertion, "Whatever woman enters a bath, the devil is with her," and "All the earth is given to me as a place of prayer, and is pure, except the burial ground and the bath." See, for example, E. W. Lane, Arabian Society in the Middle Ages, 1883, pages 179 to 183. Although, therefore, the bath, or hammam, on grounds of ritual ablution, hygiene, and enjoyment speedily became universally popular in Islam among all classes and both sexes, Muhammad himself may be said to have opposed it. Among the discoveries which the Crusaders made and brought home with them, one of the most notable was that of the bath, which, in its more elaborate forms, seems to have been absolutely forgotten in Europe, though Roman baths might everywhere have been found underground. All authorities seem to be agreed in finding here the origin of the revival of the public bath. It is to Rome first, and later to Islam, the linear inheritor of classic culture, that we owe the cult of water and of physical purity. Even today, the Turkish bath, which is the most popular of elaborate methods of bathing, recalls by its characteristics and its name the fact that it is a Mohammedan survival of Roman life. From the 12th century onward, baths have repeatedly been introduced from the East and reintroduced afresh in slightly modified forms, and have flourished with varying degrees of success. In the 13th century, they were very common, especially in Paris, and though they were often used, more especially in Germany, by both sexes in common, every effort was made to keep them orderly and respectable. These efforts were, however, always unsuccessful in the end. A bath always tended in the end to become a brothel, and hence either became unfashionable or was suppressed by the authorities. It is sufficient to refer to the reputation in England of hothouses and bagnios. It was not until toward the end of the 18th century that it began to be recognized that the claims of physical cleanliness were sufficiently imperative to make it necessary that the fairly avoidable risks to morality in bathing should be avoided and the unavoidable risks bravely incurred. At the present day, now that we are accustomed to weave ingeniously together in the texture of our lives the conflicting traditions of classic and Christian days, we have almost persuaded ourselves that the pagan virtue of cleanliness comes next after godliness, and we bathe, forgetful of the great moral struggle which once went on around the bath. But we refrain from building ourselves palaces to bathe in, and for the most part, we bathe with exceeding moderation. It is probable that we may best harmonize our conflicting traditions by rejecting not only the Christian glorification of dirt, but also, save for definitely therapeutic purposes, the excessive heat, friction, and stimulation involved in the classic forms of bathing. Our reasonable ideal should render it easy and natural for every man, woman, and child to have a simple bath, tepid in winter, cold in summer, all the year round. For the history of the bath in medieval times and later Europe, see A. Franklin, Les Soins de Toilette in the Vie privée des Autrefois series, Brudek, Gestie der Offenlichen Sittlichkeit in Deutschland, T. Wright, The Homes of Other Days, E. Duran, Des Geslachen in England, B.D. 1. Outside the church, there was a greater amount of cleanliness than we are sometimes apt to suppose. It may, indeed, be said that the uncleanliness of holy men and women would have attracted no attention if it had corresponded to the condition generally prevailing. Before public baths were established, bathing in private was certainly practiced. Thus, Ordoricus Vitalis, in narrating the murder of Mabel, the Countess de Montgomery, in Normandy in 1082, casually mentions that she was lying on the bed after her bath. Ecclesiastical History, Book 5, Chapter 8. In warm weather, it would appear, medieval ladies bathed in streams, as we may still see country women do in Russia, Bohemia, and occasionally nearer home. The statement of the historian Michelet, therefore, that Percival, Iseult, and other ethereal personages of medieval times certainly never washed, La Sorcellerie, page 10, requires some qualification. In 1292, there were 26 bathing establishments in Paris, and an attendant would go through the streets in the morning announcing that they were ready. One could have a vapor bath only, or a hot bath to succeed it, as in the East. No woman of bad reputation, leper, or vagabond was at the time allowed to frequent the baths, which were closed on Sundays and feast days. By the 14th century, however, the baths began to have a reputation for immorality as well as luxury, and according to Dufour, the baths of Paris rivaled those of imperial Rome. Love, prostitution, and debauchery attracted the majority to the bathing establishments, where everything was covered by a decent veil. He adds that, notwithstanding the scandal thus caused and the invectives of the preachers, all went to the baths, young and old, rich and poor, and he makes the statement, which seems to echo the constant assertion of the early fathers, that a woman who frequented the baths returned home physically pure only at the expense of her moral purity. In Germany, there was even greater freedom of manners in bathing, though, it would seem, less real licentiousness. Even the smallest towns had their baths, which were frequented by all classes. As soon as the horn blew to announce the baths were ready, all hastened along the street, the poor folk almost completely undressing themselves before leaving their homes. Bathing was nearly always in common without any garment being worn. Women attendants commonly rubbed and massaged both sexes, and the dressing room was frequently used by men and women in common. This led to obvious evils. The Germans, as Weinhold points out, Die Duschen, Frauen, and Mittelalter, 1882, BDII, pages 112, etc., have been fond of bathing in the open air in streams from the days of Tacitus and Caesar until comparatively modern times, when the police have interfered. It was the same in Switzerland. Poggio, early in the 16th century, founded the custom for men and women to bathe together at Baden, and said that he seemed to be assisting at the Floralia of ancient Rome, or in Plato's Republic. Senancour, who quotes the passage De l'Amour, 1834, Volume 1, pages 313, remarks that at the beginning of the 19th century, there was still great liberty at the Baden baths. Of the 13th century in England, Thomas Wright, Homes of Other Days, 1871, page 271, remarks, "The practice of warm bathing prevailed very generally in all classes of society, and it is frequently alluded to in the medieval romances and stories. For this purpose, a large bathing tub was used. People sometimes bathed immediately after rising in the morning, and we find the bath used after dinner and before going to bed. The bath was also often prepared for a visitor on his arrival from a journey, and what seems still more singular, in the numerous stories of amorous intrigues, the two lovers usually began their interviews by bathing together. In England, the association between bathing and immorality was established with special rapidity and thoroughness. Baths were here officially recognized as brothels, and this as early as the 12th century, under Henry II. These organized bath brothels were confined to Southwark, outside the walls of the city, a quarter which was also given up to various sports and amusements. At a later period, hothouses, bagnios, and hammams, the Eastern hammam, were spread all over London and remained closely identified with prostitution. These names, indeed, constantly tending to become synonymous with brothels. T. Wright, Homes of Other Days, 1871, pages 494 to 496, gives an account of them. In France, the baths, being anathematized by both Catholics and Huguenots, began to lose vogue and disappear. Morality gained, remarks Franklin, but cleanliness lost. Even the charming and elegant Margaret of Navarre found it quite natural for a lady to mention incidentally to her lover that she had not washed her hands for a week. Then began an extreme tendency to use cosmetics, essences, perfumes, and a fierce war with vermin, up to the 17th century, when some progress was made, and persons who desired to be very elegant and refined were recommended to wash their faces nearly every day. Even in 1782, however, while a linen cloth was advised for the purpose of cleaning the face and hands, the use of water was still somewhat discountenanced. The use of hot and cold baths was now, however, beginning to be established in Paris and elsewhere, and the bathing establishments at the great European health resorts were also beginning to be put on the orderly footing, which is now customary. When Casanova, in the middle of the 18th century, went to the public baths at Bern, he was evidently somewhat surprised when he found he was invited to choose his own attendant from a number of young women, and when he realized that these attendants were, in all respects, at the disposition of the bathers. It is evident that establishments of this kind were already dying out, although it may be added that the customs described by Casanova appear to have persisted in Budapest and St. Petersburg almost or quite up to the present. The great European public baths have long been above suspicion in this respect, though homosexual practices are not quite excluded. While it is well recognized that many kinds of hot baths now in use produce a powerfully stimulating action upon the sexual system, and patients taking such baths for medical purposes are frequently warned against giving way to these influences. The struggle which in former ages went on around bathing establishments has now been in part transferred to massage establishments. Massage is an equally powerful stimulant to the skin and the sexual sphere, acting mainly by friction instead of mainly by heat, and it has not yet attained that position of general recognition and popularity which, in the case of bathing establishments, renders it bad policy to court disrepute. Like bathing, massage is a hygienic and therapeutic method of influencing the skin and subjacent tissues which, together with its advantages, has certain concomitant disadvantages in its liability to affect the sexual sphere. This influence is apt to be experienced by individuals of both sexes, though it is perhaps especially marked in women. Joine, quoted in Paris Journal de Médecine, April 23, 1893, found that of 20 women treated by massage of whom he made inquiries, 14 declared that they experienced voluptuous sensations. 8 of these belonged to respectable families. The other 6 were women of the demi-monde and gave precise details. Joine refers in this connection to the elliptes of Rome. It is unnecessary to add that the gynecological massage introduced in recent years by the Swedish teacher of gymnastics, Thurbrand, as involving prolonged rubbing and kneading of the pelvic regions, pression glissante du vagin, etc., massage gynecologique, by G. de Ferreira, 1897. Whatever its therapeutic value, cannot fail in the large proportion of cases to stimulate the sexual emotions. Eulenberg remarks that for sexual anesthesia in women, the Thurbrand system of massage may naturally be recommended. Sexual Neuropathie, page 78. I have been informed that in London and elsewhere, massage establishments are sometimes visited by women who seek sexual gratification by massage of the genital regions by the masseuse. End of section 5. Section 6 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sarah Cunningham. Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4, by Havelock Ellis. Touch. Chapter 5. Summary. Fundamental importance of touch. The skin, the mother of all the other senses. The sense of touch is so universally diffused over the whole skin, and in so many various degrees and modifications, and it is, moreover, so truly the alpha and the omega of affection, that a broken and fragmentary treatment of the subject has been inevitable. The skin is the archaeological field of human and pre-human experience, the foundation on which all forms of sensory perception have grown up, and as sexual sensibility is among the most ancient of all forms of sensibility, the sexual instinct is necessarily, in the main, a comparatively slightly modified form of general touch sensibility. This primitive character of the great region of tactile sensation, its vagueness and diffusion, the comparatively unintellectual as well as unesthetic nature of the mental conceptions which arise on the tactile basis, make it difficult to deal precisely with the psychology of touch. The very same qualities, however, serve greatly to heighten the emotional intensity of skin sensations, so that, of all the great sensory fields, the field of touch is at once the least intellectual and the most massively emotional. These qualities, as well as its intimate and primitive association with the apparatus of tumescence and detumescence, make touch the readiest and most powerful channel by which the sexual sphere may be reached. In disentangling the phenomena of tactile sensibility, ticklishness has been selected for special consideration as a kind of sensation, founded on reflexes developing even before birth, which is very closely related to sexual phenomena. It is, as it were, a play of tumescence, on which laughter supervenes as a play of detumescence. It leads on to more serious phenomena of tumescence, and it tends to die out after adolescence, at the period during which sexual relationships normally begin. Such a view of ticklishness, as a kind of modesty of the skin, existing merely to be destroyed, need only be regarded as one of its aspects. Ticklishness certainly arose from non-sexual starting point, and may well have protective uses in the young animal. The readiness with which tactile sensibility takes on sexual character and forms reflex channels of communication with the sexual sphere proper is illustrated by the existence of certain secondary sexual foci, only inferior in sexual excitability to the genital region. We have seen that the chief of these normal foci are situated in the orificial regions where skin and mucous membrane meet, and that the contact of any two orificial regions between two persons of different sex brought together under favorable conditions is apt, when prolonged, to produce a very intense degree of sexual erethism. This is a normal phenomenon insofar as it is part of tumescence, and not a method of obtaining detumescence. The kiss is a typical example of these contacts, while the nipple is of special interest in this connection, because we are thereby enabled to bring the psychology of lactation into intimate relationship with the psychology of sexual love. The extreme sensitiveness of the skin, the readiness with which its stimulation reverberates into the sexual sphere, clearly brought out by the present study, enable us to understand better a very ancient contest, the moral struggle around the bath. There has always been a tendency for this extreme cultivation of physical purity to lead on to the excessive stimulation of the sexual sphere, so that the Christian ascetics were entirely justified, on their premises, in fighting against the bath and indirectly or indirectly fostering a cult of physical uncleanliness. While, however, in the past there has clearly been a general tendency for the cult of physical purity to be associated with moral licentiousness, and there are sufficient grounds for such an association, it is important to remember that it is not an inevitable and fatal association. A scrupulously clean person is by no means necessarily impelled to licentiousness. A physically unclean person is by no means necessarily morally pure. When we have eliminated certain forms of the bath which must be regarded as luxuries rather than hygienic necessities, though they occasionally possess therapeutic virtues, we have eliminated the most violent appeals of the bath to the sexual impulse. So imperative are the demands of physical purity now becoming, in general opinion, that such small risks to moral purity as may still remain are constantly and wisely regarded, and the immoral traditions of the bath now, for the most part, belong to the past. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4, by Havelock Ellis. Smell, Chapter 1. The primitiveness of smell, the anatomical seat of the olfactory centers, predominance of smell among the lower mammals, its diminished importance in man, the attention paid to odors by savages. The first, more highly organized sense to arise on the diffused tactile sensitivity of the skin is, in most cases, without doubt, that of smell. At first, indeed, olfactory sensibility is not clearly differentiated from general tactile sensibility. The pit of the thickened and ciliated epithelium, or the highly mobile antennae which in many lower animals are sensitive to odorous stimuli, are also extremely sensitive to tactile stimuli. This is, for instance, the case with the snail, in whom the same time olfactive sensibility seems to be spread over the whole body. The sense of smell is gradually specialized, and when taste also begins to develop, a kind of chemical sense is constituted. The organ of smell, however, speedily begins to rise in importance as we ascend the zoological scale. In the lower vertebrates, when they begin to adopt a life on dry land, the sense of smell seems to have been that part of their sensory equipment which proved most useful under the new conditions, and it developed with astonishing rapidity. Endinger finds that in the brain of reptiles, the area olfactoria is of enormous extent, covering indeed the greater part of the cortex. Though it may be quite true, as Herrick remarks, that while smell is preponderant, it is perhaps not correct to attribute an exclusively olfactory tone to the cerebral activities of the Sauropsida or even the Ichthyopsida. Among most mammals, however, in any case, smell is certainly the most highly developed of the senses. It gives the first information of remote objects that concern them. It gives the most precise information concerning the near objects that concern them. It is in the sense in terms of which most of their mental operations must be conducted, and their emotional impulses reach consciousness. Among the apes, it has greatly lost importance, and in man, it has become almost rudimentary, giving place to the supremacy of vision. Professor G. Elliott Smith, a leading authority on the brain, has well summarized the facts concerning the predominance of the olfactory region in the mammal brain, and his conclusions may be quoted. It should be premised that Elliott Smith divides the brain into rhinencephalon and neopallium. Rhinencephalon designates the regions which are preeminently olfactory in function: the olfactory bulb, its peduncle, the tuberculum olfactorium, and locus perforatus, the piriform lobe, the periterminal body, and the whole hippocampal formation. The neopallium is the dorsal cap of the brain, with frontal, parietal, and occipital areas, comprehending all that part of the brain which is the seat of the higher associative activities reaching its fullest development in man. In the early mammals, the olfactory areas form by far the greater part of the cerebral hemisphere, which is not surprising when it is recalled that the forebrain is, in the primitive brain, essentially an appendage, so to speak, of the smell apparatus. When the cerebral hemisphere comes to occupy such a dominant position in the brain, it is perhaps not unnatural to find that the sense of smell is the most influential and the chief source of information to the animal. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that the olfactory sense, which conveys general information to the animal, such as no other sense can bring concerning its prey, whether near or far, hidden or exposed, is much the most serviceable of all the avenues of information to the lowly mammal leading a terrestrial life, and therefore becomes predominant, and its particular domain, the forebrain, becomes the ruling portion of the nervous system. This early predominance of the sense of smell persists in most mammals, unless an aquatic mode of life interferes and deposes it. Compare the Cetacea, Sirenia, and Pinnipedia, for example. Even though a large neopallium develops to receive visual, auditory, tactile, and other impressions pouring into the forebrain. In the Anthropoidea alone of non-aquatic mammals, the olfactory regions undergo an absolute, and not only relative, as in the carnivora and ungulata, dwindling, which is equally shared by the human brain, in common with those of the other Simiidae, the Cercopithecidae, and the Cyberidae, but all the parts of the rhinencephalon, which are also distinct in macrosmatic mammals, can also be recognized in the human brain. The smell ellipsoidal olfactory bulb is moored, so to speak, on the cribiform plate of the ethmoid bone by the olfactory nerves, so that, as the place of attachment of the olfactory peduncle to the expanding cerebral hemisphere becomes removed, as a result of the forward extension of the hemisphere, progressively farther and farther backward, the peduncle becomes greatly stretched and elongated, and as this stretching involves the gray matter without lessening the number of nerve fibers in the olfactory tract, the peduncle becomes practically what is usually called, i.e., the olfactory tract. The tuberculum olfactorium becomes greatly reduced and at the same time flattened, so that it is not easy to draw a line of demarcation between it and the anterior perforated space. The anterior rhinal fissure, which is present in the early human fetus, vanishes almost if not altogether in the adult. Part of the posterior rhinal fissure is always present in the incisura temporalis, and sometimes, especially in some of the non-European races, the whole of the posterior rhinal fissure is retained in that typical form which we find in the anthropoid apes. G. Elliott Smith, in Descriptive and Illustrated Catalogue of the Psychological Series of Comparative Anatomy contained in the Museum of the Royal College of Surgeons of England, 2nd edition, Volume 2. A full statement of Elliott Smith's investigations with diagrams is given by Bullen, Journal of Mental Science, July 1899. It may be added that the whole subject of the olfactory sensors has been thoroughly studied by Elliott Smith, as well as by Ettinger, Mayer, and C. L. Herrick. In the Journal of Comparative Neurology, edited by the last named, numerous discussions and summaries bearing on the subject will be found from 1896 onward. Regarding the primitive sense organs of smell in the various invertebrate groups, some information will be found in A. B. Griffith's Physiology of the Invertebrata, Chapter 11. The predominance of the olfactory area in the nervous system of the vertebrates generally has inevitably involved intimate psychic associations between olfactory stimuli and the sexual impulse. For most mammals, not only are all sexual associations mainly olfactory, but the impressions received by this sense suffice to dominate all others. An animal not only receives adequate sexual excitement from olfactory stimuli, but those stimuli often suffice to counterbalance all the evidence of the other senses. We may observe this very well in the case of the dog. Thus, a young dog well known to me, who had never had connection with a bitch, but was always in the society of his father, once met the latter directly after the elder dog had been with a bitch. He immediately endeavored to behave toward the elder dog in spite of angry repulses, exactly as a dog behaves toward a bitch in heat. The messages received by the sense of smell were sufficiently urgent not only to set the sexual mechanism in action, but to overcome the experiences of a lifetime. There is an interesting chapter on the sense of smell in the mental life of the dog in Giesler's Psychologie des Geruchs, 1894, chapter 11. Passy, in the appendix to his memoir on olfaction, L'année psychologique, 1895, gives the result of some interesting experiments as to the effects of perfume on dogs. Civet and Castoreum were found to have the most powerfully exciting effect. The influences of smell are equally omnipotent in the sexual life of many insects. Thus Ferreira has found that in cockchafers sexual coupling failed to take place when the antennae, which are the organs of smell, were removed. He also found that males, after they had coupled with females, proved sexually attractive to other males. Compte rendu de la Société de Biologie, May 21, 1898. Ferreira similarly found that in a species of bombyx, males, after contact with females, sometimes proved attractive to other males, although no abnormal relationships followed. With the advent of the higher apes, and especially of man, all this has been changed. The sense of smell, indeed, still persists universally, and it is still also exceedingly delicate, though often neglected. It is, moreover, a useful auxiliary in the exploration of the external world, for in contrast to the very few sensations furnished to us by touch and by taste, we are acquainted with a vast number of smells, though the information they give us is frequently vague. An experienced perfumer, says Pièce, will have 200 odors in his laboratory and can distinguish them all. To a sensitive nose, nearly everything smells. Passy goes so far as to state that he has never met with any object that is really inodorous when one pays attention to it, not even excepting glass. And though we can scarcely accept this statement absolutely, especially in view of the careful experiments of Ayrton, which show that, contrary to a common belief, metals, when perfectly clean and free from traces of contact with the skin or with salt solutions, have no smell, odor is still extremely widely diffused. This is especially the case in hot countries, and the experiments of the Cambridge Anthropological Expedition on the sense of smell of the Papuans were considerably impeded by the fact that at Torres Straits everything, even water, seemed to have a smell. Savages are often accused more or less justly of indifference to bad odors. They are very often, however, keenly alive to the significance of smells and their varieties, though it does not appear that the sense of smell is notably more developed in savage than in civilized peoples. Odors also continue to play a part in the emotional life of man, more especially in hot countries. Nevertheless, both in practical life and in emotional life, in science and in art, smell is, at the best, under normal conditions, merely an auxiliary. If the sense of smell were abolished altogether, the life of mankind would continue as before, with little or no sensible modification, though the pleasures of life, and especially of eating and drinking, would be to some extent diminished. In New Ireland, Duffield remarks, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, 1886, page 118, the natives have a very keen sense of smell. Unusual odors are repulsive to them, and carbolic acid drove them wild. The New Caledonians, according to Foley, Bulletin de la Société d'Anthropologie, November 6, 1879, only like the smells of meat and fish, which are becoming high, like papoya, which smells of foul manure, and kava, of rotten eggs. Fruits and vegetables, which are beginning to go bad, seem the best to them, while the fresh and natural odors which we prefer seem merely to say to them, "We are not yet eatable." A taste for putrefying food, common among savages, by no means necessarily involves a distaste for agreeable scents, and even among Europeans there is a widespread taste for offensively smelling and putrid foods, especially cheese and game. The natives of Torres Straits were carefully examined by Dr. C.S. Myers with regard to their olfactory acuteness and olfactory preferences. It was found that acuteness was, if anything, slightly greater than among Europeans. This appeared to be largely due to the careful attention they paid to odors. The resemblances which they detected among different odors substances were frequently found to rest on real chemical affinities. The odors they were observed to dislike most frequently were asafoetida, valerianic acid, and civet, the last being regarded as most repulsive of all on account of its resemblance to fecal odor, which these people regard with intense disgust. Their favorite odors were musk, thyme, and especially violet. Report of the Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, Volume 2, Part 2, 1903. In Australia, Lumholtz, Among Cannibals, page 115, found that the blacks had a keener sense of smell than he possessed. In New Zealand, the Maoris, as W. Colenso shows, possessed, formerly at all events, a very keen sense of smell, or else were very attentive to smell, and their taste as regarded agreeable and disagreeable odors corresponded very closely to European taste, although it must be added that some of their common articles of food possessed a very offensive odor. They are not only sensitive to European perfumes, but possessed various perfumes of their own, derived from plants and possessing a pleasant, powerful, and lasting odor. The choicest and rarest was the gum of the Taramea, Asaphila colensoi, which was gathered by virgins after the use of prayers and charms. Sir Joseph Banks noted that Maori chiefs wore little bundles of perfumes around their necks, and Cook made the same observation concerning the young women. References to the 4 chief Maori perfumes are contained in a stanza which is still often hummed to express satisfaction and sung by a mother to her child. My little neck satchel of sweet-scented moss, my little neck satchel of fragrant fern, my little neck satchel of odoriferous gum, my sweet-smelling neck locket of sharp-pointed taramea. In the summer season, the sleeping houses of Maori chiefs were often strewed with a large, sweet-scented flowering grass of powerful odor. W. Colenso, Transactions of the New Zealand Institute, Volume 14, reprinted in Nature, November 10, 1892. Javanese women rub themselves with a mixture of chalk and strong essence, which, when rubbed off, leaves a distinct perfume on the body. Straats, Die Frauenkleidung, page 84. The Samoans, Friedlander states, Zeitschrift für Anthropologie, 1899, page 52, are very fond of fragrant and aromatic odors. He gives a list of some 20 odorous plants which they use, more especially as garlands for the head and neck, including ylang-ylang and gardenia. He remarks that one of these plants, cordyline, he could not himself detect the odor. The Nicobarese, Mann remarks, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, 1889, page 377, like the natives of New Zealand, particularly dislike the smell of carbolic acid. Both young men and women are very partial to the scents. The former say they find their use a certain passport to the favor of their wives, and they bring home from the jungle the scented leaves of a certain creeper to their sweethearts and wives. Swahili women devote much attention to perfuming themselves. When a woman wishes to make herself desirable, she anoints herself all over with fragrant ointments, sprinkles herself with rose water, puts perfume into her clothes, strews jasmine flowers on her bed as well as binding them round her neck and waist, and smokes udi, the performed wood of the aloe. Every man is glad when his wife smells of udi. Velton, Sitten Ungebracht der Swahili, pages 212 through 214. End of Section 7, read by Tegan Johnson in Duluth, Minnesota on September 15th.
Section 8 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4 by Havelock Ellis. Smell, Chapter 2. During the 18th century, a great impetus was given to the physiological and psychological study of the senses by the philosophical doctrines of Locke and the English school generally which then prevailed in Europe. These thinkers had emphasized the immense importance of the information derived through the senses in building up the intellect, so that the study of all the sensory channels assumed a significance which it had never possessed before. The olfactory sense fully shared in the impetus thus given to sensory investigation. At the beginning of the 19th century, a distinguished French physician, Hippolyte Cloquet, a disciple of Cannabas, devoted himself more especially to the subject. After publishing in 1815 a preliminary work, he issued in 1821 his Osphrologie, ou traite des odeurs, des sens et des organes de l'olfaction, a complete monograph on the anatomy, physiology, psychology, and pathology of the olfactory organ and its functions, and a work that may still be consulted with profit, if indeed it can even yet be said to be at every point superseded. After Cloquet's time, the study of the sense of smell seems to have fallen into some degree of discredit. For more than half a century, no important progress was made in this field. Serious investigators seem to have become shy of the primitive senses generally, and the subject of smell was mainly left to those interested in curious subjects. Many interesting observations were, however, incidentally made. Thus Laycock, who was a pioneer in so many bypaths of psychology and anthropology, showed a special interest in the olfactory sense, and frequently touched on it in his Nervous Diseases of Women and elsewhere. The writer who more than any other has in recent years restored the study of the sense of smell from a bypath to its proper position as a highway for investigation is without a doubt Professor Zwaardmeijer of Utrecht. The invention of his first olfactometer in 1888 and the appearance in 1895 of his great work Die Physiologie des Geruchs have served to give the physiology of the sense of smell an assured status and to open the way anew for much fruitful investigation, while a number of inquirers in many countries have had their attention directed to the elucidation of this sense. Notwithstanding, however, the amount of work which has been done in this field during recent years, it cannot be said that the body of assured conclusions so far reached is large. The most fundamental principles of olfactory physiology and psychology are still somewhat vague and uncertain. Although sensations of smell are numerous and varied in this respect approaching the sensations of vision and hearing, smell still remains close to touch in the vagueness of its messages. While the most sensitive of the senses, remarks Passe, it is the least precise. The difficulty of classifying them, the impossibility of so controlling them as to found upon them any art. It seems better, therefore, not to attempt to force the present study of a special aspect of olfaction into any general scheme which may possibly not be really valid. The earliest and most general tendency in regard to the theory of smell was to regard it as a kind of chemical sense directly stimulated by minute particles of solid substance. A vibratory theory of smell, however, making it somewhat analogous to hearing, easily presents itself. When I first began the study of physiology in 1881, a speculation of this kind presented itself to my mind. Long before Philippe von Walter, a professor at Landshut, had put forward a dynamic theory of olfaction, Physiologie des Mouchons, 1807-8, Volume 2, page 278. It is a purely dynamic operation of the odorous substance in the olfactory organ, he stated. Odor is conveyed by the air, he believed, in the same way as heat. It must be added that his reasons for this theory will not always bear examination. More recently, a similar theory has been seriously put forward in various quarters. Sir William Ramsay tentatively suggested such a theory. Nature, Volume 25, page 187, in analogy with light and sound. Haycraft, Proceedings of the Royal Society of Edinburgh, 1883-87, and Brain, 1887-88, largely stating from Mendeleeff's law of periodicity, similarly sought to bring smell into line with the higher senses, arguing that molecules with the same vibration have the same smell. Rutherford, Nature, August 11, 1892, page 343, attaching importance to the evidence brought forward by von Brunn showing that the olfactory cells terminate in very delicate short hairs, also stated his belief that the different qualities of smell result from differences in the frequency and form of the vibrations initiated by the action of the chemical molecules on these olfactory cells, though he admitted that such a conception involved a very subtle conception of molecular vibration. Vachid and Van Mel, Paris Academy of Sciences, December 26, 1899, have again argued that smell is produced by rays of short wavelengths, analogous to light rays, Röntgen rays, etc. Chemical action is, however, a very important factor in the production of odors. This has been well shown by Ayrton, Nature, September 8, 1898. We seem to be forced in the direction of a chemico-vibratory theory, as pointed out by Southern, Nature, March 26, 1903, the olfactory cells being directly stimulated not by the ordinary vibrations of the molecules, but by the agitations accompanying chemical changes. The vibratory hypothesis of the action of odors has had some influence on the recent physiologists who have chiefly occupied themselves with olfaction. It is probable, Zweidmarker writes, Leon Physiology, 1898, that aroma is physico-chemical attribute of the molecules. He points out that there is an intimate analogy between color and odor and remarks that this analogy leads us to suppose in an aroma either vibrations of which the period is determined by the structure of the molecule. Since the physiology of olfaction is yet so obscure, it is not surprising that we have no thoroughly scientific classification of smells, notwithstanding various ambitious attempts to reach a classification. The classification adopted by Zweidmarker is founded on the ancient scheme of Linnaeus, and may here be reproduced. 1. Ethereal odors, chiefly esters, Rimmel's fruity series. 2. Aromatic odors, terpenes, camphors, and the spicy, herbaceous, rosaceous, and almond series. The chemical types are well determined. Cineol, eugenol, anthanol, geranol, benzaldehyde. 3. The balsamic odors, chiefly aldehydes, Rimmel's jasmine, violet, and balsamic series, with the chemical types terpenol, ionone, vanillin. 4. The ambrosial odors, ambergris and musk. The alliaceous odors with the cacodylic group, asafoetida, ichthyol, etc. 6. Empyreumatic odors. 7. Valerianaceous odors, Linnaeus's odors, Hircini, the capryl group, largely composed of sexual odors. 8. Narcotic odors, Linnaeus's odors tetri. 9. Stenches. A valuable and interesting memoir, Revue Générale sur les sensations olfactives, by J. Passé, the chief French authority on the subject, will be found in the second volume of L'Année Physiologique, 1895. In the 5th issue of the same year book, for 1898, Zweidmarker presents a full summary of his work and views. Les sensations olfactives, leurs combinaisons et leurs compensations. A convenient but less authoritative summary of the facts of normal and pathological olfaction will be found in a little volume of the Actualités Médicales series by Dr. Collet, L'Odorat et ses Troubles, 1904, in a little book entitled Wegweiser zu einer Psychologie des Geruches, 1894, Geisler has sought to outline a psychology of smell, but his sketch can only be regarded as tentative and provisional. At the outset, nevertheless, it seems desirable that we should at least have some conception of the special characteristics which mark the great and varied mass of sensations reaching the brain through the channel of the olfactory organ. The main special character of olfactory images seems to be conditioned by the fact that they are intermediate in character between those of touch or taste and those of sight or sound, that they have much of the vagueness of the first and something of the richness and variety of the second. Aesthetically also, they occupy an intermediate position between the higher and lower senses. They are, at the same time, less practically useful than either the lower or the higher senses. They furnish us with a great mass of what we may call by-sensations, which are of little practical use, but inevitably become intimately mixed with the experiences of life by association, and thus acquire an emotional significance, which is often very considerable. Their emotional force, it may well be, is connected with the fact that their anatomical seat is the most ancient part of the brain. They lie in a remote, almost disused storehouse of our minds, and show the fascination or the repulsiveness of all vague and remote things. It is for this reason that they are, to an extent that is remarkable when we consider that they are much more precise than touch sensations, subject to the influence of emotional associations. The very same odor may be at one moment highly pleasant, at the next moment highly unpleasant, in accordance with the emotional attitude resulting from its associations. Visual images have no such extreme flexibility. They are too definite to be so easily influenced. Our feelings about the beauty of a flower cannot oscillate so easily or so far as may our feelings about the agreeableness of its odor. Our olfactory experiences thus institute a more or less continuous series of by-sensations, accompanying us through life, of no great practical significance, but of considerable emotional significance from their variety, their intimacy, their associational facility, their remote ancestral reverberations through our brains. It is the existence of these characteristics, at once so vague and so specific, so useless and so intimate, which led various writers to describe the sense of smell as, above all others, the sense of imagination. No sense has so strong a power of suggestion, the power of calling up ancient memories, with a wider and deeper emotional reverberation, while at the same time no sense furnishes impressions which so easily change emotional color and tone, in harmony with the recipient's general attitude. Odors are thus especially apt both to control the emotional life and to become its slaves. With the use of incense, religions have utilized the imaginative and symbolic virtues of fragrance. All the legends of the saints have insisted on the odor of sanctity that exhales from the bodies of holy persons, especially at the moment of death. Under the conditions of civilization, these primitive emotional associations of odor tend to be dispersed, but on the other hand, the imaginative side of the olfactory sense becomes accentuated, and personal idiosyncrasies of all kinds tend to manifest themselves in the sphere of smell. Rousseau, in Emile, Book 2, regarded smell as the sense of the imagination. So also at an earlier period it was termed, according to Cloquet, by Cardano. Cloquet frequently insisted on the qualities of odors which cause them to appeal to the imagination, on their irregular and inconsistent character, on their power of intoxicating the mind on some occasions, on the curious individual and racial preferences in the matter of odors. He remarked on the fact that the Persians employed asafoetida as a seasoning, while valerian was accounted a perfume in antiquity. Cloquet, Osphiology, pages 28, 45, 71, 112. It may be added as a curious example familiar to most people of the dependence of the emotional tone of a smell on its associations, that while the exhalations of other people's bodies are ordinarily disagreeable to us, such is not the case with our own. This is expressed in the crude and vigorous dictum of the Elizabethan poet Marston. Every man's dung smells sweet in his own nose. There are doubtless many implications, moral as well as psychological, in that statement. The modern authorities on olfaction, Passé and Zwaardmaker, both alike insist on the same characteristics of the sense of smell, its extreme acuity and yet its vagueness. We live in a world of odor, Zwaardmaker remarks, Léonie Psychologique, 1898, page 203, as we live in a world of light and of sound. But smell yields us no distinct ideas grouped in regular order, still less that are fixed in the memory as a grammatical discipline. olfactory sensations awake vague and half-understood perceptions, which are accompanied by very strong emotion. The emotion dominates us, but the sensation which was the cause of it remains unperceived. Even in the same individual, there are wide variations in the sensitiveness to odors at different times, more especially as regards faint odors. Passé, L'année psychologique, 1895, page 387, brings forward some observations on this point. Maudsley noted the peculiarly suggestive power of odors. There are certain smells, he remarked, which never fail to bring back to me instantly and visibly scenes of my boyhood. Many of us could probably say the same. Another writer, E. Dillon, A Neglected Sense, 19th century, April 1894, remarks that no sense has a stronger power of suggestion. Ribot has made an interesting investigation as to the prevalence and nature of the emotional memory of odors. Psychology of the Emotions, Chapter 11. By emotional memory is meant the spontaneous or voluntary revivability of the image, olfactory or other. For the general question, see an article by F. Pilon, La mémoire affective, son importance théorique et pratique, Revue philosophique, February 1901. Also Paul Hahn, Sur la mémoire affective, Revue philosophique, December 1902 and January 1903. Ribot found that 40% of persons are unable to revive any such images of taste or smell. 48% could revive some. 12% declared themselves capable of reviving all or nearly all at pleasure. In some persons there is no necessary accompanying revival of visual or tactile representations, but in the majority the revived odor ultimately excites a corresponding visual image. The odors most frequently recalled were pinks, musk, violets, heliotrope, carbolic acid, the smell of the country, of grass, etc. Piron, Revue philosophique, December 1902, has described the special power possessed by vague odors in his own case of evoking ancient impressions. Dr. J. N. Mackenzie, American Journal of the Medical Sciences, January 1886, considers that civilization exerts an influence in heightening or encouraging the influence of olfaction as it affects our emotions and judgment, and that in the same way as we ascend the social scale, the more readily our minds are influenced and perhaps perverted by impressions received through the sense of smell. Odors are powerful stimulants to the whole nervous system, causing, like other stimulants, an increase of energy which, if excessive or prolonged, leads to nervous exhaustion. Thus, it is well recognized in medicine that the aromatics containing volatile oils, such as anise, cinnamon, cardamoms, cloves, coriander, and peppermint, are antispasmodic and anesthetics, and that they stimulate digestion, circulation, and the nervous system in large doses, producing depression. The carefully arranged plethysmographic experiments of Shields at the Johns Hopkins University have shown that olfactory sensations by their action on the vasomotor system cause an increase of blood in the brain and sometimes, in addition, stimulation of the heart. Musk, wintergreen, wood violet, and especially heliotrope were found to act strongly in these ways. Ferreira's experiments with the dynamometer and the aerograph have greatly contributed to illustrate the stimulating effects of odor. Thus, he found that smelling musk suffices to double muscular effort. With a number of odorous substances, he has found that muscular work is temporarily heightened. When taste stimulation was added, the increase of energy, notably when using lemon, was colossal. A kind of sensorial intoxication could be produced by the inhalation of odors, and the whole system stimulated to greater activity. The visual acuity was increased, and electric and general excitability heightened. Such effects may be obtained in perfectly healthy persons, though both Shields and Ferreira have found that in highly nervous persons the effects are liable to be much greater. It is doubtless on this account that it is among civilized peoples that attention is chiefly directed to perfumes, and that under the conditions of modern life the interest in olfaction and its study has been revived. It is the genuinely stimulant qualities of odorous substances which lead to the widespread use of the more potent, among them by ancient physicians, and has led a few modern physicians to employ them still. Thus vanilla, according to Eloy, deserves to be much more frequently used therapeutically than it is, on account of its excimeter properties. He states that its qualities as an excitant of sexual desire have long been recognized, and that Foncegreves used to prescribe it for sexual frigidity. End of section 8. Section 9 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4 by Havelock Ellis. Smell, Chapter 3, Part 1. In approaching the specifically sexual aspect of odor in the human species, we may start from the fundamental fact, a fact we seek so far as possible to disguise in our ordinary social relations, that all men and women are odorous. This is marked among all races. The powerful odor of many, though not all Negroes, is well known. It is by no means due to uncleanly habits, and Jost remarks that it is even increased by cleanliness, which opens the pores of the skin. According to Sir H. Johnston, it is most marked in the armpits and is stronger in men than in women. Pruner Bay describes it as ammoniacal and rancid. It is like the odor of the he-goat. The odor varies not only individually but according to the tribe. Castellani states that the negress of the Congo has merely a slight gout de noisette, which is agreeable rather than otherwise. Monboutou women, according to Park, have a strong gorgonzola perfume, and Emin told Park that he could distinguish the members of different tribes by their characteristic odor. In the same way, the Nicobarese, according to Mann, can distinguish a member of each of the 6 tribes of the archipelago by smell. The odor of Australian blacks is less strong than that of Negroes, and has been described as of a phosphoric character. The South American Indians, D'Aubergny state, have an odor stronger than that of Europeans, though not as strong as most Negroes. It is marked, Latcham states, even among those who, like the Arancanos, bathe constantly. The Chinese have a musky odor. The odor of many peoples is described as being of garlic. A South Sea Islander, we are told by Charles de Varigny, on coming to Sydney and seeing the ladies walking about the streets and apparently doing nothing, expressed much astonishment, adding with a gesture of contempt, "And they have no smell." It is by no means true, however, that Europeans are odorless. They are indeed considerably more odorous than are many other races, for instance the Japanese, and there is doubtless some association between the great hairiness of Europeans and their marked odor, since the sebaceous glands are part of the hair apparatus. A Japanese anthropologist, Adachi, has published an interesting study on the odor of Europeans, which he describes as a strong and pungent smell, sometimes sweet, sometimes bitter, of varying strength in different individuals, absent in children and the aged, and having its chief focus in the armpits, which, however carefully they are washed, immediately become odorous again. Adachi has found that the sweat glands are larger in Europeans than in the Japanese, among whom a strong personal odor is so uncommon that armpit stink is a disqualification for the army. It is certainly true that the white races smell less strongly than most of the dark races, odor seeming to be correlated to some extent with intensity of pigmentation, as well as with hairiness, but even the most scrupulously clean Europeans all smell. This fact may not always be obvious to human nostrils apart from intimate contact, but it is well known to dogs to whom their masters are recognizable by smell. When Hugh traveled in Tibet in Chinese disguise, he was not detected by the natives, but the dogs recognized him as a foreigner by his smell and barked at him. Many Chinese can tell by smell when a European has been in a room. There are, however, some Europeans who can recognize and distinguish their friends by smell. The case has been recorded of a man who, with bandaged eyes, could recognize his acquaintances, at the distance of several paces, the moment they entered the room. In another case, a deaf and blind mute woman in Massachusetts knew all her acquaintances by smell, and could sort linen after it came from the wash by the odor alone. Governesses have been known to be able, when blindfolded, to recognize the ownership of their pupils' garments by smell. Such a case is known to me. Such odor is usually described as being agreeable, but not 1 person in 50, it is stated, is able to distinguish it with sufficient precision to use it as a method of recognition. Among some races, however, this aptitude would appear to be better developed. Dr. C.S. Myers at Sarawak noted that his Malay boy sorted the clean linen according to the skin odor of the wearer. Chinese servants are said to do the same, as well as Australians and natives of Luzon. Although the distinctly individual odor of most persons is not sufficiently marked to be generally perceptible, there are cases in which it is more distinct to all nostrils. The most famous case of this kind is that of Alexander the Great, who, according to Plutarch, exhaled so sweet an odor that his tunics were soaked with aromatic perfume. Convivialam Disputationium, Book 1, Quest 6. Meherbe, Kuhas, and Haller are said to have diffused a musky odor. The agreeable odor of Walt Whitman has been remarked by Kennedy and others. The perfume exhaled by many holy men and women, so often noted by ancient writers, discussed by Goras in the second volume of his Christolique Mystique, and which has entered into current phraseology as a merely metaphorical odor of sanctity, was doubtless due, as Hammond first pointed out, to abnormal nervous conditions, for it is well known that such conditions affect the odor, and, in insanity for instance, the presence is noted of bodily odors which have sometimes even been considered of diagnostic importance. J.B. Friedrich, Alemany Diagnostik der Psychischen Krankheiten, 2nd edition, 1832, pages 9 and 10, quotes passages from various authors on this point, which he accepts. Various writers of more recent date have made similar observations. The odor of sanctity was specially noted at death, and was doubtless confused with the odor mortis, which frequently precedes death and by some is regarded as an almost certain indication of its approach. In the British Medical Journal for May and June 1898 will be found letters from several correspondents substantiating this point. One of these correspondents, Dr. Tukey, of Tywardreath, Cornwall, mentions that he has in Cornwall often seen ravens flying over houses in which persons lay dying, evidently attracted by a characteristic odor. It must be borne in mind, however, that while every person has to a sensitive nose a distinguishing odor, we must regard that odor either as but one of the various sensations given off by the body, or else a combination of two or more of these emanations. The body, in reality, gives off a number of different odors. The most important of these are 1. The general skin odor, a faint but agreeable fragrance often to be detected on the skin even immediately after washing. 2. The smell of the hair and scalp. 3. The odor of the breath. 4. The odor of the armpit. 5. The odor of the feet. 6. The perennial odor. 7. In men, the odor of the perpetual smegma. In women, the odor of the mons venus, that of vulvar smegma, that of vaginal mucus, and the menstrual odor. All these are odors which may usually be detected, though sometimes only in very faint degree, in healthy and well-washed persons under normal conditions. It is unnecessary here to take into account the special odors of various secretions and excretions. It is a significant fact, both as regards the ancestral sexual connections of the body odors and their actual sexual associations today, that, as Hippocrates long noted ago, it is not until puberty that they assume their adult characteristics. The infant, the adult, the aged person, each has his own kind of smell, and, as Monin remarks, it might be possible, within certain limits, to discover the age of a person by his odor. Njorg, in 1832, pointed out that in girls the appearance of a specific smell of the excreta indicates the establishment of puberty, and Kahn, in his Psychopathia Sexualis, remarked that at puberty the sweat gives out a more acrid odor resembling musk. In both sexes, puberty, adolescence, early manhood, and womanhood are marked by a gradual development of the adult odor of skin and excreta, in general harmony with the secondary sexual development of hair and pigment. Venturi indeed has, not without reason, described the odor of the body as a secondary sexual character. It may be added that, as is the case with the pigment in various parts of the body in women, some of these odors tend to become exaggerated in sympathy with sexual and other emotional states. The odor of the infant is said to be of butyric acid, that of old people to resemble dry leaves. Continent young men have been said by many ancient writers to smell more strongly than the unchaste, and some writers have described as seminal odor an odor resembling that of animals in heat, faintly recalling that of the he-goat, according to Venturi, the exhalations of the skin at such times. During sexual excitement, as women can testify, a man very frequently, if not normally, gives out an odor which, as usually described, proceeds from the skin, the breath, or both. Grimaldi states that it is as of rancid butter. Others say it resembles chloroform. It is said to be sometimes perceptible for a distance of several feet and to last for several hours after coitus. Various quotations are given by Gould and Pyle. Anomalies and Curiosities of Medicine, section on Human Odors, pages 397 to 403. St. Philip Neri is said to have been able to recognize a chaste man by smell. During menstruation, girls and young women frequently give off an odor which is quite distinct from that of the menstrual fluid, and especially marked in the breath, which may smell of chloroform or violets. Pouchet, confirmed by Raciborski, Traité de la Menstruation, 1868, page 74, stated that about a day before the onset of menstruation, a characteristic smell is exuded. Menstruating girls are also said sometimes to give off a smell of leather. Aubert of Lyons, as quoted by Galopin, describes the odor of the skin of a woman during menstruation as an agreeable aromatic or acidulous perfume of chloroform character. By some, this is described as emanating especially from the armpits. Sandras, quoted by Raciborski, knew a lady who could always tell by a sensation of faintness and malaise, apparently due to a sensation of smell, when she was in contact with a menstruating woman. I am acquainted with a man having strong olfactory sympathies and antipathies, who detects the presence of menstruation by smell. It is said that Hortense Barré, who accompanied her lover, the botanist Commerson, to the Pacific disguised as a man, was recognized by the natives as a woman by means of smell. Women, like men, frequently give out an odor during coitus or strong sexual excitement. This odor may be entirely different from that normally emanating from the woman, of an acid or hircine character, and sufficiently strong to remain in a room for a considerable period. Many of the ancient medical writers, as quoted by Shergoose, Parthenologia, page 286, describe the goaty smell produced by venery, especially in women. They regarded it as specially marked in harlots and in newly married, and sometimes even considered it a certain sign of defloration. The case has been recorded of a woman who emitted a rose odor for 2 days after coitus. McBride, quoted by Kiernan in an interesting summary, Odor and Pathology, Doctor's Magazine, December 1900. There was, it is said, Journal des Savants, 1684, page 39, quoting from the Journal d'Angleterre, a monk in Prague who could recognize by smell the chastity of the women who approached him. This monk, it is added, when he died, was composing a new science of odors. Gustav Klein, as quoted by Adler, Die Mangelhaft Geschlechtsempfindungen des Weibes, page 25, argues that the special function of the glands at the vulvar orifice, the glandulae vestibularis majores, is to give out an odorous secretion to act as an attraction to the male, this relic of sexual curiosity no longer, however, playing an important part in the human species. The vulvar secretion, however, it may be added, still has a more aromatic odor than the vaginal secretion, with its simple mucose odor very clearly perceived during parnutition. It may be added that we still know extremely little concerning the sexual odors of women among primitive peoples. Ploss and Bartels are only able to bring forward, Das Weib, 1901, Book 1, page 218, a statement concerning the women of New Caledonia, who, according to Monteleone, when young and ardent, give out during coitus a powerful odor which no ablution will remove. In abnormal states of sexual excitement, such odor may be persistent, and according to an ancient observation, a nymphomaniac whose periods of sexual excitement lasted all through the springtime, at these periods always emitted a goat-like odor. It has been said, G. Tordet, Art, Aphrodisiae, Dictionary Encyclopédique des Sciences Médicales, that the erotic temperament is characterized by a special odor. If the body odors tend to develop at puberty, to be maintained during sexual life, especially in sympathy with conditions of sexual disturbance, and to become diminished in old age, being thus a kind of secondary sexual character, we should expect them to be less marked in those cases in which the primary sexual characters are less marked. It is possible that this is actually the case. Hagen, in his Sexuelle Ossophrology, quotes from Rubin's Traité de l'impuissance the statement that the body odor of the castrated differs from that of normal individuals. Burdock had previously stated that the odor of the eunuch is less marked than that of the normal man. It is thus possible that defective sexual development tends to be associated with corresponding olfactory defect. Heischel has reported a case in which absence of both olfactory nerves coincided with defective development of the sexual organs. Ferreira remarks that the impotent show repugnance for sexual odors. Dr. Kiernan informs me that in women after oophorectomy he has noted a tendency to diminished and occasionally increased sense of smell. These questions, however, await more careful and extended observation. A very significant transition from the phenomena of personal odor to those of sexual attraction by personal odor is to be found in the fact that among the peoples inhabiting a large part of the world's surface, the ordinary salutation between friends is by mutual smelling of the person. In some form or another, the method of salutation by applying the nose to the nose, face, or hand of a friend in greeting is found throughout a large part of the Pacific, among the Papuans, the Eskimos, the hill tribes of India, in Africa, and elsewhere. Thus, among a certain hill tribe in India, according to Lewin, they smell a friend's cheek. In their language they do not say, "Give me a kiss," but they say, "Smell me." And on the Gambia, according to F. Moore, when the men salute the women, they, instead of shaking their hands, put it up to their noses and smell twice to the back of it. Here we have very clearly a recognition of the emotional value of personal odor widely prevailing throughout the world. The salutation on an olfactory basis may indeed be said to be more general than the salutation on a tactile basis on which European handshaking rests, each form involving one of the two most intimate and emotional senses. The kiss may be said to be a development proceeding both from the olfactory and the tactile bases, with perhaps some other elements as well, and is too complex to be regarded as a phenomenon of either purely tactile or purely olfactory origin. As the sole factor in sexual selection, olfaction must be rare. It is said that Asiatic princes have sometimes caused a number of the ladies to race into the Serigalo garden until they were heated, their garments having then been brought to the prince, who has selected one of them solely by the odor. There was here a sexual selection mainly by odor. Any exclusive efficacy of the olfactory sense is rare, not so much because the impressions of this sense are inoperative, but because agreeable personal odors are not sufficiently powerful, and the olfactory organ is too obtuse to enable smell to take precedence of sight. Nevertheless, in many people it is probable that certain odors, especially those that are correlated with a healthy and sexually desirable person, tend to be agreeable. They are fortified by their association with the loved person, sometimes to an irresistible degree, and their potency is doubtless increased by the fact to which reference has already been made, that many odors, including some bodily odors, are nervous stimulants. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4, by Havelock Ellis. Section 10, Smell, Chapter 3, Part 2. It is possible that the sexual associations of odors have been still further fortified by a tendency to correlation between a high development of the olfactory organ and a high development of the sexual apparatus. An association between a large nose and a large male organ is a very ancient observation and has been verified occasionally in recent times. There is normally, at puberty, a great increase in the septum of the nose, and it is quite conceivable, in view of the sympathy which, as we shall see, certainly exists between the olfactory and sexual region, that the two regions may develop together under a common influence. The Romans firmly believed in the connection between a large nose and a large penis. Noscitur e naso quanta sit hasta viro, stated Ovid. This belief continued to prevail, especially in Italy, through the Middle Ages, the physiognomists made much of it, and licentious women like Joanna of Naples were, it appears, accustomed to bear it in mind, although disappointment is recorded often to have followed. See, for example, the quotations and references given by J.N. Mackenzie, Physiological and Pathological Relations Between the Nose and the Sexual Apparatus in Man, Johns Hopkins Hospital Bulletin No. 82, January 1898. Also Hagen, Sexuelle aus Physiologie, pages 15 through 19. A similar belief as to the association between the sexual impulse in women and a long nose was evidently common in England in the 16th century, for in Massinger's Emperor of the East, Act 2, Scene 1, we read, "Her nose, which by its length assures me of storms at midnight if I failed to pay her the tribute she expects." At the present day, a proverb of the Venetian people still embodies the belief in the connection between a large nose and a large sexual member. The probability that such an association tends in many cases to prevail is indicated not only by the beliefs of antiquity, when more careful attention was paid to these matters, but by the testimony of various modern observers, although it does not appear that any series of exact observations have yet been made. It may be noted that Marot, in his careful anthropological study of criminals, I caratteri dei delinquenti, found no class of criminals with so large a proportion alike of anomalies of the nose and anomalies of the genital organs as sexual offenders. However this may be, it is less doubtful that there is a very intimate relation, both in men and women, between the olfactory mucous membrane of the nose and the whole genital apparatus, that they frequently show a sympathetic action, that influences acting on the genital sphere will affect the nose, and occasionally, it is probable, influences acting on the nose reflexly affect the genital sphere. To discuss these relationships would here be out of place, since specialists are not altogether in agreement concerning the matter. A few are inclined to regard the association as extremely intimate, so that each region is sensitive even to slight stimuli applied to the other region, while, on the other hand, many authorities ignore altogether the question of the relationship. It would appear, however, that there really is, in a considerable number of people at all events, a reflex connection of this kind. It has especially been noted that in many cases, congestion of the nose precedes menstruation. Bleeding of the nose is specially apt to occur at puberty and during adolescence, while in women it may take the place of menstruation, and is sometimes more apt to occur at the menstrual periods. Disorders of the nose have also been found to be aggravated at these periods. It has even been possible to control bleeding of the nose, both in men and women, by applying ice to the sexual regions. In both men and women, again, cases have been recorded in which sexual excitement, whether of coitus or masturbation, has been followed by bleeding of the nose. In numerous cases, it is followed by slight congestive conditions of the nasal passages, and especially by sneezing. Various authors have referred to this phenomenon. I am acquainted with a lady in whom it is fairly constant. Ferreira records the case of a lady, a nervous subject, who began to experience intense spontaneous sexual excitement shortly after marriage, accompanied by much secretion from the nose. J.N. Mackenzie is acquainted with a number of such cases, and he considers that the popular expression "bride's cold" indicates that this effect of strong sexual excitement is widely recognized. The late Professor Hack of Freiburg in 1884 called general medical attention to the intimate connection between the nose and states of nervous hyperexcitability in various parts of the body. Although such a connection had been recognized for many centuries in medical literature, while Hack and his disciples thus gave prominence to this association, they undoubtedly greatly exaggerated its importance and significance. Sir Felix Seaman, British Medical Journal, November 9th, 1901. Even many workers who have more recently further added to our knowledge have also, as sometimes happens with enthusiasts, unduly strained their own data. Starting from the fact that in women during menstruation, examination of the nose reveals a degree of congestion not found during the rest of the month, Fliess, die Beziehungen zwischen Nase und weiblichen Geschlechtsorganen, 1897, with the help of a number of elaborate and prolonged observations, has reached conclusions which, while they seem to be hazardous at some points, have certainly contributed to build up our knowledge of this obscure subject. Schiff, Wiener Klinische Wochenschrift, 1900, page 58, summarized in British Medical Journal, February 16, 1901, starting from a skeptical standpoint, has confirmed some of Fliess's results, and, in a large number of cases, controlled painful menstruation by painting with cocaine the so-called genital spots in the nose, all possibility of suggestion being avoided. Rees of Chicago has been similarly successful with the method of Fliess. American Gynecology, Volume 3, Number 4, 1903. Benedict, Wiener Medizinische Wochenschrift, Number 8, 1901, summarized in Journal of Medical Science, October 1901, while pointing out that the nose is not the only organ in sympathetic relation with the sexual sphere, suggests that the mechanism of the relationship is involved in the larger problem of the harmony in growth and in nutrition of the different parts of the organism. In this way, probably, we may attach considerable significance to the existence of a kind of erectile tissue in the nose. An interesting example of a reflex influence from the nose affecting the genital sphere has been brought forward by Dr. E.S. Talbot of Chicago. A 56-year-old man was operated on, September 1st, 1903, for the removal of the left cartilage of the septum of the nose, owing to a previous traumatic fracture at the 16th year. No pain was experienced until 2 years ago, when a continual soreness occurred at the apical end of the fracture during the winter months. The operation was decided upon, fearing more serious complications. The parts were cocainized. No pain was experienced in the operation, except at one point at the lower posterior portion near the floor of the nose. A profound shock to the general system followed. The reflex influence of the pain upon the genital organs caused semen to flow continually for 3 weeks. A treatment of general motor irritability with camphor monobromate and conium, on consultation with Dr. Kiernan, checked the flow. The discharge produced spinal neurasthenia. The legs and feet felt heavy. Erythromelalgia caused uneasiness. The patient walked with difficulty. The tired feeling in the feet and limbs was quite noticeable 4 months after the operation, although the pain had, to a great extent, diminished. Chicago Academy of Medicine, January 1904, and private letter. J.N. Mackenzie has brought together a great many original observations, together with interesting quotations from old medical literature in his 2 papers. The Pathological Nasal Reflex, New York Medical Journal, August 20th, 1887, and The physiological and pathological relations between the nose and the sexual apparatus of man. Johns Hopkins Hospital Bulletin, January 1st, 1898. A number of cases have also been brought together from the literature by G. Endres in his inaugural dissertation, Die bisherigen Beobachtungen von physiologischen und pathologischen Beziehungen der oberen Luftwege zu den Sexualorganen. Teil 2, Würzburg, 1892. The intimate association between the sexual centers and the olfactory tract is well illustrated by the fact that this primitive and ancient association tends to come to the surface in insanity. It is recognized by many alienists that insanity of a sexual character is specially liable to be associated with hallucinations of smell. Many eminent alienists in various countries are very decidedly of the opinion that there is a special tendency to the association of olfactory hallucinations with sexual manifestations, and, although one or two authorities have expressed doubt on the matter, the available evidence clearly indicates such an association. Hallucinations of smell are comparatively rare as compared to hallucinations of sight and hearing. They are commoner in women than in men, and they not infrequently occur at periods of sexual disturbance, at adolescence, in puerperal fever, at the change of life, in women with ovarian troubles, and in old people troubled with sexual desires or remorse for such desires. They have often been noted as specially frequent in cases of excessive masturbation. Krafft-Ebing, who found olfactory hallucinations common in various sexual states, considers that they are directly dependent on sexual excitement. Allgemeine Zeitschrift für Psychiatry, Board 34, Heft 4, 1877. Connolly Norman believes in a distinct and frequent association between olfactory hallucinations and sexual disturbance. Journal of Mental Science, July 1899, page 532. Savage is also impressed by the close association between sexual disturbance, or changes in the reproductive organs, and hallucinations of smell as well as of touch. He has found that persistent hallucinations of smell disappeared when a diseased ovary was removed, although the patient remained insane. He considers that such hallucinations of smell are allied to reversions. G.H. Savage, Smell, Hallucinations of, Tuke's Dictionary of Psychological Medicine, compare the same author's manual of Insanity and Allied Neuroses. Matouche, while not finding olfactory hallucinations common at the climacteric, states that when they are present, they are connected with uterine trouble and sexual craving. He finds them more common in young women. Matouche, der Einfluss des Climacterium auf Entschwung und Form der Geistesstörung, Allgemeine Zeitschrift für Psychiatry, Volume 46, Heft 4. Ferreira has related a significant case of a young man in whom hallucinations of smell accompanied the sexual orgasm. He subsequently developed epilepsy, to which the hallucination then constituted the aura. Compte rendu de la Société de Biologie, December 1896. The prevalence of a sexual element in olfactory hallucinations has been investigated by Bullen, who examined into 95 cases of hallucinations of smell among the patients in several asylums. In a few cases, there were reasons for believing that peripheral conditions existed which would render these hallucinations more strictly illusions. Of these, 64 were women. 16 of the women were climacteric cases, and 3 of them had sexual hallucinations or delusions. 14 other women, chiefly cases of chronic delusional insanity, had sexual delusions. Altogether, 31 men and women had sexual delusions. This is a large proportion. Bullen is not, however, inclined to admit any direct connection between the reproductive system and the sense of smell. He finds that other hallucinations are very frequently associated with the olfactory hallucinations, and considers that the coexistence of olfactory and sexual troubles simply indicates a very deep and widespread nervous disturbance. F. St. John Bullen, Olfactory Hallucinations in the Insane. Journal of Mental Science, July 1899. In order to elucidate the matter fully, we require further precise inquiries on the lines Bullen has laid down. It may be of interest to note in this connection that smell and taste hallucinations appear to be specially frequent in forms of religious insanity. Thus, Dr. Zurcher, in her inaugural dissertation on Joan of Arc, Jeanne d'Arc, Leipzig, 1895, page 72, estimates that on the average, in such insanity, nearly 50% of the hallucinations affect smell and taste. She refers also to the olfactory hallucinations of great religious leaders, Francis of Assisi, Caterina Emmerich, Lazzaretti, and the Anabaptists. It may well be, as Zwaardemaker has suggested in his Physiologie des Geruchs, that the nasal congestion at menstruation and similar phenomena are connected with that association of smell and sexuality which is observable throughout the whole animal world, and that the congestion brings about a temporary increase of olfactory sensitiveness during the stage of sexual excitation. Careful investigation of olfactory acuteness would reveal the existence of such menstrual heightening of its acuity. In a few exceptional but still quite healthy people, smell would appear to possess an emotional predominance which it cannot be said to possess in the average person. These exceptional people are of what Binet, in his study of sexual fetishism, calls olfactive type. Such persons form a group which, though of smaller size and less importance, is fairly comparable to the well-known groups of visual type, of auditory type, and of psychomotor type. Such people would be more attentive to odors, more moved by olfactory sympathies and antipathies than are ordinary people. For these, it may well be, the supremacy accorded to olfactory influences in Jager's Entdeckung der Seele, though extravagantly incorrect for ordinary persons, may appear quite reasonable. It is certain also that a great many neurasthenic people, and particularly those who are sexually neurasthenic, are peculiarly susceptible to olfactory influences. A number of eminent poets and novelists, especially it would appear in France, seem to be in this case. Baudelaire, of all great poets, has most persistently and most elaborately emphasized the imaginative and emotional significance of odor. The Fleurs de Mal, and many of the petits poems en prose, are, from this point of view, of great interest. There can be no doubt that in Baudelaire's own imaginative and emotional life, the sense of smell played a highly important part, and that, in his own words, odor was to him what music is to others. Throughout Zola's novels, and perhaps more especially in La Faute de l'Abbé Mouret, there is an extreme insistence on odors of every kind. Professor Leopold Bernard wrote an elaborate study of this aspect of Zola's work. He believed that underlying Zola's interest in odors, there was an abnormally keen olfactory sensibility and large development of the olfactory region of the brain. Such a supposition is, however, unnecessary, and, as a matter of fact, a careful examination of Zola's olfactory sensibility conducted by Monsieur Passy showed that it was somewhat below normal. At the same time, it was shown that Zola was really a person of olfactory psychic type, with a special attention to odors and a special memory for them, as is frequently the case with perfumers with less than normal olfactory acuity. He possessed a more than normal power of discriminating odors. It is possible that in early life his olfactory acuity may also have been above normal. In the same way, Nietzsche, in his writings, shows a marked sensibility, and especially antipathy, as regards odors, which has by some been regarded as an index to a real physical sensibility of abnormal keenness. According to Mobius, however, there was no reason for supposing this to be the case. Huysmans, who throughout his books reveals a very intense preoccupation with the exact shades of many kinds of sensory impressions and an apparently abnormally keen sensibility to them, has shown a great interest in odors, more especially in an oft-quoted passage in A Rebours. The blind Milton of Paradise Lost, as the late Mr. Grant Allen once remarked to me, dwells much on scents. In this case, it is doubtless to the blindness, and not to any special organic predisposition, that we must attribute this direction of sensory attention. Among our older English poets also, Herrick displays a special interest in odors, with a definite realization of their sexual attractiveness. Shelley, who was alive to so many of the unusual aesthetic aspects of things, often shows an enthusiastic delight in odors, more especially those of flowers. It may indeed be said that most poets, though to a less degree than those I have mentioned, devote a special attention to odors. And since it has been possible to describe smell as the sense of imagination, this need not surprise us. That Shakespeare, for instance, ranked this sense very high indeed is shown by various passages in his works, and notably by Sonnet 54. "Oh, how much more doth beauty beauteous seem," in which he implicitly places the attraction of odor on at least as high a level as that of vision. A neurasthenic sensitiveness to odors, especially sexual odors, is frequently accompanied by lack of sexual vigor. In this way we may account for the numerous cases in which old men, in whom sexual desire survives the loss of virile powers, probably somewhat abnormal persons at the outset, find satisfaction in sexual odors. Here, also, we have the basis for olfactory fetishism. In such fetishism, the odor of the woman alone, whoever she may be and however unattractive she may be, suffices to furnish complete sexual satisfaction. In many, although not all, of those cases in which articles of women's clothing become the object of fetishistic attraction, there is certainly an olfactory element due to the personal odor attaching to the garments. Olfactory influences play a certain part in various sexually abnormal tendencies and practices which do not proceed from an exclusively olfactory fascination. Thus, cunnilingus and fellatio derive part of their attraction, more especially in some individuals, from a predilection for the odors of the sexual parts. See, for example, Moll, Untersuchungen über die Libido Sexualis, Board 1, page 134. In many cases, smell plays no part in the attraction. "I enjoy cunnilingus if I like the girl very much," a correspondent writes, "in spite of the smell." We may associate this impulse with the prevalence of these practices among sexual inverts, in whom olfactory attractions are often specially marked. Those individuals also who are sexually affected by the urinary and alvine excretions, reniflures, stereorares, etc., are largely, though not necessarily altogether, moved by olfactory impressions. The attraction was, however, exclusively olfactory in the case of the young woman recorded by Moralia, Archivio di Psichiatria, 1892, page 267, who was irresistibly excited by the odor of the fermented urine of men, and possibly also in the case narrated to Moralia by Professor L. Bianchi, Ibid, page 568, in which a wife required flatus from her husband. The sexual pleasure derived from partial strangulation, discussed in the study of Love and Pain in a previous volume, may be associated with heightened olfactory sexual excitation. Dr. Kiernan, who points this out to me, has investigated a few neuropathic patients who like to have their necks squeezed, as they express it, and finds that, in the majority, the olfactory sensibility is thus intensified. Even in ordinary, normal persons, however, there can be no doubt that personal odor tends to play a not inconsiderable part in sexual attractions and sexual repulsions. As a sexual excitant, indeed, it comes far behind the stimuli received through the sense of sight. The comparative bluntness of the sense of smell in man makes it difficult for olfactory influence to be felt, as a rule, until the preliminaries of courtship are already over, so that it is impossible for smell ever to possess the same significance in sexual attraction in man that it possesses in the lower animals. With that reservation, there can be no doubt that odor has a certain favorable or unfavorable influence in sexual relationships in all human races from the lowest to the highest. The Polynesian spoke with contempt of those women of European race who have no smell, and in view of the pronounced personal odor of so many savage peoples, as well as of the careful attention which they so often pay to odors, we may certainly assume, even in the absence of much definite evidence, that smell counts for much in their sexual relationships. This is confirmed by such practices as that found among some primitive peoples, as it is stated in the Philippines, of lovers exchanging their garments to have the smell of the loved one about them. In the barbaric stages of society, this element becomes self-conscious and is clearly avowed. Personal odors are constantly described with complacency, sometimes as mingled with the lavish use of artificial perfumes, in much of the erotic literature produced in the highest stages of barbarism, especially by Eastern peoples living in hot climates. It is only necessary to refer to the Song of Songs, the Arabian Nights, and the Indian treatises on love. Even in some parts of Europe, the same influence is recognized in the crudest animal form, and Krauss states that among the southern Slavs it is sometimes customary to leave the sexual parts unwashed because a strong odor of these parts is regarded as a sexual stimulant. Under the usual conditions of life in Europe, personal odor has sunk into the background. This has been so equally under the conditions of classic, medieval, and modern life. personal odor has been generally regarded as unaesthetic. It has, for the most part, only been mentioned to be reprobated, and even those poets and others who, during recent centuries, have shown a sensitive delight and interest in odors, Herrick, Shelley, Baudelaire, Zola, and Huysmans, have seldom ventured to insist that a purely natural and personal odor can be agreeable. The fact that it may be so, and that for most people such odors cannot be a matter of indifference in the most intimate of all relationships, is usually only to be learned casually and incidentally. There can be no doubt, however, that, as Kiernan points out, the extent to which olfaction influences the sexual sphere in civilized man has been much underestimated. We need not, therefore, be surprised at the greater interest which has recently been taken in this subject. As usually happens, indeed, there has been in some writers a tendency to run to the opposite extreme, and we cannot, with Gustav Jaeger, regard the sexual instinct as mainly or altogether an olfactory matter. Of the Padmini, the perfect woman, the lotus woman, Hindu writers say that her sweat has the odor of musk, while the vulgar woman, they say, smells of fish. Kama Sutra of Vatsayana. Ploss and Bartels, Das Weib, 1901, page 218, bring forward a passage from the Tamal Kokolgam, minutely describing various kinds of sexual odor in women, which they regard as resting on sound observation. 4 things in a woman, says the Arab, should be perfumed: the mouth, the armpits, the pudenda, and the nose. The Persian poets, in describing the body, delighted to use metaphors involving odor. Not only the hair and the down on the face, but the chin, the mouth, the beauty spots, the neck, all suggested odorous images. The epithets applied to the hair frequently refer to musk, ambergris, and civet. Anis el Otchak, translated by Huart, Bibliothèque de l'École des Hautes Études, fascicle 25, 1875. The Hebrew Song of Songs furnishes a typical example of a very beautiful Eastern love poem in which the importance of the appeal to the sense of smell is throughout emphasized. There are, in this short poem, as many as 24 fairly definite references to odors, personal odors, perfumes, and flowers, while numerous other references to flowers, etc., seem to point to olfactory associations. Both the lover and his sweetheart express pleasure in each other's personal odor. "My beloved is unto me," she sings, "as a bag of myrrh that lieth between my breasts. My beloved is unto me as a cluster of henna flowers in the vineyard of En-Gedi." And again, "His cheeks are as a bed of spices," or balsam, "as banks of sweet herbs." While of her, he says, "The smell of thy breath," or nose, "is like apples." End of section 10, read by Phineas, Denver, Colorado, 2025. Section 11 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4, by Havelock Ellis. Section 11, Smell, Chapter 3, Part 3. Greek and Roman antiquity, which has so largely influenced the traditions of modern Europe, was lavish in the use of perfumes, but showed no sympathy with personal odors. For the Roman satirists like Martial, a personal odor is nearly always an unpleasant odor, though there are a few allusions in classic literature recognizing bodily smell as a sexual attraction. Ovid, in his Ars Amandi, Book 3, says it is scarcely necessary to remind a lady that she must not keep a goat in her armpits. Natrux caper irit in alis. Muliertum bene olet, ubi nihil olet is an ancient dictum, and in the 16th century Montaigne still repeated the same saying with complete approval. A different current of feeling began to appear with the new emotional movement during the 18th century. Rousseau called attention to the importance of the olfactory sense, and in his educational work, Émile, Book 2, he referred to the odor of a woman's cabinet de toilette as not so feeble a snare as is commonly supposed. In the same century, Casanova wrote still more emphatically concerning the same point. In the preface to his Memoirs, he states, "I have always found sweet the odor of the woman I have loved." And elsewhere, "There is something in the air of the bedroom of the woman one loves, something so intimate, so balsamic, such voluptuous emanations that if a lover had to choose between heaven and this place of delight, his hesitation would not last for a moment." Memoirs, Volume 3. In the previous century in England, Sir Kenelm Digby, in his interesting and remarkable Private Memoirs, when describing a visit to Lady Venetia Stanley, afterward his wife, touches on personal odor as an element of attraction. He had found her asleep in bed, and on her breasts did glisten a few drops of sweat-like diamond sparks, and had a more fragrant odor than the violets or primroses whose season was newly past. In 1821, Cadet de Vaux published in the Revue Encyclopédique a study entitled De l'atmosphère de la femme et de sa puissance, which attracted a great deal of attention in Germany as well as in France. He considered that the exhalations of the feminine body are of the first importance in sexual attraction. Professor A. Galopin, in 1886, wrote a semi-scientific book, Le Parfum de la Femme, in which the sexual significance of personal odor is developed to its fullest. He writes with enthusiasm concerning the sweet and health-giving character of the natural perfume of a beloved woman, and the mischief done both to health and love by the use of artificial perfumes. "The purest marriage that can be contracted between a man and a woman," he asserts, page 157, "is that engendered by olfaction and sanctioned by a common assimilation in the brain of the animated molecules due to the secretion and evaporation of two bodies in contact and sympathy." In a book written during the first half of the 19th century, which contains various subtle observations on love, we read, with reference to the sweet odor which poets have found in the breath of women, "In reality, many women have an intoxicatingly agreeable breath, which plays no small part in the love-compelling atmosphere which they spread around them." Eros Oder Wörterbuch über die Physiologie, 1849, Board 1, page 45. Most of the writers on the psychology of love at this period, however, seem to have passed over the olfactory element in sexual attraction, regarding it, probably, as too unesthetic. It receives no emphasis either in Sénécourt's De l'amour or Stendhal's De l'amour, or Michelet's L'amour. The poets within recent times have frequently referred to odors, personal and other, but the novelists have more rarely done so. Zola and Huysmans, the two novelists who have most elaborately and insistently developed the olfactory side of life, have dwelt more on odors that are repulsive than on those that are agreeable. It is therefore of interest to note that in a few remarkable novels of recent times, the attractiveness of personal odor has been emphasized. This is notably so in Tolstoy's War and Peace, in which Count Peter suddenly resolves to marry Princess Helena after inhaling her odor at a ball. In D'Annunzio's Triunfo della Morte, the seductive and consoling odor of the beloved woman's skin is described in several passages. Thus, when Giorgio kissed Hippolyta's arms and shoulders, we are told, "He perceived the sharp and yet delicate perfume of her, the perfume of the skin that in the hour of joy became intoxicating as that of the tuberose, and a terrible lash to desire." When we are dealing with the sexual significance of personal odors in man, there is at the outset an important difference to be noticed in comparison with the lower animals. Not only is the significance of odor altogether very much less, but the focus of olfactory attractiveness has been displaced. The center of olfactory attractiveness is not, as usually among animals, in the sexual region, but is transferred to the upper part of the body. In this respect, the sexual olfactory allurement in man resembles what we find in the sphere of vision, for neither the sexual organs of man nor of woman are usually beautiful in the eyes of the opposite sex, and their exhibition is not among us regarded as a necessary stage in courtship. The odor of the body, like its beauty, insofar as it can be regarded as a possible sexual allurement, has, in the course of development, been transferred to the upper parts. The careful concealment of the sexual region has doubtless favored this transfer. It has thus happened that when personal odor acts as a sexual allurement, it is the armpit, in any case normally the chief focus of odor in the body, which mainly comes into play, together with the skin and the hair. Albert of Lyons noted that during menstruation the odor of the armpits may become more powerful, and describes it as being, at this time, an aromatic odor of acidulous or chloroform character. Galopin remarks that, while some women's armpits smell of sheep in rut, others, when exposed to the air, have a fragrance of ambergris or violet. Dark persons, according to Gould and Pyle, are said sometimes to exhale a prussic acid odor, and blondes more frequently musk. Galopin associates the ambergris odor more especially with blondes. While some European poets have faintly indicated the woman's armpit as a center of sexual attraction, it is among Eastern poets that we may find the idea more directly and naturally expressed. Thus, in a Chinese drama, The Transmigration of Yo Chao, Mercure de France, No. 8, 1901, we find a learned young doctor addressing the following poem to his betrothed. When I have climbed to the bushy summit of Mount Chao, I have still not reached to the level of your odorous armpit. I must needs mount to the sky before the breeze brings to me the perfume of that embalsamed nest. This poet seems, however, to have been carried to a pitch of enthusiasm unusual even in China, for his future mother-in-law, after expressing her admiration for the poem, remarks, "But who would have thought one could find so many beautiful things under my daughter's armpit?" The odor of the armpit is the most powerful in the body, sufficiently powerful to act as a muscular stimulant, even in the absence of any direct sexual association. This is indicated by an observation made by Ferreira, who noticed, when living opposite a laundry, that an old woman who worked near the window would, toward the close of the day, introduce her right hand under the sleeve of the other to the armpit and then hold it to her nose. This she would do about every 5 minutes. It was evident that the odor acted as a stimulant to her failing energies. Ferreira has been informed by others who have had occasion to frequent workrooms that this proceeding is by no means uncommon among persons of both sexes. Ferreira, L'Instinct Sexuel, 2nd edition, page 135. I have myself noticed the same gesture very deliberately made in the street by a young Englishwoman of the working class under circumstances which suggested that it acted as an immediate stimulant in fatigue. Huysmans, who in his novels has insisted on odors, both those of a personal kind and perfumes, with great precision, has devoted one of the sketches, Le Gousset, in his Croquis Parisiens, 1880, to the varying odors of women's armpits. I have followed this fragrance in the country, he remarks, behind a group of women gleaners under the bright sun. It was excessive and terrible. It stung your nostrils like an unstoppered bottle of alkali. It seized you, irritating your mucous membrane with a rough odor which had in it something of the relish of wild duck cooked with olives, and the sharp odor of the shallot. On the whole, it was not a vile or repugnant emanation. It united as an anticipated thing with the formidable odors of the landscape. It was the pure note, completing with the human animal's cry of heat the odorous melody of beasts and woods. He goes on to speak of the perfume of feminine arms in the ballroom. There the aroma is of ammoniated valerian, of chlorinated urine, brutally accentuated sometimes, even with a slight scent of prussic acid about it, a faint whiff of overripe peaches. These spice boxes, however, Huysmans continues, are more seductive when their perfume is filtered through the garments. The appeal of the balsam on their arms is then less insolent, less cynical than at the ball, where they are more naked, but it more easily uncages the animal in man. Various as the color of the hair, the odor of the armpit is infinitely divisible. Its gamut covers the whole keyboard of odors, reaching the obstinate scents of syringa and elder, and sometimes recalling the sweet perfume of the rubbed fingers that have held a cigarette. Audacious and sometimes fatiguing in the brunette and the black woman, sharp and fierce in the red woman. The armpit is heady as some sugared wines in the blondes. It will be noted that this very exact description corresponds at various points with the remarks of more scientific observers. Sometimes the odor of the armpit may even become a kind of fetish which is craved for its own sake, and in itself suffices to give pleasure. Ferreira has recorded such a case in a friend of his own, a man of 60, with whom at one time he used to hunt, of robust health and belonging to a healthy family. On these hunting expeditions, he used to tease the girls and women he met, sometimes even rather old women, in a surprising manner when he came upon them walking in the fields with their short-sleeved chemises exposed. When he had succeeded in introducing his hand into the woman's armpit, he went away satisfied, and frequently held the hand to his nose with evident pleasure. After long hesitation, Ferreira asked for an explanation, which was frankly given. As a child, he had liked the odor without knowing why. As a young man, women with strong odors had stimulated him to extraordinary sexual exploits. And now they were the only women who had any influence on him. He professed to be able to recognize continence by the odor, as well as the most favorable moment for approaching a woman. Throughout life, a cold in the head had always been accompanied by persistent general excitement. Ferreira, L'Instinct Sexuel, 1902, page 134. We not only have to recognize that in the course of evolution, the specific odors of the sexual region have sunk into the background as a source of sexual allurements, we have further to recognize the significant fact that even those personal odors which are chiefly liable, under normal circumstances, to come occasionally within the conscious sexual sphere, and indeed purely personal odors of all kinds, fail to exert any attraction, but rather tend to cause antipathy, unless some degree of tumescence has already been attained. That is to say, our olfactory experiences of the human body approximate rather to our tactile experiences of it than to our visual experiences. Sight is our most intellectual sense, and we trust ourselves to it with comparative boldness, without any undue dread that its messages will hurt us by their personal intimacy. We even court its experiences, for it is the chief organ of our curiosity, as smell is of a dog's. But smell, with us, has ceased to be a leading channel of intellectual curiosity. Personal odors do not, as vision does, give us information that is very largely intellectual. They make an appeal that is mainly of an intimate, emotional, imaginative character. They thus tend, when we are in our normal condition, to arouse what James calls the antisexual instinct. I cannot understand how people do not see how the senses are connected, said Jenny Lind to J.A. Symonds. Horatio Brown, J.A. Symonds, Volume 1, page 207. What I have suffered from my sense of smell! My youth was misery from my acuteness of sensibility. Mantegazza discusses the strength of olfactory antipathies, Physiologia del Odio, page 101, and mentions that once, when ill in Paraguay, he was nursed by an Indian girl of 16 who was fresh as a peach and extremely clean, but whose odor, a mixture of wild beast slayer and decayed onions, caused nausea and almost made him faint. Moll, Untersuchungen über die Libido Sexualis, Board 1, page 135, records the case of a neuropathic man who was constantly rendered impotent by his antipathy to personal body odors. It had very frequently happened to him to be attracted by the face and appearance of a girl, but at the last moment potency was inhibited by the perception of personal odor. In the case of a man of distinguished ability known to me, belonging to a somewhat neuropathic family, there is extreme sensitiveness to the smell of a woman, which is frequently the most obvious thing to him about her. He has seldom known a woman whose natural perfume entirely suits him, and his olfactory impressions have frequently been the immediate cause of a rupture of relationships. It was formerly discussed whether strong personal odor constituted adequate ground for divorce. Hagen, who brings forward references on this point, Sexuelle aux Phraseologie, pages 75 through 83, considers that the body odors are normally and naturally repulsive because they are closely associated with the capryl group of odors, which are those of many of the excretions. Olfactory antipathies are, however, often strictly subordinated to the individual's general emotional attitude toward the object from which they emanate. This is illustrated in the case, known to me, of a man who, on a hot day, entering a steamboat with a woman to whom he was attached, seated himself between her and a man, a stranger. He soon became conscious of an axillary odor which he concluded to come from the man, and which he felt as disagreeable. But, a little later, he realized that it proceeded from his own companion, and with this discovery, the odor at once lost its disagreeable character. In this respect, a personal odor resembles a personal touch. Two intimate touches of the hand, though of precisely similar physical quality, may, in their emotional effects, be separated by an immeasurable interval in dependence on our attitude toward the person from whom they proceed. Personal odor, in order to make its allurement felt and not to arouse antipathy, must, in normal persons, have been preceded by conditions which have inhibited the play of the anti-sexual instinct. A certain degree of tumescence must already have been attained. It is even possible, when we bear in mind the intimate sympathy between the sexual sphere and the nose, that the olfactory organ needs to have its sensibility modified in a form receptive to sexual messages, though such an assumption is by no means necessary. It is when such a faint preliminary degree of tumescence has been attained, however it may have been attained, for the methods of tumescence, as we know, are innumerable, that a sympathetic personal odor is enabled to make its appeal. If we analyze the cases in which olfactory perceptions have proved potent in love, we shall nearly always find that they have been experienced under circumstances favorable for the occurrence of tumescence. When this is not the case, we may reasonably suspect the presence of some degree of perversion. In the oft-quoted case of the Austrian peasant who found that he was aided in seducing young women by dancing with them and then wiping their faces with a handkerchief he had kept in his armpit, we may doubtless regard the preliminary excitement of the dance as an essential factor in the influence produced. In the same way, I am acquainted with the case of a lady not usually sensitive to simple body odors, though affected by perfumes and flowers, who on one occasion, when already in a state of sexual erethism, was highly excited when perceiving the odor of her lover's axilla. The same influence of preliminary excitement may be seen in another instance known to me, that of a gentleman who, when traveling abroad, fell in with 3 charming young ladies during a long railway journey. He was conscious of a pleasurable excitement caused by the prolonged intimacy of the journey, but this only became definitely sexual when the youngest of the ladies, stretching before him to look out of the window and holding on to the rack above, accidentally brought her axilla into close proximity with his face, whereupon erection was caused, although he himself regards personal odors, at all events when emanating from strangers, as indifferent or repulsive. A medical correspondent, referring to the fact that with many men, indeed women also, sexual excitement occurs after dancing for a considerable time, remarks that he considers the odor of the woman's sweat is here a considerable factor. The characteristics of olfaction, which our investigation has so far revealed, have not, on the whole, been favorable to the influence of personal odors as a sexual attraction in civilized men. It is a primitive sense which had its flowering time before men arose. It is a comparatively unesthetic sense. It is a somewhat obtuse sense, which among Europeans is usually incapable of perceiving the odor of the human flower, to use Goethe's phrase, except on very close contact. And, on this account, and on account of the fact that it is a predominantly emotional sense, personal odors in ordinary social intercourse are less likely to arouse the sexual instinct than the antisexual instinct. If a certain degree of tumescence is required before a personal odor can exert an attractive influence, a powerful personal odor, strong enough to be perceived before any degree of tumescence is attained, will tend to cause repulsion, and in so doing tend, consciously or unconsciously, to excite prejudice against personal odor altogether. This is actually the case in civilization, and most people, it would appear, view with more or less antipathy the personal odors of those persons to whom they are not sexually attracted, while their attitude is neutral in this respect toward the individuals to whom they are sexually attracted. The following statement by a correspondent seems to me to express the experience of the majority of men in this respect. I do not notice that different people have different smells. Certain women I have known have been in the habit of using particular scents, but no associations could be aroused if I were to smell the same scent now, for I should not identify it. As a boy, I was very fond of scent, and I associate this with my marked sexual proclivities. I like a woman to use a little scent. It rouses my sexual feelings, but not to any large extent. I dislike the smell of a woman's vagina. While the last statement seems to express the feeling of many, if not most men, it may be proper to add that there seems no natural reason why the vulvar odor of a clean and healthy woman should be other than agreeable to a normal man who is her lover. In literature, it is the natural odor of women, rather than men, which receives attention. We should expect this to be the case, since literature is chiefly produced by men. The question as to whether men or women are really more apt to be sexually influenced in this way cannot thus be decided. Among animals, it seems probable, both sexes are alike influenced by odors, for, while it is usually the male whose sexual regions are furnished with special scent glands, when such occur, the peculiar odor of the female during the sexual season is certainly not less efficacious as an allurement to the male. If we compare the general susceptibility of men and women to agreeable odors, apart from the question of sexual allurement, there can be little doubt that it is most marked among women. As Greuze points out, even among children, little girls are more interested in scents than boys, and the investigations of various workers, especially Garbini, have shown that there is actually a greater power of discriminating odors among girls than among boys. Marot has gone further, and in an extended series of observations on girls before and after the establishment of puberty, which is of considerable interest from the point of view of the sexual significance of olfaction, he has shown reason to believe that girls acquire an increased susceptibility to odors when sexual life begins, although they show no such increased powers as regards the other senses. On the whole, it would appear that, while women are not apt to be seriously affected in the absence of any preliminary excitation by crude body odors, they are by no means insusceptible to the sexual influence of olfactory impressions. It is probable, indeed, that they are more affected and more frequently affected in this way than are men. Edouard de Goncourt, in his novel Chérie, The Intimate History of a Young Girl, founded, he states, on much personal observation, describes, chapter 85, the delight with which sensuous but chaste young girls often take in strong perfumes. Perfume and love, he remarks, impart delights which are closely allied. In an earlier chapter, 44, he writes of his heroine at the age of 15. The intimately happy emotion which the young girl experienced in reading Paul et Virginie and other honestly amorous books, she sought to make more complete and intense and penetrating by soaking the book with scent, and the love story reached her senses and imagination through pages moist with liquid perfume. Carbini, Archivio per l'Anthropologia, 1896, Fascicle 3, in a very thorough investigation of a large number of children, found that the earliest osmogustative sensations occurred in the 4th week in girls, the 5th week in boys. The first real and definite olfactory sensations appeared in the 15th month in girls, in the 16th in boys, while experiments on several hundred children between the ages of 3 and 6 years showed the girls slightly but distinctly superior to the boys. It may, of course, be argued that these results merely show a somewhat greater precocity of girls. I have summarized the main investigations into this question in Man and Woman, a revised and enlarged edition, 1904, pages 134 through 138. On the whole, they seem to indicate greater olfactory acuteness on the part of women, but the evidence is by no means altogether concordant in this sense. Popular and general scientific opinion is also by no means always in harmony. Thus, Tardif, in his book on odors in relation to the sexual instinct, throughout assumes, as a matter of course, that the sense of smell is most keen in men, while, on the other hand, I note that in a pamphlet by Mr. Martin Pearls, a manufacturing perfumer, it is stated with equal confidence that it is a well-known fact that ladies have, even without a practice of long-standing, a keener sense of smell than men. And on this account he employs a staff of young ladies for testing perfumes by smell in the laboratory, by the glazed paper test. It is sometimes said that the use of strong perfume by women indicates a dulled olfactory organ. On the other hand, it is said that the use of tobacco deadens the sensitiveness of the masculine nose. Both these statements seem to be without foundation. The use of a large amount of perfume is rather a question of taste than a question of sensory acuteness, not to mention that those who live in an atmosphere of perfume are, of course, only faintly conscious of it, and the chemist, perfumer in his laboratory, surrounded by strong odors, can distinguish them all with great delicacy. As regards tobacco, in Spain, the cigarreras are women and girls who live perpetually in an atmosphere of tobacco, and Senora Pardo Bazan, who knows them well, remarks in her novel La Tribuna, which deals with life in a tobacco factory, that the acuity of the sense of smell of the cigarreras is notable, and it would seem that, instead of blunting the nasal membrane, the tobacco makes the olfactory nerves keener. It was the same as if I was in a sweet apple garden, from the sweetness that came to me when the light wind passed over them and stirred their clothes. A woman is represented as saying concerning a troop of handsome men in the Irish sagas. Cuchulainn of Muirtemne, page 161. The pleasure and excitement experienced by a woman in the odor of her lover is usually felt concerning a vague and mixed odor, which may be characteristic but is not definitely traceable to any specific bodily sexual odor. The general odor of the man she loves, one woman states, is highly, sometimes even overwhelmingly, attractive to her. But the specific odor of the male sexual organs, which she describes as fishy, has no attraction. A man writes that in his relations with women, he has never been able to detect that they were influenced by the axillary or other specific odors. A woman writes, "To me, any personal odor as that of perspiration is very disagreeable, and the healthy, naked human body is very free from any odor. Fresh perspiration has no disagreeable smell. It is only by retention in the clothing that it becomes objectionable. The faint smell of smoke which lingers round men who smoke much is rather exciting to me, but only when it is very faint. If at all strong, it becomes disagreeable. As most of the men who have attracted me have been great smokers, there is doubtless a direct association of ideas. It has only once occurred to me that an indifferent, unpleasant smell became attractive in connection with some particular person. In this case, it was the scent of stale tobacco, such as comes from the end of a cold cigar or cigarette. It was, and is now, very disagreeable to me, but for the time, and in connection with a particular person, it seemed to me more delightful and exciting than the most delicious perfume. I think, however, only a very strong attraction could overcome a dislike of this sort, and I doubt if I could experience such a twist round if it had been a personal odor. Stale tobacco, though nasty, conveys no mentally disagreeable idea. I mean, it does not suggest dirt or unhealthiness. It is probably significant of the somewhat considerable part which, in one way or another, odors and perfumes play in the emotional life of women, that, of the 4 women whose sexual histories are recorded in Appendix B of Volume 3 of these studies, all are liable to experience sexual effects from olfactory stimuli. 3 of them from personal odors, though this fact is not in every case brought out in the histories as recorded, while of the 8 men, not one has considered his olfactory experiences in this respect as worthy of mention. The very marked sexual fascination which odor, associated with the men they love, exerts on women, has easily passed unperceived, since women have not felt called upon to proclaim it. In sexual inversion, however, when the woman takes a more active and outspoken part than in normal love, it may very clearly be traced. Here, indeed, it is often exaggerated in consequence of the common tendency for neurotic and neurasthenic persons to be more than normally susceptible to the influence of odors. In the majority of inverted women, it may safely be said the odor of the beloved person plays a very considerable part. Thus, one inverted woman asks the woman she loves to send her some of her hair that she may intoxicate herself in solitude with its perfume. Archivio di Psychopatia Sessuali, Volume 1, Fascicle 3, page 36. Again, a young girl with some homosexual tendencies was apt to experience sexual emotions when in ordinary contact with schoolfellows whose body odor was marked. Ferreira, L'Instinct Sexuel, page 260. Such examples are fairly typical. That the body odor of men may, in a large number of cases, be highly agreeable and sexually attractive is shown by the testimony of male sexual inverts. There is abundant evidence to this effect. Rafalovich, L'Urnisme et l'Unisexualité, page 126, insists on the importance of body odors as a sexual attraction to the male invert, and is inclined to think that the increased odor of the man's own body during sexual excitement may have an autoaphrodisiacal effect, which is reflected on the body of the loved person. The odor of peasants, of men who work in the open air, is specially apt to be found attractive. Moll mentions the case of an inverted man who found the forest moss-like odor of a schoolfellow irresistibly attractive. The following passage from a letter written by an Italian marquis has been sent to me. Bonifacio stripped one evening to give me pleasure. He has the full, rounded flesh and amber coloring which painters of the Giorgione school give to their Saint Sebastians. When he began to dress, I took up an old fascia or girdle of netted silk which was lying under his breeches and which still preserved the warmth of his body. I buried my face in it, and was half inebriated by its exquisite aroma of young manhood and fresh hay. He told me he had worn it for 2 years. No wonder it was redolent of him. I asked him to let me keep it as a souvenir. He smiled and said, "You like it because it has lain so long upon my panoia." "Yes, just so," I replied. "Whenever I kiss it, thus and thus, it will bring you back to me. Sometimes I tie it round my naked waist before I go to bed. The smell of it is enough to cause a powerful erection, and the contact of its fringes with my testicles and phallus has once or twice produced an involuntary emission." I may here reproduce a communication which has reached me concerning the attractiveness of the odor of peasants. One predominant attraction of these men is that they are pure and clean, their bodies in a state of healthy, normal function. Then they possess, if they are temperate, what the Greek poet Straton called the phydique kratos, a quality which, according to this authority, is never found in women. This natural fair perfume of the flesh is a peculiar attribute of young men who live in the open air and deal with natural objects. Even their perspiration has an odor very different from that of girls in ballrooms, more refined, ethereal, pervasive, delicate, and difficult to seize. When they have handled hay in the time of hay harvest, or in winter when they bring hay down from mountain huts, the youthful peasants carry about with them the smell of a field the Lord hath blessed. Their bodies and their clothes exhale an indefinable fragrance of purity and sex combined. Every gland of the robust frame seems to have accumulated scent from herbs and grasses, which slowly exudes from the cool, fresh skin of the lad. You do not perceive it in a room. You must take the young man's hands and bury your face in them, or be covered with him under the same blanket in one bed to feel this aroma. No sensual impression on the nerves of smell is more poignantly impregnated with spiritual poetry, the poetry of adolescence and early hours upon the hills, and labor cheerfully accomplished, and the harvest of God's gifts to man, brought home by human industry. It is worth mentioning that Aristophanes, in his description of the perfect Athenian ephebus, dwells upon his being redolent of natural perfumes. In a passage in the second part of Faust, Goethe, who appears to have felt considerable interest in the psychology of smell, makes 3 women speak concerning the ambrosiacal odor of young men. In this connection also, I note a passage in a poem, Appleton House, by our own English poet, Marvell, which it is of interest to quote. And now the careless victors play, dancing the triumphs of the hay, when every mower's wholesome heat smells like an Alexander's sweat. Their females fragrant is the mead which they in fairy circles tread, when at their dance's end they kiss. Their new-mown hay not sweeter is. End of section 11, read by Phineas. Denver, Colorado, 2025.
Section 12 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4, by Havelock Ellis. Smell, Chapter 4. The influence of perfumes, their aboriginal relationship to sexual body odors. This true even of the fragrance of flowers, the synthetic manufacture of perfumes, the sexual effects of perfumes. Perfumes perhaps originally used to heighten the body odors. Special significance of the musk odor, its wide natural diffusion in plants and animals and man. Musk, a powerful stimulant, its widespread use as a perfume. Peau d'Espagne. The smell of leather and its occasional sexual effects. The sexual influence of the odors of flowers. The identity of many plant odors with certain normal and abnormal body odors. The smell of semen in this connection. So far, we have been mainly concerned with purely personal odors. It is, however, no longer possible to confine the discussion of the sexual significance of odor within the purely animal limit. The various characteristics of personal odor which have been noted are like those which tend to make it repulsive and those which tend to make it attractive, have led to the use of artificial perfumes to heighten a natural odor when it is regarded as attractive, to disguise it when it is regarded as repellent, while at the same time happily covering both of these impulses. Has developed the pure delight in perfume for its own agreeableness, the aesthetic side of olfaction. In this way, although in a much less constant and less elaborate manner, the body became adorned to the sense of smell, just as by clothing and ornament it has been adorned to the sense of sight. But, and this is a point of great significance from our present standpoint, we do not really leave the sexual sphere by introducing artificial perfumes. The perfumes which we extract from natural products, or, as is now frequently the case, produced by chemical synthesis, are themselves either actually animal sexual odors or allied in character or composition to the personal odors they are used to heighten or disguise. Musk is the product of glands of the male Moschus muciferus, which correspond to a prepuceal sebaceous glands. Castrium is the product of a similar sexual glands in the beaver, and civet likewise from the civet. Ambergris is the intestinal calculus found in the rectum of the cachalot. Not only, however, are nearly all the perfumes of animal origin in use by civilized man odours which are special sexual objects among the animals from which they are derived, but even the perfumes of flowers may be said to be of sexual character. They are given out at the reproductive period in the lives of plants, and clearly have largely as their object an appeal to the insects who secure plant fertilization. Such appeal having as its basis the fact that among insects themselves, olfactory sensibility has in many cases been developed in their own mating. There is, for example, a moth in which both sexes are similarly and inconspicuously marked, but the males diffuse an agreeable odour, said to be like pineapple, which attracts the females. If, therefore, the odours of flowers have developed because they proved useful to the plant by attracting insects or other living creatures, it is obvious that the advantage would lie with those plants which could put forth an animal sexual odour of agreeable character, since such an odour would prove fascinating to the animal creatures. We have here a very simple explanation of the fundamental identity of odours in the animal and vegetable worlds. It thus comes about that, from a psychological point of view, we are not really entering a new field when we begin to discuss the influence of perfumes, other than those of the animal body. We are merely concerned with somewhat more complex or somewhat more refined sexual odours. They are not specifically different from human odours, and they mingle with them harmoniously. Popular language bears witness to the truth of this statement, and the normal and abnormal human odours, as we have already seen, are constantly compared to the artificial, animal and plant odours, to chloroform, to musk, to violet, and to mention only those similitudes which seem to occur most frequently. The methods now employed for obtaining the perfumes universally used in civilized lands are three. 1. The extraction of odoriferous compounds from the neutral products in which they occur. 2. The artificial preparation of naturally occurring odoriferous compounds by synthetic processes. 3. The manufacture of materials which yield odours resembling those of pleasant-smelling natural objects. See e.g. Natural and Artificial Perfumes, Nature, December 27, 1900. The essential principles of most of our perfumes belong to the complex class of organic compounds known as terpenes. During recent years, a number of the essential elements of natural perfumes have been studied. In many cases, the methods of preparing them artificially discovered, and they are largely replacing the use of natural perfumes, not only for soaps, etc., but for scent essences, though it appears to be very difficult to imitate exactly the delicate fragrance achieved by nature. Artificial musk was discovered accidentally by Bauer when studying the butylienes contained in a resin extractive. Vanillin, the odoriferous principle of the vanilla bean, is an aldehyde, which was first artificially prepared by Timon and Harmon in 1874 by oxidizing coniferin, a glucoside contained in the sap of various coniferae. But it now appears to be usually manufactured from eugenol, a phenol contained in oil of cloves. Piperonal, an aldehyde closely allied to vanillin, is used in perfumery under the name of heliotropin, is prepared from the oil of sassafras and oil of camphor. Coumarin, the material to which tonka bean, sweet woodruff, and the new mown hay owe their characteristic odours, was synthetically prepared by W. H. Parkin in 1864 by heating sodiacylic aldehyde with acetic anhydride, though now more cheaply prepared from a herb growing in Florida. Oroni, which has the perfume of violets, was isolated in 1893 from a ketone contained in orris root and ionun, another ketone, which has a very closely similar odour of fresh violets, and was isolated after some years' further work. It is largely used in the preparation of violet perfume. Irony and ione are closely similar in the composition to oil of turpentine, which, when taken into the body, is partly converted into perfume and gives a strong odour of violets to the urine. Little has yet been accomplished towards ascertaining the relationship between the odour and the chemical constitution of substances in general. Hydrocarbons, as a class, possess considerable similarity in odour, so also do the organic sulfides, and, to a much smaller extent, the ketones. The subject waits for someone to correlate its various psychological, physiological, and physical aspects in the same way that Helmholtz did for sound. It seems as yet impossible to assign any possible reason to the fact that many substances have a pleasant odour. It may, however, be worth suggesting that certain compounds, such as the volatile sulfides and the indoles, have very unpleasant odours because they are normal constituents of mammalian excreta and of putrefied animal products. The repulsive odours may be simply necessary results of the evolutionary process. Locksit Nature, December 27th, 1900. Many of the perfumes in use are really combinations of a great many odours in varying proportions, such as oil of rose, lavender oil, lang lang, etc. The most highly appreciated perfumes are often made up of elements in which a stronger proportion would be regarded as highly unpleasant. In the study and manufacture of perfumes, Germany and France have taken the lead in recent times. The industry is one of great importance. In France alone, the trade in perfumes amounts to £4 million. It is doubtless largely owing to the essential and fundamental identity of odours, to the chemical resemblances even of odours from the most widely remote sources, that we find that perfumes in many cases have the same sexual effects as are primitively possessed by the body odours. In northern countries, where the use of perfumes is chiefly cultivated by women, it is by women that this sexual influence is most liable to be felt. In the south and in the east, it appears to be at least equally often experienced by men. Thus, in Italy, Mantegazza remarks that many men of strong sexual temperament cannot visit with impunity a laboratory of essences and perfumes. In the East, we find it stated that in the Islamic book entitled The Perfumed Garden of Sheikh Nefzaouni, that the use of perfumes by women as well as by men excites to the generative act. It is largely in reliance on this fact that in many parts of the world, especially among Eastern peoples, and occasionally among ourselves in Europe, women have become accustomed to perfume the body, and especially the vulva. It seems highly probable that, as has been especially emphasized by Hagen, perfumes were primitively used by women, not as is sometimes the case in civilization, with the idea of disguising any natural odour, but with the object of heightening and fortifying the natural odour. If the primitive man was inclined to disparage a woman whose odour was slight or imperceptible, turning away with her with contempt, as the Polynesian turned away from the ladies of Sydney, they have no smell. Women would inevitably seek to supplement any natural defects in this respect, and to accentuate their odorous qualities. In the same way as by corsets and bustles, even in civilization, they have sought to accentuate the sexual saliencies of their bodies. In this way, we may, as Hagen suggests, explain the fact that until recent times, the odours preferred by women have not been the most delicate or exquisite, but the strongest, the most animal, the most sexual, musk, castrum, civet, and ambergris. In that interesting novel dealing with the adventures of a Jewish maiden at the Persian court of Xerxes, under the title of Esther, has found its way into the Old Testament. We are told that it is customary in the royal harem of Shushan to submit the woman to a very prolonged course of perfuming before they were admitted to the king. 6 months with oil of myrrh and 6 months with sweet odours. Esther, chapter 2, verse 12. In the Arabian Nights there are many allusions to the use of perfumes by women with more or less stated aphrodisiacal intent. Thus, we read in the story of Carmalazan, with fine incense I will perfume my breasts, my belly, my whole body, so that my skin may smelt more sweetly in thy mouth, O apple of my eye. Even among the savages, the perfuming of the body is sometimes practiced with the object of inducing love in the partner. Shillong states that the Papuans of Kaiser Wilhelm's land rub various fragrant plants into their bodies for this purpose. Zeitschrift für Arthropologie, 1899, page 19. The significance of this practice is more fully revealed by Haddon when studying the Papuans of Torres Straits, among whom the initiative in courtship is taken by the women. It was by scenting himself with a pungent, odorous substance that a young man indicated he was ready to be sued by the girls. A man would wear this scent at the back of his neck during a dance in order to attract the attention of a particular girl. It was believed to act with magical certainty and after the manner of a charm. Reports of the Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, Volume 5, pages 211, 222, and 328. The perfume which of all perfumes the most interesting from the present point of view is certainly musk. With ambergris, musk is the chief member of the Linnaeus group of Odious Ambrosii, a group which in sexual significances, as Wadmarker remarks, ranks among the capril group of odours. It is a perfume of ancient origin. Its name is Persian, indicating doubtless the channel whence it reached Europe, and ultimately derived from the Sanskrit word for testicle in allusion to the fact it was contained in a pouch, removed from the sexual parts of the male musk deer. Musk odours, however, often of considerable strength, are very widely used in nature alike among animals and plants. This is indicated by the frequency with which the word musk forms part of the names of animals and plants, which are by no means always nearly related. We have the musk ox, the musky mole, several species called muskrat, the musk duck, the musk beetle, while among plants which have received their names from a real or supposed musky odour are, besides several that are called musk plant, the musk rose, the musk hyacinth, the musk mallow, the musk orchid, the musk melon, the musk cherry, the musk pear, the musk plum, muscat, and muskels, musk seed, musk tree, musk root, etc. But the musky odour is not merely widespread in nature among plants, and the lower animals it is peculiarly associated with man. Incidentally, we have already seen how it is regarded as a characteristic of some races of man, especially the Chinese. Moreover, the smell of the negress is said to be musky in character, and among Europeans a musky odour is said to be the characteristic of blondes. Laycock, in his Nervous Diseases of Women, stated his opinion that musk odour is certainly the sexual odour of man, and Ferreira states that the musk odour is that among natural perfumes most nearly approaching the odour of sexual secretions. We have seen that the Chinese poet vaunts the musky odour of his mistress's armpits, while another Oriental saying concerning the attractive women is that her navel is filled with musk. Persian literature contains many references to musk as an attractive body odour, and Findussi speaks of a woman's hair as a crown of musk, while the Arabian poet Batabani says of his mistress that her hyacinth hair smells sweeter than Scythian musk. Galopin stated that he knew women whose natural odour of musk, and less frequently of ambergris, was sufficiently strong to impart to a bath in less than an hour a perfume, due entirely to the exhalations of the musky body. It must be added that Galopin was an enthusiast in this matter. The special significance of musk, from our present point of view, lies not only in the fact that we here have a perfume widely scattered throughout nature, and often in an agreeable form, which is at the same time a very frequent personal odour in man. Musk is the odour which not only in animals to which it has been given a name, but in many others is a specifically sexual odour, chiefly emitted during the sexual season. The sexual odours, indeed, of most animals seem to be modifications of musk. The sphinx moth has a musky odour which is confined to the male and is doubtless sexual. Some lizards have a musky odour which is heightened at the sexual season. Crocodiles, during the pairing season, emit from their submaxillary glands a musky odour which pervades their haunts. In the same way, elephants emit a musky odour from their facial glands during the rutting season. The odour of the musk duck is chiefly confined to the breeding season. The musky odour of the negress is said to be heightened during sexual excitement. The predominance of musk as a sexual odour is associated with the fact that its actual nervous influence, apart from the presence of sexual association, is very considerable. Ferreira found it to be a powerful muscular stimulant. In former times, musk enjoyed a high reputation as a cardiac stimulant. It fell into disuse, but in recent years its use in asthenic states has been revived, and excellent results, it has been claimed, have followed its administration in the case of collapse from Asiatic cholera. For sexual torpor in women it still has, like vanilla and sandal, a certain degree of reputation, though is not often used. Some of the old Arabian physicians, especially Avicenna, recommended it with castoreum and myrrh. For amenorrhea, its powerful action is indicated by the experience of Esquirrel, who has stated that he has seen cases in which sensory stimulation by musk in women during lactation has produced mania. It has always had the reputation, more especially in the Mohammedan East, of being a sexual stimulant to men, the noblest of perfumes, as it is called in El Qatar, and that which most promotes to venery. It is doubtless a fact significant of the special sexual effects of musk that, as Laycock remarked, in the cases of special idiosyncrasy to odours, musk appears to be that odour which is most liked or disliked. Thus the old English physician Witt remarked that several delicate women who could easily bear the stronger smell of tobacco have been thrown into fits by musk, ambergris, or a pale rose. It may be remarked that in the perfumed garden of Sheikh Nafazizi, it stated that by their sexual effects that perfumes tend to throw women into a kind of swoon, and Lucretius remarked that a woman who smelt castrum, another animal's sexual perfume, at the time of a menstrual period may swoon. Not only is musk the most cherished perfume of the Islamic world, and the special favourite of the Prophet himself, who greatly delighted in perfumes. "I love your world," he is reported to have said in old age, "for its women and its perfumes." It's the only perfume generally used by women of a land in which the refinements of life have been carried so far as Japan, and they received it from the Chinese. Moreover, musk is still the most popular of European perfumes. It's the perfumes containing musk, Pacey states in a well-known book on the art of perfumery, which sells best. It is certainly true that in its simple form, the odour of musk is not nowadays highly considered in Europe. The fact is connected with the ever-growing refinement in accordance with which the specific odours of the sexual regions in human beings tend to lose their primitive attractiveness, and bodily odours generally become mingled with artificial perfumes and so disguised. But although musk in its simple form and under its ancient name has lost its hold in Europe, it is an interesting and significant fact that it's still the perfumes which contain musk that are the most widely popular. Peau d'Espagne may be mentioned as a highly complex and luxurious perfume, often the favourite scent of sensuous persons, which really owes a large part of its potency to the presence of crude animal sexual odours of musk and civet. It consists of wash leather steeped in ottos of neroli, rose, santal, lavender, verbena, bergamot, cloves, and cinnamon, subsequently smeared with civet and musk. It is said by some, probably with a certain degree of truth, that Peau d'Espagne is of all perfumes that which most nearly approaches the odour of a woman's skin. Whether it also suggests the odour of leather is not so clear. There is, however, no doubt that the smell of leather has a curiously stimulating sexual influence on many men and women. It is an odour which seems to occupy an intermediate place between the natural body odours and the artificial perfumes for which it sometimes serves as a basis. Probably as it's to this fact that its occasionally sexual influence is owing, for, as we have already seen, there is a tendency for sexual allurement to attach to odours which are the specific personal body odours but yet are related to them. Moll considers, no doubt rightly, that shoe fetishism, perhaps the most frequent of the sexual fetishistic perversions, is greatly favoured, if indeed it does not owe its origin to the associated odour of the feet and of the shoes. He narrates a case of shoe fetishism in a man in which the perversion began at the age of 6, when for the first time he wore new shoes, having previously only used the left-off shoes of his elder brother. He felt and smelt these new shoes with sensations of unmeasured pleasure, and for a few years later began to use shoes as a method of masturbation. Nagy also recorded the case of a shoe fetishist who declared that the sexual attraction of shoes, usually his wife's, lay largely in the odour of the leather. Krafft-Ebing again brings forward a case of shoe fetishism in which the significant fact is mentioned that the subject brought a pair of leather cuffs to smell while masturbating. Restif de la Breton, who was somewhat of a shoe fetishist, appears to have enjoyed smelling shoes. It is not probable the odour of leather explains the whole of shoe fetishism, as we shall see when, in another study, this question comes before us, and in many cases it cannot be said to enter at all. It is, however, one of the factors. Such a conclusion is further supported by the fact that many of the odour of new shoes is sometimes desired as an adjunctive to coitus. It is the experience of prostitutes that such devices is not infrequent. Necker mentions that a colleague of his was informed by a prostitute that several of her clients desired the odour of new shoes in the room, and that she was accustomed to obtain the desired perfume by holding her shoes for a moment over the flame of a spirit lamp. The direct sexual influence of the odour of leather is, however, more conclusively proved by those instances in which it exists apart from shoes or other objects having any connection with the human body. I have elsewhere in these studies recorded the case of a lady entirely normal in sexual and other respects, who is conscious of a considerable degree of pleasurable sexual excitement in the presence and smell of leather objects, more especially of leather-bound ledgers and in shops where leather objects are sold. She thinks this dates from the period when, as a child of 9, she was sometimes left alone for a time on a high stool in an office. A possible explanation in this case lies in the supposition that, on one of these early occasions, sexual excitement was produced by the contact with the stool, in a way that is not infrequent on young girls, and that the accidentally associated odour of leather permanently affected the nervous system. While the really significant contact left no permanent impression, even on such a supposition it might, however, still be maintained that a real potency of the leather odour is as illustrated by this case, and this is likewise suggested by the fact that the same subject is also sexually affected by various perfumes and odorous flowers not recalling leather. It has been suggested to me by a lady that the odour of leather suggests that of the sexual organs. The same suggestion is made by Hagen, and I find it stated by Gould and Pyle that menstruating girls sometimes smell of leather. The secret of its influence may thus be not altogether obscure. In fact, that the leather is animal skin, and it may thus vaguely stir the olfactory sensibilities, which has been ancestrally affected by the sexual stimulus of the skin odour, lies in the probable foundation of the mystery. In the absence of all suggestion of personal or animal odours, in its most exquisite forms from the flavours of flowers, olfactory sensations are still very frequently of voluptuous character. Mantegazza has remarked that it is a proof of the close connection between the sense of smell and the sexual organs that the expression of pleasure produced by olfaction resembles the expression of sexual pleasures. Make the chastest woman smell the flower she likes best, he remarked, and she will close her eyes, breathe deeply, and if very sensitive, tremble all over, presenting an intimate picture which otherwise she never shows, except perhaps to her lover. He mentions a lady who said, "I sometimes feel such pleasure in smelling flowers that I seem to be committing a sin." It is really the case that in many persons, usually, if not exclusively women, the odour of flowers produces not only a highly pleasurable, but a distinctly and specifically sexual effect. I have met with numerous cases in which this effect was well marked. It is usually white flowers with heavy, penetrating odours which exert this influence. Thus, one lady, who is similarly affected by various perfumes, forget-me-nots, lang-lang, etc., finds that a number of flowers produce on her a definite sexual effect, with the moistening of the pudenda. This effect is especially produced by white flowers like the gardenia, tuberose, etc. Another lady who lives in India has a similar experience with flowers. She writes, "A scent to cause me sexual excitement must be somewhat heavy and penetrating. Nearly all white flowers so affect me, and many Indian flowers with heavy, almost pungent scents. All the flower scents are quite unconnected with me, with any individual. Tuberose, lilies of the valley, frangipani flowers have an almost intoxicating effect on me. Violets, roses, mignonette, and with many others, although very delicious, give me no sexual feeling at all. For this reason the line, 'The lilies and languors of virtue for the roses and raptures of vice,' seem all wrong to me. The lily seems to me a very sensual flower, while the rose and its scent seem very good and countrified and virtuous. Shelley's description of the lilies of the valley, whom youth makes so fair and passion so pale, falls in much more with my ideas. I can quite understand," she adds, "that leather, especially of books, might have an exciting effect, as the smell has this penetrating quality, but I do not think it produces any special feeling in me. This more sensuous character of white flowers is fairly obvious to many persons who do not experience from them any specifically sexual effects. To some people, lilies have an odour which they described as sexual, though these persons may be quite unaware that Hindu authors long as such described the vulvar secretion of the padime, or perfect women, during coitus, as perfumed like the lily that has newly burst. It is noteworthy that it is more especially the white flowers, lily, tuberose, etc., which were long ago noted by Cavaet as liable to cause various unpleasant nervous effects, cardiac oppression, and syncope. When we are concerned with the fragrance of flowers, it would seem that we are far removed from the human sexual field, and that their sexual effects are inexplicable. It is not so. The animal and vegetable odours, as indeed have already been seen, are very closely connected. The recorded cases are very numerous in which human persons have exhaled from their skins, sometimes in a very pronounced degree, the odours of plants and flowers, of violets, of roses, of pineapple or vanilla. On the other hand, there are various plant odours which distinctly recall not merely the general odour of the human body, but even the specifically sexual odours. A rare garden weed, the stinking goosefoot, Cbteddy vulvaria, is well known, possesses a herring brine or putrid fish odour, due, it appears, to proalamine, which is also found in the flowers of the common white thorn or mayflower, Crocatius oxantha, and many others of the ruscae, which recalls the odour of the animal and human sexual regions. The reason is that both plant and animal odours belong chemically to the same group of carpyral odours, Linnaeus's Odoris Hercyni, so called from the goat, the most important group of odours from the sexual point of view. Caprioc and capriol acid are contained not only in the odour of the goat and in human sweat, and in animal products as many cheeses, but also in various plants, such as herb robert, Geranium herbaceum, and the stinking St. John's wort, Hypericum hercunium, as well as the Cherempodium. Swadmaker considers probable the odour of the vagina belongs to the same group, as well as the odour of semen, which Haller calls odour aphrodisicus, which last odour is also found, as Colcat pointed out, in the flowers of the common berbery, Berberis vulgaris, and in the chestnut. A very remarkable and significant example of the same odour seems to occur in the case of flowers of the henna plant. The white-flowered Lawsonia inermis, so widely used in some Mohammedan lands for dyeing the nails and other parts of the body. These flowers diffuse the sweetest odour, wrote Cennini in Egypt a century ago. The women delight to wear them, to adorn their houses with them, to carry them to their baths, to hold them in their hands, and to perfume their bosoms with them. They cannot patiently endure that Christian and Jewish women shall share the privilege with them. It is very remarkable that the perfume of the henna flowers, when closely inhaled, is lost in a very decided spermatic odour. If the flowers are crushed between the fingers, this odour prevails, and is indeed the only one perceptible. It is not surprising that so delicious a flower has furnished Oriental poetry with many charming traits and amorous similes. Such a simile Cennini finds in the Song of Songs, 13:14. The odour of semen has not been investigating, but according to Swadmaker, artificially produced odours, like cadaverin, resemble it. The odour of the leguminous fenugreek, a botanical friend considers, closely approaches the odour given off in some cases by the armpit in women. It is noteworthy that fenugreek contains coumarin, which imparts its fragrance to new-mown hay and to various flowers of somewhat similar odour. On some persons they have a sexually exciting effect. It is of considerable interest to observe that they recall to many the odour of semen. It seems very natural, the lady writes, that flowers, etc., should have an exciting effect, as the original, and by far the pleasantest way of love-making, was in the open among flowers and fields, but in a more purely physical reason may, I think, be found in the exact resemblance between the scent of semen and that of the pollen of flowering grasses. The first time I became aware of this resemblance, it came on me with a rush here, was the explanation of the very exciting effect of a field of flowering grasses, and, perhaps through them, of the scent of other flowers. If I am right, I suppose flower scents should affect women more powerfully than men in the sexual way. I do not think anyone would be likely to notice the odour of semen in this connection, unless they have been greatly struck by the exciting effects of this pollen of grasses. I had often noticed it and puzzled over it, as the pollen is the male sexual element of flowers. Its occasionally stimulating effect in this direction is perhaps but an accidental result of a unity running through the organic world, though it may perhaps be more simply explained as a special form of that nasal irritation which is felt by so many persons in a hayfield. Another correspondent, this time a man, tells me that he has noted the resemblance of the odour of semen to that of crushed grasses. A scientific friend who has done much work in the field of organic chemistry tells me he associates the odour of semen with that produced by diatastic action on mixing flour and water, which he regards as sexual in character. This again brings us to the starchy products of the leguminous plants. It is evident that, subtle and obscure as many questions in the psychological and psychology of olfaction still remain, we cannot easily escape from their sexual associations. End of section 12. Section 13 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4 by Havelock Ellis. Smell, Section 5. The evil effects of excessive olfactory stimulation. The symptoms of vanillism, the occasional dangerous results of the odours of flowers, effects of flowers on the voice. The reality of the olfactory influences with which we have been concerned, however slight they may sometimes appear, is shown by the fact that odours, both agreeable and disagreeable, are stimulants, obeying the laws which hold good for stimulants generally. They whip up with nervous energies momentarily, but in the end, if the excitation is excessive and prolonged, they produce fatigue and exhaustion. This is clearly shown by Ferreira's elaborate experiments on the influence of odours, as compared with other sensory stimulants, on the amount of muscular work performed with the ergograph. Commenting on the remark of Bernardin de Saint-Pierre that man uses perfumes to impart energies to his passion, Ferreira remarks, but perfumes cannot keep up the fires which they light. Their prolonged use involves fatigue, which is not different from that produced by excessive work, and reproduces all the bodily and psychic accompaniments of excessive work. It is well known that workers in perfumes are apt to suffer from the inhalation of the odours amid which they live. Dealers in musk are said to be specially liable to precocious dementia. The symptoms generally experienced by the men and women who work in vanilla factories, where the crude fruit is prepared for commerce, have often been studied and are well known. They are due to the inhalation of the scent, which has all the properties of aromatic aldehydes and includes skin eruptions, general excitement, sleeplessness, headache, excessive menstruation, and irritable bladder. There is nearly always sexual excitement, which may be very pronounced. We are here in the presence, it may be insisted, not of a nervous influence only, but of a direct effect of odour on the vital processes. The experiments of Tardif on the influence of perfumes on frogs and rabbits showed that a poisonous effect was exerted, while Ferreira, by incubating fowls' eggs in the presence of musk, found repeatedly that many abnormalities occurred, and that development was retarded even in the embryos that remained normal, while he obtained somewhat similar results by using essences of lavender, cloves, etc. The influence of odours is thus deeper than is indicated by their nervous effects. They act directly on nutrition. We are led, as Passy remarks, to regard odours as very intimately related to the psychological properties of organic substances, and the sense of smell as a detached fragment of generally sensibility, reacting to the same stimuli as general sensibility, but highly specialized in view of its protective function. The reality of subtlety of the influence of odours is further shown by the cases in which very intense effects are produced even by the temporary inhalation of flowers or perfumes or other odours. Such cases of idiosyncrasy in which a person, frequently of somewhat neurotic temperament, becomes acutely sensitive to some odour or odours have been recorded in medical literature for many centuries. In these cases, the obnoxious odour produces congestion of the respiratory passages, sneezing, headache, fainting, etc., but occasionally it has been recorded even death. Dr. J. N. Mackenzie, in his interesting and learned paper on the production of the so-called rose cold, etc., American Journal of Medical Science, January 1886, quotes many cases and gives a number of references to ancient medical authors. See also Layat, Art, Odor, Dictionnaire encyclopédique des sciences médicales. An interesting phenomenon of the group, though it is almost too common to be described as an idiosyncrasy, is the tendency of the odour of certain flowers to affect the voice, and sometimes even produce complete loss of voice. The mechanism of the process is not fully understood, but it would appear that congestion and paresis of the larynx is produced and spasm of the bronchial tube. Bottolus in 1565 recorded cases in which the scent of flowers brought on difficulty of breathing, and the danger of flowers from this point of view is well recognized by professional singers. Joel has studied this question in an elaborate paper summarized in the British Medical Journal, March 3, 1895, and Dr. Cabanas has brought together, Figaro, January 20, 1894, the experiences of a number of well-known singers, teachers of singing, and laryngologists. Thus, Madame Renée Richard of the Paris Opera has frequently found that her pupils have arrived with a bunch of violets fastened to the bodice, or even a violet in its iris sachet beneath the corset. The voice has been marked by weakness, and on using the laryngoscope, she has found the vocal cords congested. Madame Calvi confirmed this opinion and stated that she was specially sensitive to tuberose and mimosa, and that on one occasion a bouquet of white lilac has caused her, for a time, complete loss of voice. The flowers mentioned are equally dangerous to a number of other singers. The most injurious flower of all is found to be the violet. The rose is seldom mentioned, and artificial perfumes are comparatively harmless, though some singers consider it desirable to be cautious in using them. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Arnav Darnal. Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4, by Havelock Ellis. Smell, Chapter 6. The place of smell in human sexual selections. It has given place to the predominance of vision largely because, in civilized man, it fails to act at a distance. It still plays a part by contributing to the sympathies or the antipathies of intimate contact. When we survey comprehensively the extensive field we have here rapidly traversed, it seems not impossible to gain a fairly accurate view of the special place which olfactory sensations play in human sexual selection. The special peculiarity of this group of sensations in man, and that which gives them an importance they would not otherwise possess, is due to the fact that we here witness the decadence of a sense which, in man's remote ancestors, was the very chiefest avenue of sexual allurement. In man, even the most primitive man, to some degree, even in the apes, it has declined in importance to give place to the predominance of vision. Yet, at that lower threshold of acuity at which it persists in man, it still bathes us in a more or less constant atmosphere of odours, which perpetually move us to sympathy or to antipathy, and which, in their finer manifestations, we do not neglect, but even cultivate with the increase of our civilization. It thus comes about that the grosser manifestations of sexual allurement by smell belong, so far as man is concerned, to a remote animal past which we have outgrown, and which, on account of the diminished acuity of our olfactory organs, we could not completely recall even if we desired to. The sense of sight inevitably comes into play long before it is possible for close contact to bring into action the sense of smell. But the latent possibilities of sexual allurement by olfaction, which are inevitably embodied in the nervous structure we have inherited from our animal ancestors, still remain ready to be called into play. They emerge prominently from time to time in exceptional and abnormal persons. They tend to play an unusually larger part in the psychic lives of neurasthenic persons, with their sensitive and comparatively unbalanced nervous systems. And this is doubtless the reason why poets and men of letters have insisted on olfactory impressions so frequently and to so notable a degree. For the same reason, sexual inverts are peculiarly susceptible to odours. For a different reason, warmer climates, which heighten all odours and also favour the growth of powerfully odorous plants, lead to a heightened susceptibility to the sexual and other attractions of smell, even among normal persons. Thus, we find a general tendency to delight in odours throughout the East, notably in India, among the ancient Hebrews, and in Mohammedan lands. Among the ordinary civilized population in Europe, the sexual influences of smell play a smaller, and yet not altogether negligible part. The diminished prominence of odors only enables them to come into action as sexual influences on close contact, when, in some persons, at all events, personal odors may have a distinct influence in heightening sympathy or arousing antipathy. The range of variation among individuals is, in this matter, considerable. In a few persons, olfactory sympathy or antipathy is so pronounced that it exerts a decisive influence in their sexual relationships. Such persons are of olfactory type. In other persons, smell has no part in constituting sexual relationships, but it comes into play in the intimate association of love and acts as an additional excitant. When reinforced by association, such olfactory impressions may, at times, prove irresistible. Other persons, again, are neutral in this respect, and remain indifferent either to the sympathetic or antipathetic working of personal odors, unless they happen to be extremely marked. It is probable that the majority of refined and educated people belong to the middle group of those persons who are not of predominantly olfactory type, but are liable from time to time to be influenced in this manner. Women are probably at least as often affected in this manner as men, probably more often. On the whole, it may be said that in the usual life of man, odors play a not inconsiderable part and raise problems which are not without interest, but that their demonstrable part in actual sexual selection, whether in preferential mating or in assortative mating, is comparatively small. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4 by Havelock Ellis. Hearing, Chapter 1. The sense of rhythm, on which it may be said that the sensory exciting effects of hearing, including music, finally rest, may probably be regarded as a fundamental quality of neuromuscular tissue. Not only are the chief physiological functions of the body, like the circulation and the respiration, definitely rhythmical, but our senses insist on imparting a rhythmic grouping even to an absolutely uniform succession of sensations. It seems probable, although this view is still liable to be disputed, that this rhythm is a result of kinesthetic sensations arising from movement or tension started reflexively in the muscles by the external stimuli, impressing themselves on the sensations that are thus grouped. We may thus say with Wilkes that music appears to have had its origin in muscular action. Whatever its exact origin may be, rhythm is certainly very deeply impressed on our organisms. The result is that, whatever lends itself to the neuromuscular rhythmical tendency of our organisms, whatever tends still further to heighten and develop that rhythmical tendency, exerts upon us a very decidedly stimulating and exciting influence. All muscular action being stimulated by rhythm in its simple form or in its more developed form as music, rhythm is a stimulant to work. It has even been argued by Boucher and by Wundt that human song had its chief or exclusive origin in rhythmical vocal accompaniments to systematized work. This view cannot, however, be maintained. Systematized work can scarcely be said to exist, even today, among most very primitive races. It is much more probable that rhythmical song arose at a period antecedent to the origin of systematized work, in the primitive military, religious, and erotic dances, such as exist in a highly developed degree among the Australians and other savage races who have not evolved co-coordinated systematic labor. There can, however, be no doubt that as soon as systematic work appears, the importance of vocal rhythm in stimulating its energy is at once everywhere recognized. Boucher has brought together innumerable examples of this association, and in the march music of soldiers and the heaving and hoisting songs of sailors we have instances that have universally persisted into civilization, although in civilization the rhythmical stimulation of work, physiologically sound as is its basis, tends to die out. Even in the laboratory, the influence of simple rhythm in increasing the output of work may be demonstrated, and Ferreira found with the ergograph that a rhythmical grouping of the movements caused an increase of energy which often more than compensated the loss of time caused by the rhythm. Rhythm is the most primitive element of music and the most fundamental. Wallachek, in his book on primitive music, and most other writers on the subject are agreed on this point. Rhythm, remarks an American anthropologist, naturally precedes the development of any fine perception of differences in pitch, of time quality, or of tonality. Almost, if not all, Indian songs, he adds, are as strictly developed out of modified repetitions of a motive as are the movements of a Mozart or a Beethoven symphony. In all primitive music, asserts Alice C. Fletcher, rhythm is strongly developed. The pulsations of the drum and the sharp crash of the rattles are thrown against each other and against the voice, so that it would seem that the pleasure derived by the performers lay not so much in the tonality of the song as in the measured sounds arrayed in contesting rhythm, and which by their clash start the nerves and spur the body to action, for the voice which alone carries the tone is often subordinated and treated as an additional instrument. Groos points out that a melody gives us the essential impression of a voice that dances. It is a translation of spatial movement into sound, and, as we shall see, its physiological action on the organism is a reflection of that which, as we have elsewhere found, dancing itself produces, and thus resembles that produced by the sight of movement. Dancing, music, and poetry were primitively so closely allied as to be almost identical. They were still inseparable among the early Greeks. The refrains in our English ballads indicate the dancer's part in them. The technical use of the word foot in metrical matters still persists to show that a poem is fundamentally a dance. Aristotle seems to have first suggested that rhythm and melodies are motions, as actions are motions and therefore signs of feeling. All melodies are motions, says Helmholtz. Graceful rapidity, gravel procession, quiet advance, wild leaping, all these different characters of motion and 1,000 others can be represented by successions of tones. And as music expresses these motions, it gives an expression also to those mental conditions which naturally evoke similar motions, whether of the body and the voice, or of the thinking and feeling principle itself. Helmholtz on the Sensations of Tone, translated by A.J. Ellis, 1885, page 250. From another point of view, the motor stimulus of music has been emphasized by Sipples. Music connects with the only sense that can be perfectly manipulated. Its emotional charm has struck men as a great mystery. There appears to be no doubt whatever that it gets all the marvelous effects it has beyond the mere pleasing of the ear from its random but multitudinous summonses of the efferent activity, which at its vague challenges stirs unceasingly in faintly tumultuous irrelevancy. In this way, music arouses aimlessly, but splendidly, the sheer, as yet unfulfilled, potentiality within us. W. copies The Process of Human Experience, page 743. The fundamental element of transformed motion in music has been well brought out in a suggestive essay by Goblet, La Musique Descriptive, Revue Philosophique, July 1901. Sung or played, melody figures to the ear a successive design, a moving arabesque. We talk of ascending and descending the gamut, of high notes or low notes. The higher voice of a woman is called soprano, or above, the deeper voice of man is called bass. Grave tones were so called by the Greeks because they seemed heavy and to incline downward. Sounds seem to be subject to the action of gravity, so that some rise and others fall. Baudelaire, speaking of the prelude to Lohengrin, remarks, "I felt myself delivered from the bonds of weight." And when Wagner sought to represent in the highest regions of celestial space the apparition of the angels bearing the Holy Grail to earth, he uses very high notes and a kind of chorus played exclusively by the violins, divided into 8 parts, in the highest notes of their register. The descent to earth of the celestial choir is rendered by lower and lower notes, the progressive disappearance of which represents the reascension to the ethereal regions. Sounds seem to rise and fall. That is a fact. It is difficult to explain it. Some have seen it in a habit derived from the usual notion by which the height of the note corresponds to its height in the score. But the impression is too deep and general to be explained by so superficial and recent a cause. It has been suggested also that high notes are generally produced by small and light bodies, low notes by heavy bodies. But that is not always true. It has been said again that high notes in nature are usually produced by highly placed objects, while low notes arise from caves and low-placed regions. but the thunder is heard in the sky, and the murmur of a spring or the song of a cricket arise from the earth. In the human voice, again, it is said the low notes seem to resound in the chest, high notes in the head. All this is unsatisfactory. We cannot explain by such coarse analogies an impression which is very precise and more sensible. This fact has its importance, for an interval of half a tone than for an interval of an octave. It is probable that the true explanation is to be found in the still little understood connection between the elements of our nervous apparatus. Nearly all our emotions tend to produce movement, but education renders us economical of our acts. Most of these movements are repressed, especially in the adult and civilized man, as harmful, dangerous, or merely useless. Some are not completed, others are reduced to a faint incitation, which externally is scarcely perceptible. Enough remain to constitute all that is expressive in our gestures, physiognomy, and attitudes. Melodic intervals possess in a high degree this property of provoking impulses of movement, which, even when repressed, leave behind internal sensations and motor images. It would be possible to study these facts experimentally if we had at our disposition a human being who, while retaining his sensations and their motor reactions, was by special circumstances rendered entirely spontaneous like a sensitive automaton, whose movements were neither intentionally produced nor intentionally repressed. In this way, melodic intervals in a hypnotized subject might be very instructive. A number of experiments of the kind desired by Goblet had already been made by A. de Rochat in a book copiously illustrated by very numerous instantaneous photographs, entitled Les Sentiments, la musique et les gestes, 1900, Chapter 3. De Rochat experimented on a single subject, Lena, formerly a model, who was placed in a condition of slight hypnosis when various simple fragments of music were performed, recitatives, popular airs, and more especially national dances, often from remote parts of the world. The subject's gestures were exceedingly marked and varied in accordance with the character of the music. It was found that she often imitated with considerable precision the actual gestures of dances she could never have seen. The same music always evoked the same gestures, as was shown by instantaneous photographs. This subject, stated to be a chaste and well-behaved girl, exhibited no indications of definite sexual emotion under the influence of any kind of music. Some account is given in the same volume of other hypnotic experiments with music which were also negative as regards specific sexual phenomena. It must be noted that, as a physiological stimulus, a single musical note is effective, even apart from rhythm, as is well shown by Ferreira's experiments with the dynamometer and the aerograph. It is, however, the influence of music on muscular work which has been most frequently investigated, and both on brief efforts with the dynamometer and prolonged work with the ergograph, it has been found to exert a stimulating influence. Thus, Scripture found that, while his own maximum thumb and finger grip with the dynamometer is 8 pounds, when the giant's motive from Wagner's Rheingold is played, it rises to 8 3/4 pounds. With the ergograph, Tarkanoff found that lively music in nervously sensitive persons will temporarily cause the disappearance of fatigue, though slow music in a minor key had an opposite effect. The varying influence on work with the ergograph of different musical intervals and different keys has been carefully studied by Ferreira with many interesting results. There was a considerable degree of constancy in the results. Discords were depressing. Most, but not all, major keys were stimulating, and most, but not all, minor keys depressing. In states of fatigue, however, the minor keys were more stimulating than the major, an interesting result in harmony with that stimulating influence of various painful emotions in states of organic fatigue, which we have elsewhere encountered when investigating sadism. Our musical culture, Ferreira remarks, only renders more perceptible to us the unconscious relationships which exist between musical art and our organisms. Those whom we consider more endowed in this respect have a deeper penetration of the phenomena accomplished within them. They feel more profoundly the marvelous reactions between the organism and the principles of musical art. They experience more strongly that art is within them. Both the higher and the lower muscular processes, the voluntary and the involuntary, are stimulated by music. Darlington and Talbot, in Titchener's laboratory at Cornell University, found that the estimation of relative weights was aided by music. Lombard found, when investigating the normal variations in the knee jerk, that involuntary reflex processes are always reinforced by music. A military band playing a lively march caused the knee jerk to increase at the loud passages and to diminish at the soft passages, while remaining always above the normal level. With this stimulating influence of rhythm and music on the neuromuscular system, which may or may not be direct, there is a concomitant influence on the circulatory and breathing apparatus. During recent years, a great many experiments have been made on man and animals bearing on the effects of music on the heart and respiration. Perhaps the earliest of these were carried out by the Russian physiologist Dogale in 1880. His methods were perhaps defective and his results, at all events as regards man, uncertain, but in animals the force and rapidity of the heart were markedly increased. Subsequent investigations have shown very clearly the influence of music on the circulatory and respiratory systems in man as well as in animals. That music has an apparently direct influence on the circulation of the brain is shown by the observations of Patrizi on a youth who had received a severe wound of the head, which had removed a large portion of the skull wall. The stimulus of melody produced an immediate increase in the efflux of blood to the brain. In Germany, the question was investigated at about the same time by Mentz. Observing the pulse with a sphygmograph and Mari tambour, he found distinct evidence of an effect on the heart. When attention was given to the music, the pulse was quickened. In the absence of attention, it was slowed. Mentz also found that pleasurable sensations tended to slow the pulse and disagreeable ones to quicken it. Binet and Courtier made an elaborate series of experiments on the action of music on the respiration, with a double pneumograph, the heart, and the capillary circulation, with the plethysmograph of Hallien and Comte, on a single subject, a man very sensitive to music and himself a cultured musician. Simple musical sounds with no emotional content accelerated the respiration without changing its regularity or amplitude. Musical fragments, mostly sung, usually well known to the subject and having an emotional effect on him, produced respiratory irregularity either in amplitude or rapidity of breathing in 2/3 of the trials. Exciting music, such as military marches, accelerated the breathing more than sad melodies, but the intensity of the excitation had an effect at least as great as its quality, for intense excitations always produced both quickened and deeper breathing. The heart was quickened in harmony with the quickened breathing. Neither breathing nor heart was ever slowed. As regards the capillary pulsation, an influence was exerted chiefly, if not exclusively, by gay and exciting melodies, which produced shrinking. Throughout the experiments it was found that the most profound physiological effects were exerted by those pieces which the subject found to be most emotional in their influence on him. Guibaud studied the question on a number of subjects, confirming and extending the conclusions of Binet and Courtier. He found that the reactions of different individuals varied, but that for the same individual reactions were constant. Circulatory reaction was more often manifest than respiratory reaction. The latter might be either a simultaneous modification of depth and of rapidity, or of either of these. The circulatory reaction was a peripheral vasoconstriction with diminished fullness of pulse and slight acceleration of cardiac rhythm. There was never any distinct slowing of heart under the influence of music. Guibaud remarks that when people say they feel a shudder at some passage of music, this sensation of cold finds its explanation in the production of a peripheral vasoconstriction, which may be registered by the plethysmograph. Since music thus directly and powerfully affects the chief vital processes, it is not surprising that it should indirectly influence various viscera and functions. As Tarkanoff and others have demonstrated, it affects the skin, increasing the perspiration. It may produce a tendency to tears. It sometimes produces desire to urinate or even actual urination, as in Scaliger's case of the Gascon gentleman, who was always thus affected on hearing the bagpipes. In dogs, it has been shown by Tarkanoff and Wartanoff that auditory stimulation increases the consumption of oxygen 20% and the elimination of carbonic acid 17%. In addition to the effects of musical sound already mentioned, it may be added that, as Epstein of Bern has shown, the other senses are stimulated under the influence of sound, and notably there is an increase in acuteness of vision, which may be experimentally demonstrated. It is probable that this effect of music in heightening the impressions received by the other senses is of considerable significance from our present point of view. Why are musical tones in a certain order and rhythm pleasurable? Asked Darwin in The Descent of Man, and he concluded that the question was insoluble. We see that, in reality, whatever the ultimate answer may be, the immediate reason is quite simple. Pleasure is a condition of slight and diffuse stimulation in which the heart and breathing are faintly excited. The neuromuscular system receives additional tone, the viscera gently stirred, and the skin activity increased. And certain combinations of musical notes and intervals act as a physiological stimulus in producing these effects. Among animals of all kinds, from insects upward, this physiological action appears to exist, for among nearly all of them certain sounds are agreeable and attractive, and other sounds indifferent and disagreeable. It appears that insects of quite different genera show much appreciation of the song of cicada. Birds show intense interest in the singing of good performers, even of other species. Experiments among a variety of animals in the zoological gardens with performances on various instruments showed that, with the exception of seals, none were indifferent, and all felt a discord as offensive. Many animals showed marked liked and dislikes. Thus a tiger, who was obviously soothed by the violin, was infuriated by the piccolo. The violin and the flute were preferred by most animals. Most persons have probably had occasion to observe the susceptibility of dogs to music. It may here suffice to give one personal observation. A dog of mixed breed, partly collie, very well known to me, on hearing a nocturne of Chopin, whined and howled, especially at the more pathetic passages, once or twice catching and drawing out the actual note played. He panted, walked about anxiously, and now and then placed his head on the player's lap. When the player proceeded to a more cheerful piece by Grieg, the dog at once became indifferent, sat down, yawned, and scratched himself. But as soon as the player returned once more to the nocturne, the dog at once repeated his accompaniment. There can be no doubt that among a very large number of animals of most various classes, more especially among insects and birds, the attraction of music is supported and developed on the basis of sexual attraction, the musical notes emitted serving as a sexual lure to the other sex. The evidence on this point was carefully investigated by Darwin on a very wide basis. It has been questioned, some writers preferring to adopt the view of Herbert Spencer, that the singing of birds is due to overflow of energy, the relation between courtship and singing being merely a relation of concomitance. This view is no longer tenable, whatever the precise origin of the musical notes of animals may be, and it is not necessary to suppose that sexual attraction had a large part in their first rudimentary beginnings. There can now be little doubt that musical sounds, and among birds, singing playing a very large part indeed in bringing the male and the female together. Usually it would appear it is the performance of the male that attracts the female. It is only among very simple and primitive musicians, like some insects, that the female thus attracts the male. The fact that it is nearly always one sex only that is thus musically gifted should alone have sufficed to throw suspicion on any but a sexual solution of this problem of animal song. It is, however, an exceedingly remarkable fact that although among insects and lower vertebrates the sexual influence of music is so large, and although among mammals and predominantly in man the emotional and aesthetic influence of music is so great, yet neither in man nor any of the higher mammals has music been found to exert a predominant sexual influence, or even in most cases any influence at all. Darwin, while calling attention to the fact that the males of most species of mammals use their vocal powers chiefly, and sometimes exclusively, during the breeding season, adds that it is a surprising fact that we have not as yet any good evidence that these organs are used by male mammals to charm the female. From a very different standpoint, Ferreira, in studying the pathology of the human sexual instinct in the light of a very full knowledge of the available evidence, states that he knows of no detailed observations showing the existence of any morbid sexual perversions based on the sense of hearing, either in referencing to the human voice or to instrumental music. When, however, we consider that not only in the animals most nearly related to man, but in man himself, the larynx and the voice undergo a marked sexual differentiation at puberty, it is difficult not to believe that this change has an influence on sexual selection and sexual psychology. At puberty, there is a slight hyperemia of the larynx, accompanied by rapid development alike of the larynx itself and of the vocal cords, which become larger and thicker, while there is an associated change in the voice, which deepens. All these changes are very slight in girls, but very pronounced in boys, whose voices are said to break, and then become lower by at least an octave. The feminine larynx at puberty only increases in the proportion of 5 to 7, but the masculine larynx in the proportion of 5 to 10. The direct dependence of this change on the general sexual development is shown not merely by its occurrence at puberty, but by the fact that in eunuchs in whom the testicles have been removed before puberty, the voice retains its childlike qualities. As a matter of fact, I believe that we may attach a considerable degree of importance to the voice and to music generally as a method of sexual appeal. On this point, I agree with Moll, who remarks that the sense of hearing here plays a considerable part, and the stimulation received through the ears is much larger than is usually believed. I am not, however, inclined to think that this influence is considerable in its action on men, although Mantegazza remarks, doubtless with a certain truth, that some women's voices cannot be heard with impunity. It is true that the ancients deprecated the sexual, or at all events the effeminating influence of some kinds of music, but they seem to have regarded it as sedative rather than stimulating. The kind of music they approved of as marital and stimulating was the kind most likely to have sexual effects in predisposed persons. The Chinese and the Greeks have more especially insisted on the ethical qualities of music and on its moralizing and demoralizing effects. Some 3,000 years ago, it is stated, a Chinese emperor, believing that only they who understood music are capable of governing, distributed administrative functions in accordance with this belief. He acted entirely in accordance with Chinese morality, the texts of Confucianism, see translations in the sacred books of the East series, show clearly that music and ceremony, or social ritual in a wide sense, are regarded as two main guiding influences of life, music as the internal guide, ceremony as the external guide, the former being looked upon as the more important. Among the Greeks, Menander said that to many people music is a powerful stimulant to love. Plato, in the third book of the Republic, discusses what kinds of music should be encouraged in his ideal state. He does not clearly state that music is ever a sexual stimulant, but he appears to associate plaintive music, mixed Lydian and Hypolydian, with drunkenness, effeminacy, and idleness, and considers that such music is useless even to women that are to be virtuously given, not to say to men. He only admits two kinds of music, one violent and suited to war, the other tranquil and suited to prayer or to persuasion. He sets out the ethical qualities of music with a thoroughness which almost approaches the great Chinese philosopher. On these accounts we attach such importance to a musical education because rhythm and harmony sink most deeply into the recesses of the soul, and take most powerful hold of it, bringing gracefulness in their train, and making a man graceful if he be rightly nurtured, leading him to commend beautiful objects and gladly receive them into his soul and feed upon them, and grow to be noble and good. Plato is, however, by no means so consistent and thorough as the Chinese moralist for having thus asserted that it is the influence of music which molds the soul into virtue. He proceeds to destroy his position with the statement that we shall never become truly musical until we know the essential forms of temperance and courage and liberality and munificence, thus moving in a circle. It must be added that the Greek conception of music was very comprehensive and included poetry. Aristotle took a wider view of music than Plato and admitted a greater variety of uses for it. He was less anxious to exclude those uses which were not strictly ethical. He disapproved, indeed, of the Phrygian harmony as the expression of Bacchic excitement. He accepts, however, the function of music as a catharsis of emotion, a notion which is said to have originated with the Pythagoreans. For a discussion of Aristotle's views on music, see W. L. Newman, The Politics of Aristotle, Volume 1, pages 359 to 369. Athenaeus, in his frequent allusions to music, attributes to it many intellectual and emotional properties, e.g., Book 14, Chapter 25, and in one place refers to melodies inciting to lawless indulgence, Book 8, Chapter 75. We may gather from the Preface 26 that cymbals and castanets were the special accompaniment in antiquity of wanton songs and dances. Cymbala, cum crotalis, pruginus arma. The ancient belief in the moralizing influence of music has survived into modern times, mainly in a somewhat more scientific form as a belief in its therapeutic effects in disordered nervous and mental conditions. This also is an ancient belief as witnessed by the well-known example of David playing to Saul to dispel his melancholia. In 1729, an apothecary of Oakham, Richard Brune, published a work entitled Medicina Musica, in which he argued that music was beneficial in many maladies. In more recent days, there have been various experiments and cases brought forward showing its efficacy in its special conditions. An American physician, W.F. Hutchinson, has shown that anesthesia may be produced with accurately made tuning forks at certain rates of vibration. Summarized in the British Medical Journal, June 4, 1898. Ferrand, in a paper read before the Paris Academy of Medicine in September 1895, gives reasons for classing some kinds of music as powerful antispasmodics with beneficial therapeutic action. The case was subsequently reported of a child in whom night terrors were eased by calming music in a minor key. The value of music in lunatic asylums is well recognized. See, e.g., Nach Revue de Psychiatrie, October 1897, Vauchide and Verpas, Compte Rendus de la Société de Biologie, December 13, 1902, have recorded the case of a girl of 20 suffering from mental confusion with excitation in central motor disequilibrium, whose muscular equilibrium was restored and movements rendered more coordinated and adaptive under the influence of music. While there has been much extravagance in the ancient doctrine concerning the effects of music, the real effects are still considerable. Not only is this demonstrated by the experiments already referred to, page 118, indicating the efficacy of musical sounds as physiological stimulants, but also by anatomical considerations. The roots of the auditory nerves, McKendrick has pointed out, are probably more widely distributed and have more extensive connections than those of any other nerve. The intricate connections of these nerves are still only being unraveled. This points to an explanation of how music penetrates to the very roots of our being, influencing by associational paths reflex mechanisms, both cerebral and somatic, so that there is scarcely a function of the body that may not be affected by the rhythmical pulsations, melodic progressions, and harmonic combinations of musical tones. Nature, June 15, 1899, page 164. Just as we are not entitled from the ancient belief in the influence of music on morals or the modern beliefs in its therapeutic influence, even though this has sometimes gone to the length of advocating its use and impotence, to argue that music has a marked influence in exciting the specifically sexual instincts, neither are we entitled to find any similar argument in the fact that music is frequently associated with the love feelings of youth. Men are often able to associate many of their earliest ideas of love and boyhood with women singing or playing, but in these cases it will always be found that the fascination was romantic and sentimental, and not specifically erotic. In adult life, the music, which often seems to us to be most definitely sexual in its appeal, such as much of Wagner's Tristan, really produces this effect in part from the association with a story, and in part from the intellectual realization of the composer's effort to translate passion into aesthetic terms. The actual effect of the music is not sexual, and it can well be believed that the results of experiments as regards the sexual influence of the Tristan music on men under the influence of hypnotism have been, as reported, negative. Helmholtz goes so far as to state that the expression of sexual longing in music is identical with that of religious longing. It is quite true, again, that a soft and gentle voice seems to every normal man as to Lear an excellent thing in woman, and that a harsh or shrill voice may seem to deaden or even destroy altogether the attraction of a beautiful face. But the voice is not usually in itself an adequate or powerful method of evoking sexual emotion in a man. Even in its supreme vocal manifestations, the sexual fascination exerted by a great singer, though certainly considerable, cannot be compared with that commonly exerted by the actress. Cases have, indeed, been recorded, chiefly occurring, it is probable, in men of somewhat morbid, nervous disposition, in which sexual attraction was exerted chiefly through the ear, or in which there was a special sexual sensibility to particular inflections or accents. Ferreira mentions the case of a young man in hospital with acute arthritis who complained of painful erections whenever he heard through the door the very agreeable voice of the young woman, invisible to him, who superintended the linen. But these phenomena do not appear to be common, or, at all events, very pronounced. So far as my own inquiries go, only a small proportion of men would appear to experience definite sexual feelings on listening to music. And the fact that in woman the voice is so slightly differentiated from that of the child, as well as the very significant fact that among man's immediate or even remote ancestors, the female's voice can seldom have served to attract the male, sufficiently account for the small part played by the voice and by music as a sexual allurement working on men. Footnote: The voice is doubtless a factor of the first importance in sexual attraction among the blind. On this point I have no data. The expressiveness of the voice to the blind and the extent to which their likes and dislikes are founded on vocal qualities is well shown by an interesting paper written by an American physician blind from early infancy, James Cock. The Voice as an Index to the Soul, Arena, January 1894. End footnote. It is otherwise with women. It may indeed be said at the outset that the reasons which make it antecedently improbable that men should be sexually attracted through hearing render it probable that women should be so attracted. The change in the voice at puberty makes the deeper masculine voice a characteristic secondary sexual attribute of man, while the fact that among mammals generally it is the male that is most vocal, and that chiefly or even sometimes exclusively at the rutting season, renders it antecedently like that among mammals generally, including the human species. There is in the female an actual or latent susceptibility to the sexual significance of the male voice, a susceptibility which under the conditions of human civilization may be transformed to music generally. It is noteworthy that in novels written by women there is a very frequent attentiveness to the qualities of the hero's voice and to its emotional effects on the heroine. We may also note the special and peculiar personal enthusiasm aroused in women by popular musicians, a more pronounced enthusiasm than is evoked in them by popular actors. As an interesting example of the importance attached by women novelists to the effects of the male voice, I may refer to George Eliot's Mill on the Floss, probably the most influential and personal of George Eliot's works. In Book 6 of this novel, the influence of Stephen Guest, a somewhat commonplace young man, over Maggie Tulliver is ascribed almost exclusively to the effect of his bass voice and singing. We are definitely told of Maggie Tulliver's sensibility to the supreme excitement of music. Thus, on one occasion, all her intentions were lost in the vague state of emotion produced by the inspiring duet, emotion that seemed to make her at once strong and weak, strong for all enjoyment, weak for all resistance. Poor Maggie, she looked very beautiful when her soul was being played on in this way by the inexorable power of sound. You might have seen the slightest perceptible quivering through her whole frame as she leaned a little forward, clasping her hands as if to steady herself, while her eyes dilated and brightened into the wide-open, childish expression of wondering delight which always came back in her happiest moments. George Eliot's novels contain many allusions to the powerful emotional effects of music. It is unnecessary to refer to Tolstoy's Kreutz Sonata, in which music is regarded as the Galiotto to bring lovers together, the connecting bond of music, the most refined lust of the senses. In primitive human courtship, music very frequently plays a considerable part, though not usually the sole part, being generally found as the accompaniment of the song and the dance at erotic festivals. The Gilos of New Mexico, among whom courtship consists in a prolonged serenade day after day with the flute, furnish a somewhat exceptional case. Savage women are evidently very attentive to music. Backhouse, as quoted by Lingroth, mentions how a woman belonging to the very primitive and now extinct Tasmanian race, when shown a musical box, listened with intensity, her ears moved like those of a dog or horse to catch the sound. I have found little evidence to show that music, except in occasional cases, exerts even the slightest specifically sexual effect on men, whether musical or unmusical. But I have ample evidence that it very frequently exerts to a slight but definite extent such as an influence on women, even when quite normal. Judging from my own inquiries, it would, indeed, seem likely that the majority of normal educated women are liable to experience some degree of definite sexual excitement from music. One states that orchestral music generally tends to produce this effect. Another finds it chiefly from Wagner's music, another from military music, etc. Others simply state, what indeed probably expresses the experience of most persons of either sex, that it heightens one's mood. One lady mentions that some of her friends whose erotic feelings are aroused by music are especially affected in this way by the choral singing in Roman Catholic churches. In the typical cases just mentioned, all fairly normal and healthy women, the sexual effects of music, though definite, were usually quite slight. In neuropathic subjects they may occasionally be more pronounced. Thus, a medical correspondent has communicated to me the case of a married lady with one child, a refined, very beautiful but highly neurotic woman married to a man with whom she has nothing in common. Her tastes lie in the direction of music. She is a splendid pianist, and her highly trained voice would have made a fortune. She confesses to strong sexual feelings and does not understand why intercourse never affords what she knows she wants. But the hearing of beautiful music, or at times the excitement of her own singing, will sometimes cause intense orgasm. Jessie and Verpas, who emphasize the sexually stimulating effects of music, only bring forward one case in any detail, and it is doubtless significant that this case is a woman. While listening to a piece of music, X changes expression. Her eyes become bright, the features are accentuated, a smile begins to form, an expression of pleasure appears, the body becomes more erect. There is a general muscular hypertonicity. X tells us that as she listens to the music, she experiences sensations very like those of normal intercourse. The difference chiefly concerns the local genital apparatus, for there is no flow of vaginal mucus. On the psychic side, the resemblance is marked. Jessie and Verpas. Du coefficient sexual de impulsion musicale. Archives de Neurologie, May 1904. It is sometimes said or implied that a woman or a man sings better under the influence of sexual emotion. The writer of an article already quoted on Woman in Her Psychological Relations, Journal of Psychological Medicine 1851, mentions that a young lady remarkable for her musical and poetical talents naively remarked to a friend who complimented her upon her singing, "I never sing half so well as when I've had a love fit." And George Eliot says, "There is no feeling, perhaps, except the extremes of fear and grief, that does not make a man sing or play the better. While, however, it may be admitted that some degree of general emotional exaltation may exercise a favorable influence on the singing voice, it is difficult to believe that definite physical excitement at or immediately before the exercise of the voice can, as a rule, have anything but a deleterious effect on its quality. It is recognized that tenors, whose voices resemble those of women more than basses, who are not called upon to be so careful in this respect, should observe rules of sexual hygiene, and menstruation frequently has a definite influence in impairing the voice. H. Ellis, Man and Woman, 4th edition, page 290. As the neighborhood of menstruation is also the period when sexual excitement is most likely to be felt, we have here a further indication that sexual emotion is not favorable to singing. I agree with the remarks of a correspondent, a musical amateur, who writes, "Sexual excitement and good singing do not appear to be correlated. A woman's emotional capacity in singing or acting may be remotely associated with hysterical neuroses, but is better evinced for art purposes in the absence of disturbing sexual influences. A woman may indeed fancy herself the heroine of a wanton romance, and let herself go a little in singing with improved results. But a memory of sexual ardors will help no woman to make the best of her voice and training. Some women can only sing their best when they think of the other women they are out-singing. One girl lets her soul go out into her voice, thinking of jam roll, another thinking of her lover, when she has none, and most, no doubt, when they think of nothing. But no woman is likely to find herself in an artistic sense because she has lost herself in another sense, not even if she has done so quite respectably. The reality of the association between the sexual impulse and music, and indeed art generally, is shown by the fact that the evolution of puberty tends to be accompanied by very marked interest in musical and other kinds of art. Lancaster, in a study of this question among a large number of young people, without reference to difference in sex, though they were largely female, found that from 50 to 75% of young people feel an impulse to art about the period of puberty, lasting a few months or at most a year or two. It appears that 464 young people showed an increased and passionate love for music, against only 102 who experienced no change in this respect. The curve culminates at the age of 15 and falls rapidly after 16. Many of these cases were really quite unmusical. End of section 15. Section 16 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4 by Havelock Ellis. Hearing, Chapter 2. We have seen that it is possible to set forth in a brief space the facts at present available concerning the influence on the pairing impulse of stimuli acting through the ear. They are fairly simple and uncomplicated. They suggest few obscure problems which call for analysis. they do not bring before us any remarkable perversions of feeling. At the same time, the stimuli to sexual excitement received through the sense of hearing, although very seldom of exclusive or preponderant influence, are yet somewhat more important than is usually believed. Primarily the voice, and secondarily instrumental music, exert a distinct effect in this direction, an effect representing a specialization of a generally stimulating physiological influence which all musical sounds exercise upon the organism. There is, however, in this respect, a definite difference between the sexes. It is comparatively rare to find that the voice or instrumental music, however powerful its generally emotional influence, has any specifically sexual effect on men. On the other hand, it seems probable that the majority of women, at all events among the educated classes, are liable to show some degree of sexual sensibility to the male voice or to instrumental music. It is not surprising to find that music should have some share in arousing sexual emotion when we bear in mind that in the majority of persons the development of sexual life is accompanied by a period of special interest in music. It is not unexpected that the specifically sexual effects of the voice and music should be chiefly experienced by women when we remember that not only in the human species is it the male in whom the larynx and voice are chiefly modified at puberty, but that among mammals generally it is the male who is chiefly or exclusively vocal at the period of sexual activity, so that any sexual sensibility to vocal manifestations must be chiefly or exclusively manifested in female mammals. At the best, however, although aesthetic sensibility to sound is highly developed and emotional sensibility to it profound and widespread, although women may be thrilled by the masculine voice and men charmed by the feminine voice, it cannot be claimed that in the human species hearing is a powerful factor in mating. This sense has here suffered between the lower senses of touch and smell, on the one hand, with their vague and massive appeal, and the higher sense, vision, on the other hand, with its exceedingly specialized appeal. The position of touch as the primary and fundamental sense is assured. Smell, though in normal persons it has no decisive influence on sexual attraction, acts by virtue of its emotional sympathies and antipathies, while by virtue of the fact that among man's ancestors it was the fundamental channel of sexual sensibility, it furnishes a latent reservoir of impressions to which nervously abnormal persons, and even normal persons under the influence of excitement or of fatigue, are always liable to become sensitive. Hearing as a sense for receiving distant perceptions has a wider field than is in man possessed by either touch or smell. But here it comes into competition with vision, and vision is, in man, the supreme and dominant sense. We are always more affected by what we see than by what we hear. Men and women seldom hear each other without speedily seeing each other, and then the chief focus of interest is at once transferred to the visual center. In human sexual selection, therefore, hearing plays a part which is nearly always subordinated to that of vision. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4 by Havelock Ellis. Vision, Chapter 1, Part 1. Primacy of vision in man. Beauty as a sexual allurement. The objective element in beauty. Ideals of feminine beauty in various parts of the world. Savage women sometimes beautiful from a European point of view. Savages often admire European beauty. The appeal of beauty to some extent common even to animals and man. Vision is the main channel by which man receives his impressions. To a large extent, it has slowly superseded all the other senses. Its range is practically infinite. It brings before us remote worlds. It enables us to understand the minute details of our own structure. While apt for the most abstract or the most intimate uses, its intermediate range is of universal service. It furnishes the basis on which a number of arts make their appeal to us, and, while thus the most aesthetic of the senses, it is a sense on which we chiefly rely in exercising the animal function of nutrition. It is not surprising, therefore, that from the point of view of sexual selection, vision should be the supreme sense, and that the love thoughts of men have always been a perpetual mediation of beauty. It would be out of place here to discuss comparatively the origins of our ideas of beauty. That is a question which belongs to aesthetics, not to sexual psychology, and is a question upon which aestheticians are not altogether in agreement. We need not even be concerned to make any definite assertion on the question whether ideas of sexual beauty have developed into the influence of more general and fundamental laws, or whether sexual ideas themselves underlie our general conceptions of beauty. Practically, so far as man and his immediate ancestors are concerned, the sexual and the extra-sexual factors of beauty have been interwoven from the first. The sexually beautiful object must have appealed to fundamental psychological aptitudes of reaction. The generally beautiful object must have shared in the thrill which the specifically sexual object imparted. There has been an inevitable action and reaction throughout. Just as we have found that the sexual and non-sexual influences of agreeable odours throughout nature are inextricably mingled, so it is with the motives that make an object beautiful to our eyes. The sexual element in the constitution of beauty is well recognized, even by those writers who concern themselves exclusively with the aesthetic conception of beauty, or with its relation to culture. It is enough to quote 2 or 3 testimonies on this point. The whole sentimental side of our aesthetic sensibility, remarks Santayana, without which it would be perceptive and mathematical rather than aesthetic, is due to our sexual organization remotely stirred. If anyone were desirous to produce a being with a great susceptibility to beauty, he could not invent an instrument better designed for that object than sex. Individuals that need not unite for the birth and rearing of each generation might retain a savage independence. For them it would not be necessary that any vision should fascinate, or that any languor should soften the prying cruelty of the eye. But sex endows the individual with a dumb and powerful instinct, which carries his body and soul continually toward another, makes it one of the dearest enjoyments of his life to select and pursue a companion, and joins to possession with the keenest pleasure, to rivalry the fiercest rage, and to solitude an eternal melancholy. What more could be needed to suffuse the world with the deepest meaning and beauty? The attention is fixed upon a well-defined object, and all the effects it produces in the mind are easily regarded as powers or qualities of that object. To a certain extent, this kind of interest will centre in the proper object of sexual passion, and in the special characteristics of the opposite sex, and we find, accordingly, that woman is the most lovely object to man, and man, if female modesty would confess it, the most interesting to woman. But the effects of so fundamental and primitive reaction are much more general. Sex is not the only object of sexual passion. When love lacks its specific object, when it does not yet understand itself, or has been sacrificed to some other interest, we see the stifled fire bursting out in various directions. Passion then overflows and visibly floods those neighbouring regions which it had always secretly watered. The same nervous organization which sex involves, with its necessarily wide branchings and associations in the brain, must be partially stimulated by other objects than its specific or ultimate one, especially in man, who, unlike some of the lower animals, has not his instincts clearly distinct and intermittent, but always partially active, and never active in isolation. We may say then that, for a man, all nature is a secondary object of sexual passion, and that to this fact the beauty of nature is largely due. G. Santayana, The Sense of Beauty, pages 59 to 62. Not only is the general fact of sexual attraction an essential element of aesthetic contemplation, as Santayana remarks, we have to recognize also that specific sexual emotion properly comes within the aesthetic field. It is quite erroneous, as Gruss well points out, to assert that sexual emotion has no aesthetic value. On the contrary, it has quite as much value as the emotion of terror or of pity. Such emotion must, however, be duly subordinated to the total aesthetic effect. K. Gruss, Der Ästhetische Genius, page 151. The idea of beauty, Remy de Gourmont says, is not an unmixed idea. It is intimately united with the idea of carnal pleasure. Stendhal obscurely perceived this when he defined beauty as a promise of happiness. Beauty is a woman, and women themselves have carried docility to men as far as to accept this aphorism, which they can only understand in extreme sexual perversion. beauty is so sexual that the only uncontested works of art are those that simply show the human body in its nudity. By its perseverance in remaining purely sexual, Greek statuary has placed itself forever above all discussion. It is beautiful, because it is a beautiful human body, such a one as every man or every woman would desire to unite with in the perpetuation of the race. That which inclines to love seems beautiful, that which seems beautiful inclines to love. This intimate union of art and love is, indeed, the only explanation of art. Without this genital echo art would never have been born and never have been perpetuated. There is nothing useless in these deep human depths. Everything which is endured is necessary. Art is the accomplice of love. When love is taken away, there is no art. When art is taken away, love is nothing but a psychological need. Rémy de Gourmand, Cultural des Idées, 1900, page 103, and Marquis de France, August 1901, pages 298. Beauty as incarnated in the feminine body has to some extent become the symbol of love, even for women. Colin Scott finds that it is common among women who are not inverted for female beauty, whether on the stage or in art, to arouse sexual emotion to a greater extent than male beauty, and this is confirmed by some of the histories I have recorded in the appendix to the third volume of these studies. Scott considers that female beauty has come to be regarded as typical of ideal beauty, and thus tends to produce an emotional effect on both sexes alike. It is certainly rare to find any aesthetic admiration of men among women, except in the case of women who have had some training in art. In this matter, it would seem that women passively accept the ideals of man. Objects which excite a man's desire, Colin Scott remarks, are often, if not generally, the same as those affecting women. The female body has a sexually stimulating effect upon both sexes. Statues of female forms are more liable than those of the male form to have a stimulating effect upon women as well as men. The evidence of numerous literary expressions seems to show that under influence of sexual excitement, a woman regards her body as made for man's gratification, and that it is the complex emotion which forms the initial stage, at least, of her own pleasure. Her body is the symbol for her partner, and indirectly for her through his admirations of it, of their mutual joy and satisfaction. Colin Scott, Sex and Art, American Journal of Psychology, Volume 7, Number 2, page 206, also private letter. At the same time, it must be remembered that beauty and the conception of beauty have developed on a wider basis than that of the sexual impulse only, and also that our conceptions of the beautiful, even as it concerns the human form, are to some extent objective, and may thus be in part reduced to law. Stratz, in his books on feminine beauty, and notably in Die Schönheit des weiblichen Korpus, insists on the objective element in beauty. Papillot, again, when discussing the laws of growth and the beauty of the face, argues that the beauty of a line in the face is objective and not a creation of fancy, since it is associated with the highest human functions, moral and social. He remarks on the contrast between the prehistoric man of Chancelade, delicately made with the elegant face and high forehead, who created the great Magdalenian civilization, and his seemingly much more powerful but less beautiful predecessor, the man of Spy, with enormous muscles and powerful jaws. Bulletin de la Société d'Anthropologie, 1899, page 220. The largely objective character of beauty is further indicated by the fact that to a considerable extent beauty is the expression of health. A well and harmoniously developed body, tense muscles, an elastic and finely toned skin, bright eyes, grace and animation of carriage, all these things which are essential to beauty are the conditions of health. It has not been demonstrated that there is any correlation between beauty and longevity, and the proof would not be easy to give, but it is quite probable that such a correlation may exist, and various indications point in this direction. One of the most delightful of Opie's pictures is the portrait of Pleasance Reeve, afterward Lady Smith, at the age of 17. In this singularly beautiful and animated brunette lived to the age of 104. Most people are probably acquainted with similar, if less marked, cases of the same tendency. The extreme sexual importance of beauty so far, or at all events as conscious experience is concerned, is well illustrated by the fact that, Although 3 other senses may and often do play a not inconsiderable part in the constitution of a person's sexual attractiveness, the tactile element being indeed fundamental, yet in nearly all the most elaborate descriptions of attractive individuals, it is the visible elements that in most cases are chiefly emphasized, whether among the lowest savages or in the highest civilization. The poet and storyteller who seeks to describe an ideally lovely and desirable woman always insists mainly and often exclusively on those characters which appeal to the eye. The richly laden word beauty is a synthesis of complex impressions obtained through a single sense, and so simple, comparatively, and vague are the impressions derived from the other senses that none of them can furnish us with any corresponding word. Before attempting to analyze the conception of beauty regarded in its sexual appeal to the human mind, it may be well to bring together a few fairly typical descriptions of beautiful women as she appears to the men of various nations. In an Australian folklore story, taken down from the lips of a native some 60 years ago by W. Dunlap, but evidently not in the native's exact words, we find this description of an Australian beauty. A man took as his wife a beautiful girl who had long, glossy hair hanging around her face and down her shoulders, which were plump and round. Her face was adorned with red clay, and her person wrapped in a fine, large opossum rug, fastened by a pin, formed from the small bone of the kangaroo's leg, and also by a string attached to a wallet made of rushes, neatly plaited of small strips skinned from their outside. They had been for some time exposed to the heat of the fire, which being thrown on her back, the string passing under one arm and across her breast, held the soft rug in a fanciful position of considerable elegance, and she knew well how to show to advantage her queen-like figure when she walked with a polished yam-stick held in one of her small hands and her little feet appearing below the edge of the rug. W. Dunlap, Australian Folklore Stories, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, August and November, 1898, page 27. A Malay description of female beauty is furnished by Skeat. The brow of the Malay Helen, for whose sake 1,000 desperate battles are fought in Malay romances, is like the one-day-old moon. Her eyebrows resembled pictured clouds, and are arched like the fighting cock's artificial spur. Her cheek resembles a sliced cheek of a mango, her nose an opening jasmine bud, her hair the wavy blossom shoots of the areca palm, slender is her neck, with a triple row of dimples, her bosom ripening, her waist lissom as the stalk of a flower, her head of a perfect oval, literally bird's egg shaped. Her fingers like leafy spears of lemongrass or the quills of the porcupine, her eyes like the splendour of the planet Venus, and her lips like the fissure of a pomegranate. W. W. Skeat, Malay Magic, 1900, page 363. In Mitford's Tales of Old Japan, Volume 1, page 215, a peerlessly beautiful girl of 16 is thus described. She was neither too fat nor too thin, neither too tall nor too short. Her face was oval, like a melon seed, and her complexion fair and white. Her eyes were narrow and bright, her teeth small and even, her nose was aquiline, and her mouth delicately formed with lovely red lips. Her eyebrows were long and fine. She had a profusion of long black hair. She spoke modestly, with a soft, sweet voice, and when she smiled, 2 lovely dimples appeared in her cheeks. In all her movements she was gentle and refined. The Japanese belle of ancient times, Dr. Nagayo Sansai, remarks, Lancet, February 15, 1890, had a white face, long slender throat and neck, a narrow chest, small thighs, and small feet and hands. Baltz also emphasized the ethereal character of the Japanese ideal of feminine beauty, delicate, pale, and slender, almost uncanny, and Stratz, in his interesting book, De Corpa Formen in Kunst und Leben der Japaner, second edition, 1904, has dealt fully with the subject of Japanese beauty. The Sinhalese are great connoisseurs of beauty, and a Kandaean, deeply learned in the matter, gave Dr. Davy the following enumeration of a woman's points of beauty. Her hair should be voluminous, like the tail of a peacock, long, reaching to her knees, terminating in graceful curls. Her eyebrows should resemble the rainbow, her eyes, the blue sapphire and the petals of the blue manila flower. Her nose should be like the bill of the hawk. Her lips should be bright and red, like coral or the young leaf of the iron tree. Her teeth should be small, regular and closely set, like jessamine buds. Her neck should be large and round, resembling Viragodia. Her chest should be capacious, her breasts firm and conical, like yellow coconut, and her waist small, almost small enough to be clasped by the hand. Her hips should be wide, her limbs tapering, the soles of her feet without any hollow, and the surface of her body in general soft, delicate, smooth, and rounded, without the asperities of projecting bones and sinews. J. Davy, An Account of the Interior of Ceylon, 1821, page 110. The Padmini, or lotus woman, is described by Hindu writers as the type of the most perfect feminine beauty. She in whom the following signs and symptoms appear is called a Padmini. Her face is pleasing as the full moon. Her body, well clothed with flesh, is as soft as the shiras or mustard flower. Her skin is fine, tender, and fair as the yellow lotus blossom. Never dark-coloured. Her eyes are bright and beautiful as the orbs of the fawn, well cut with reddish corners. Her bosom is hard, full, and high. She has a good neck. Her nose is straight and lovely, and her three folds or wrinkles across her middle, about the umbilical region. Her yoni, vulva, resembles the opening lotus bud, and her love seed is perfumed like the lily that has newly burst. She walks with a swan-like, more exactly flamingo-like gait, and her voice is low and musical as the note of the kokila bird, the Indian cuckoo. She delights in white raiment, in fine jewels, and in rich dresses. She eats little, sleeps lightly, and being as respectful and religious as she is clever and courteous, she is ever anxious to worship the gods and to enjoy the conversations of the Brahmins. Such then is the Padmini, or lotus woman. The Kama Sutra of Vatsayanara, 1883, page 11. The Hebrew ideal of feminine beauty is set forth in various passages of the Song of Songs. The poem is familiar, and it will suffice to quote one passage. How beautiful are thy feet in sandals, O prince's daughter! Thy rounded thighs are like jewels, the work of hands of a cunning workman. Thy navel is like a rounded goblet, wherein no mingled wine is wanting. Thy belly is like a heap of wheat, set about with lilies. The two breasts are like two fawns, they are twins of a roe. Thy neck is like the tower of ivory. Thine eyes are the pools of Hebshon by the gates of Batharabim. Thy nose is like the tower of Lebanon that looketh towards Damascus. Thine head upon thee is like Carmel, and the hair of thine head like purple. The king is held captive at the tresses thereof. This thy stature is like a palm tree, and thy breasts to clusters of grapes, and the smell of thy breath like apples, and thy mouth like the best wine. And a man is thus described in the same poem. My beloved is fair and ruddy, the chiefest among 10,000. His head has the most fine gold, his locks are bushy or curling, and black as a raven. His eyes are like doves beside the water brooks, washed with milk and fitly set. His cheeks are as a bed of spices and banks of sweet herbs. His lips are as lilies, dropping liquid myrrh. His hands are as rings of gold set with beryl. His body is as ivory work overlaid with sapphires. His legs are as pillars of marble set upon sockets of fine gold. His aspect is like Lebanon, excellent as the cedars. His mouth is most sweet, yea, he is altogether lovely. The maiden whose loveliness inspires the most impassioned expressions in Arabic poetry, Lane states, is celebrated for her slender figure. She is like the cane among the plants, and is elegant as a twig of the oriental willow. Her face is like the full moon, presenting the strongest contrast to the colour of her hair, which is the deepest hue of night and falls to the middle of her back. Arab ladies are extremely fond of full and long hair. A rosy blush overspreads the centre of each cheek, and a mole is considered an additional charm. The Arabs, indeed, are particularly extravagant in their admiration of this natural beauty spot, which, according to its place, is compared to a drop of ambergris upon a dish of alabaster or upon the surface of a ruby. The eyes of the Arab beauty are intensely black, large and long, of the form of an almond. They are full of brilliancy, but this is softened by the long silken lashes. giving a tender and languid expression that is full of enchantment, and scarcely to be improved by the adventitious aid of the black border of kohl. For this the lovely maiden adds rather for the sake of fashion than necessity, having what Arabs term natural kohl. The eyebrows are thin and arched, the forehead is wide and fair as ivory, the nose straight, the mouth small, the lips of a brilliant red, and the teeth like pearls set in coral. The forms of the bosom are compared to two pomegranates, the waist is slender, the hips are wide and large, the hands, feet small, the fingers tapering, and their extremities dyed with a deep orange tint imparted by the leaves of the henna. Lane adds a more minute analysis from the unknown author quoted in El-Ishaqi. 4 things in a woman should be black: the hair of the head, the eyebrows, the eyelashes, and the dark part of the eyes. 4 white, the complexion of the skin, the white of the eyes, the teeth, the legs. 4 red, the tongue, the lips, the middle of the cheeks, and the gums. 4 round, the head, the neck, the forearms and ankles. 4 long, the back, the fingers, the arms and legs. 4 wide, the forehead, the eyes, the bosom, and the hips. 4 fine, the eyebrows, the nose, the lips, and the fingers. 4 thick, the lower part of the back, the thighs, the calves of the legs, and the knees. 4 small, the ears, the breasts, the hands, and the feet. E.W. Lane, Arabian Society in the Middle Ages, 1883, pages 214 to 216. A Persian treatise on the figurative terms relating to beauty shows that the hair should be black, abundant, and wavy, the eyebrows dark and arched. The eyelashes also must be dark, and like arrows from the bow of the eyebrows. There is, however, no insistence on the blackness of the eyes. We hear of 4 varieties of eye: the dark grey eye, or narcissus eye, the narrow elongated eye of Turkish beauties, the languishing or love-intoxicated eye, and the wine-coloured eye. Much stress is laid on the quality of brilliancy. The face is sometimes described as brown, but more especially as white and rosy. There are many references to the down on the lips, which is described as greenish, sometimes bluish, and compared to herbage. This down and that on the cheeks and the stray hairs near the ears were regarded as very great beauties. A beauty spot on the chin, cheek, or elsewhere was also greatly admired, and evoked many poetic comparisons. The mouth must be very small. In stature, a beautiful woman must be tall and erect, like the cypress of the maritime pine. While the Arabs admired the rosiness of the legs and thighs, the Persians insisted on white legs, compared them to silver and crystal. Anas al-Kokina by Sharif Eddin Rumi, translated by Huet, Bibliothèque de l'École des Hautes Études, Paris, facsimile 25, 1875. In the story of Kamar al-Zaman in the Arabian Nights, El-Set Boudoir is thus described: "Her hair is so brown that it is blacker than the separation of friends, and when it is arrayed in 3 tresses that reach to her feet, I seem to see 3 nights at once. Her face is as white as the day on which friends meet again. If I look on it in the time of the full moon, I see 2 moons at once. Her cheeks are formed of an anemone divided into 2 corollas. They have the purple tinge of wine, and her nose is straighter and more delicate than the finest sword blade. Her lips are coloured agate and coral. Her tongue secretes eloquence. Her saliva is more desirable than the juice of grapes. But her bosom, blessed be the Creator, is a living seduction. It bears twin breasts of the purest ivory, rounded, that may be held within the 5 fingers of one hand. Her belly has dimples full of shade and arranged with the harmony of the Arabic characters on the seal of the Coptic scribe in Egypt, and the belly gives origin to her finely modelled and elastic waist. At the thought of her flanks I shudder, for thence depends a mass so weighty that it obliges its owners to sit down when she has risen, and to rise when she lies. Such are her flanks, and from them descend, like white marble, her glorious thighs, solid and straight, united above, beneath their crown. Then come the legs and the slender feet, so small that I am astounded that they can bear so great a weight." End of section 17. Section 18 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4 by Havelock Ellis. Chapter 1, Part 2. An Egyptian stela in the Louvre sings the praise of a beautiful woman, a queen who died about 700 BC, as follows. The beloved before all women, the king's daughter who is sweet in love, the fairest among women, a maid whose like none has seen. Blacker is her hair than the darkness of night, blacker than the berries of the blackberry bush. Harder are her teeth than the flints on the sickle. A wreath of flowers is each of her breasts, close nestling on her arms. Wiedemann, who quotes this, adds, during the whole classic period of Egyptian history, with few exceptions, such, for example, as the reign of that great innovator, Amopsis IV, the ideal alike for the male and the female body was a slender and but slightly developed form. Under the Ethiopian rule and during the Ptolemaic period in Egypt itself, we find for the first time that the goddesses are represented with plump and well-developed outlines. Examination of the mummies shows that the earlier ideal was based upon actual facts, and that in ancient Egypt, slender, sinewy forms distinguished both men and women. Intermarriage with other races and harem life may have combined in later times to alter the physical type, and with it to change also the ideal of beauty. A. Wiedemann, Popular Literature in Ancient Egypt, page 7. Commenting on Plato's ideas of beauty in the Banquet, Emmerich David gives references from Greek literature showing that the typical Greek beautiful woman must be tall, her body supple, her fingers long, her foot small and light, the eyes clear and moderately large, the eyebrows slightly arched and almost meeting, the nose straight and firm, nearly but not quite aquiline, the breath sweet as honey. Emmerich David, Cherche sur l'art statuaire, New Edition, 1863, page 42. At the end of classic antiquity, probably in the 5th century, Aristonatus, in his first epistle, thus described his mistress, Lais. Her cheeks are white, but mixed in imitation of the splendor of the rose. Her lips are thin, by a narrow space separated from the cheeks, but more red. Her eyebrows are black and divided in the middle, the nose straight in proportion to the thin lips, the eyes large and bright, with very black pupils, surrounded by the clearest white, each color more brilliant by contrast. Her hair is naturally curled, and, as Homer's saying is, like the hyacinth. The neck is white, proportioned to the face, and though unadorned, more conspicuous by its delicacy, but a necklace of gems encircles it, on which her name is written in jewels. She is tall and elegantly dressed in garments fitted to her body and limbs. When dressed, her appearance is beautiful. When undressed, she is all beauty. Her walk is composed and slow. She looks like a cypress or a palm stirred by the wind. I cannot describe how the swelling, symmetrical breasts raise the constraining vest, nor how delicate and supple her limbs are, and when she speaks, what sweetness is in her discourse. Rainier has studied the feminine ideal of the Provençal poets, the troubadours who use the Languedoc. They avoid any description of the feminine type. The indications refer in great part to the slender, erect, fresh appearance of the body, and to the white, rosy colouring. After the person generally, the eyes receive most praise. They are sweet, amorous, clear, smiling, and bright. The colour is never mentioned. The mouth is laughing and vermilion and sweetly smiling. It reveals the white teeth and calls for the delights of the kiss. The face is clear and fresh, the hand white, and the hair constantly blonde. The troubadours seldom speak of the rest of the body. Pierre Vidal is an exception, and his reference to the well-raised breasts may be placed beside a reference by Bertrand de Born. The general impression conveyed by the love lyrics Languedoc is one of great convention. There seemed to be no salvation outside certain praises and epithets. The women of Provence, sung by hundreds of poets, seem to have been composed all of milk and roses, a blonde Nuremberg doll. A. Rainier, Il tipo estetico della donna nel Medioevo, 1885, pages 1 through 24. The conventional ideal of the troubadours is again thus described. She is a lady whose skin is white as milk, whiter than the driven snow, of peculiar purity and whiteness. Her cheeks, on which vermilion hues alone appear, are like the rosebud in spring when it has not yet opened to the full. Her hair, which is nearly always bedecked and adorned with flowers, is invariably the colour of flax, as soft as silk and shimmering with a sheen of the finest gold. J. F. Rowbottom, The Troubadours and Courts of Love, page 228. In the most ancient Spanish romances, Rainier remarks that the definite indications of physical beauty are slight. The hair is of pure gold, or simply fair. Rudius, which is equal to blondus, a word of later introduction. The face white and rosy, the hand soft, white and fragrant. In one place we find a reference to the uncovered breasts, whiter than crystal. But usually the ancient Castilian romances do not deal with these details. The poet contents himself with the statement that a lady is the sweetest woman in the world. La más linda mujer del mundo. A Rainier, Il tipo estetico della donna nel Medioevo, pages 68. In a detailed and well-documented thesis, Alwin Schultz describes the characteristics of the beautiful woman as she appealed to the German authors of the 12th and 13th centuries. She must be of medium height and slender. Her hair must be fair like gold, long, bright and curly. A man's must only reach to his shoulders. Dark hair is seldom mentioned and was not admired. The parting of the hair must be white, but not too broad. The forehead must be white and bright and rounded without wrinkles. The eyebrows must be darker than the hair, arched and not too broad, as though drawn with a pencil, the space between them not too broad. The eyes must be bright, clear and sparkling, not too large or too small. Nothing delicate was said of the colour, but they were evidently, usually, blue. The nose must be of medium size, straight and not curved. The cheeks must be white, tinged with red. If the red was absent by nature, women used rouge. The mouth must be small, the lips full and red. The teeth must be small, white and even. The chin must be white, rounded, lovable, dimpled. The ears small and beautiful. The neck of a medium size, soft, white and spotless. The arms small, the hands and fingers long. The joints small, the nails white and bright and well cared for. The bosom must be white and large. The breasts high and rounded like apples or pears, small and soft. The body generally must be slender and active. The lower parts of the body are seldom mentioned, and many poets are even too modest to mention the breasts. The buttocks must be rounded. One poet indeed mentions, and the thighs soft and white. The menial, mons, brown. The legs must be straight and narrow, the calves full, the feet small and narrow, with the high instep. The colour of the skin generally must be clear and of a tempered rosiness. A. Schultz, Quid de perfecta corporis humanae pulchritudine Germanis secula, 12 to 13, censored it, 1866. A somewhat similar but shorter account is given by K. Weinhold, Die Deutschen Frauen im Mittelalter, 1882, BD 1, pages 219. Weinhold considers that, like the French, the Germans admired the mixed eye, vert or grey. Adam de Halle, the Artois Trouville of the 13th century, in a piece, Le Jus Adam ou de la Fille, in which he brings himself forward, thus describes his mistress. Her hair had the brilliance of gold and was twisted into rebellious curls. Her forehead was very regular and white and smooth, her eyebrows delicate and even, with two brown arches which seemed traced with a brush. Her eyes, bright and well cut, seemed to be veiled. They were large beneath, and their lids like little sickles adorned by twin folds, veiled or revealed at her will her loving gaze. Between her eyes ascended the pipe of her nose, straight and beautiful. Mobile when she was gay, on either side were her rounded white cheeks, on which laughter impressed two dimples, and which one could see blushing teeth beneath her veil. Beneath the nose opened a mouth with blossoming lips. This mouth, fresh and vermilion as a rose, revealed the white teeth in regular array. Beneath the chin sprang the white neck, descending full and round to the shoulder. The powerful nape, white and without any little wandering hairs, protruded a little over the dress. To her sloping shoulders were attached long arms, large or slender where they should be so. What shall I say of her white hands with their long fingers and knuckles without knots, delicately ending in rosy nails attached to the flesh by a clear and single line? I come to her bosom with its firm breasts, short and high-pointed, revealing the valley of love between them, to her round belly, her arched flanks. Her hips were flat, her legs round, her calf large. She had a slender ankle, a lean and arched foot. Such she was as I saw her, and that which her chemise hid was not of less worth. Houdet, La Beauté de Femme, page 125, who quotes the original of this passage, considered it the ideal model of the medieval woman. In the 12th century story of Acoussanet and Nicolette, Nicolette had fair hair, delicate and curling. Her eyes were grey, vase, and smiling. Her face admirably modelled. Her nose was high and well placed, her lips small and more vermilion than the cherry or the rose in summer. Her teeth were small and white, and the firm little breasts raised her dress as would two walnuts. Her figure was so slender that you could enclose it with your 2 hands, and the flowers of the marguerite, which her toes broke as she walked with naked feet, seemed black in comparison with her feet and legs, so white was she. Her hair was divided into a double tress, says Alan of Lille, in the 12th century, which was long enough to kiss the ground. The parting, white as the lily and obliquely traced, separated the hair, and this want of symmetry, far from hurting her face, was one of the elements of her beauty. A golden comb maintained that abundant hair whose brilliance rivaled it, so that the fascinated eye could scarce distinguish the gold of the hair from the gold of the comb. The expanded forehead had the whiteness of milk and rivaled the lily. Her bright eyebrows shone like gold, not standing up in a bush, and, without being too scanty, orderly arranged. The eyes, serene and brilliant in their friendly light, seemed twin stars. Her nostrils, embalsamed with the odour of honey, neither too depressed in shape nor too prominent, were of distinguished form. The nod of her mouth offered to the smell a treat of sweet odours, and her half-open lips invited a kiss. The teeth seemed cut in ivory. Her cheeks, like the carnation of the rose, gently illuminated her face, and were tempered by the transparent whiteness of her veil. Her chin, more polished than crystal, showed silver reflections, and her slender neck fitly separated her head from the shoulders. The firm rotundity of her breasts attested the full expansion of youth. Her charming arms, advancing towards you, seemed to call for caresses. The regular curve of her flanks, justly proportioned, completed her beauty. All the visible traits of her face and form thus sufficiently told what those charms must be that the bed alone knew. The Latin text is given by Houdet, La Beauté des Femmes, chapter 12 and chapter 16, Sticle, page 119. Robert de Flaguet's portrait of Blanchefleur in Sabrine de la Lorraine, written in the same century, reveals very similar traits. The young woman appeared with 20 brightly polished daggers and swords, we read, in the Irish Jan Bo Colleen of the Babda, or Banshee, who appeared to Medeba, together with 7 braids for the dead of bright gold in her right hand, a speckled garment of green ground, fashioned by a bodkin at the breast, and her fair ruddy countenance enveloped her form. Her teeth were so new and bright that they appeared like pearls, artistically set in her gums. Like the ripe berry of the mountain ash were her lips. Sweeter was her voice than the notes of the gentle harp-strings when touched by the most skilful fingers, and emitting the most enchanting melody. Whiter than the snow of one night was her skin, and beautiful to behold were her garments, which reached to her well-moulded, bright-nailed feet. Copious tresses of her tendrilled, glossy, golden hair hung before, while others dangled behind and reached the calf of her leg. Orsino Transactions, Volume 2, page 107. An ancient Irish hero is thus described. They saw a great hero approaching them, fairest of the heroes of the world, larger and taller than any man, bluer than ice his eye, redder than the fresh rowan berries his lips, whiter than showers of pearls his teeth, fairer than the snow of one night his skin. A protecting shield with a golden border was upon him, 2 battle lances in his hand, a sword with knobs of ivory, teeth of a seahorse, and ornamented with gold at his side. He had no other accoutrements of a hero beside these. He had golden hair on his head, and had a fair ruddy countenance. The Banquet of Darnal, translated by O'Donovan, Irish Archaeological Society, 1842. The feminine ideal of the Italian poets closely resembled that of the north of the Alps. Petrarch Laura, as described in the Canzoniere, is white as snow. Her eyes indeed are black, but the fairness of her hair is constantly emphasized. Her lips are rosy, her teeth white, her cheeks rosy, her breast youthful, her hands white and slender. Other poets insist on the tall, white, delicate body, the golden or blonde hair, the bright or starry eyes, without mention of colour. The brown or black arched eyebrows, the straight nose, the small mouth, the thin vermilion lips, the small and firm breasts. Renier, Il Tipo Estetico, page 87. Marie de France, a French medieval writer of the 12th century, who spent a large part of her life in England, in the Lay of Lanval, thus described a beautiful woman. Her body was beautiful, her hips low, the neck whiter than snow, the eyes grey, voise, the face white, the mouth beautiful, the nose well placed, the eyebrows brown, the forehead beautiful, the head curly and blonde. The gleam of gold thread was less bright than her hair beneath the sun. The traits of Boccaccino's ideal of feminine beauty, voluptuous ideal as compared with the aesthetic medieval ideal, which had previously prevailed, together with the characteristics of the very beautiful and almost classic garments in which he arrayed women, have been brought together by Hortus. Studie sulle opera latina del Boccio, 1879, page 70. Boccaccio admired fair and abundant wavy hair, dark, delicate eyebrows, and brown or even black eyes. It was not until some centuries later, as Hortus remarks, that Boccaccio's ideal woman was embodied by the painter in the canvases of Titian. The first precise description of a famous beautiful woman was written by Nymphus in the 16th century in his De Poco de Amor, which is regarded as the first modern treatise on aesthetics. The lady described as Joan of Aragon, the greatest beauty of her time, whose portrait by Raphael, or more probably Giuliano Romano, is in the Louvre. Nymphus, who was the philosopher of the pontifical court and the friend of Leo X, thus describes this princess whom, as a physician, he had the opportunities of observing accurately. She is of medium stature, straight and elegant, and possesses the grace which can only be imparted by an assemblage of characteristics which are individually faultless. She is neither fat nor bony, but succulent. Her complexion is not pale, but white tinged with rose. Her long hair is golden. Her ears are small and in proportion with the size of her mouth. Her brown eyebrows are semicircular, not too bushy, and the individual hairs short. Her eyes are blue, brighter than stars, radiant with grace and gaiety beneath the dark brown eyelashes, which are well spaced and not too long. The nose, symmetrical and of medium size, descends perpendicularly from between the eyebrows. The little valley separating the nose from the upper lip is divinely proportioned. The mouth, inclined to be rather small, is always stirred by a sweet smile. The rather thick lips are made of honey and coral. The teeth are small, polished as ivory and symmetrically ranged, and the breath has the odour of the sweetest perfumes. Her voice is that of a goddess. The chin is divided by a dimple. The whole face approximates to a virile rotundity. The long straight neck, white and full, rises gracefully from the shoulders. On the ample bosom, revealing no indication of the bones, arise the rounded breasts, of equal and fitting size, and exhaling the perfume of the peaches they resemble. The rather plump hands on the back, like snow, on the palm, like ivory, are exactly the length of the face. The full and rounded fingers are long and terminating in round, curved nails of soft colour. The chest as a whole has the form of a pear, reversed, but a little compressed, and the base attached to the neck is in a delightfully well-proportioned manner. The belly, the flanks, and the secret parts are worthy of the chest. The hips are large and rounded. The thighs, the legs, and arms are in just proportion. The breadth of the shoulders is also most perfect to the dimensions of the other parts of the body. The feet of medium length terminate in beautifully arranged toes. Houdoy reproduces this passage in La Beauté des Femmes. Also Stratz, Die Schönheit des biblischen Körpers, chapter 3. Gabriel de Mini, who published in 1587 a treatise of no very great importance to La Beauté, also wrote under the title of La Polygraphie a very elaborate description covering 60 pages of Paul de Vingueur, a Gascon lady of good family and virtuous life living at Toulouse. Manet was her devoted admirer and addressed an affectionate poem to her just before his death. She was 70 years of age when he wrote the elaborate account of her beauty. She had blue eyes and fair hair, though belonging to one of the darker parts of France. Ploss and Bartels, Das Weib, have independently brought together a number of passages from the writers of many countries describing their ideals of beauty. On this collection I have not drawn. When we survey broadly the ideals of feminine beauty set down by the peoples of many lands, it is interesting to note they all contain many features which appeal to the aesthetic tastes of the modern European, and many of them indeed contain no features which obviously clash with his canons of taste. It may even be said that the ideals of some savages affect us more sympathetically than some of the ideals of our own medieval ancestors. As a matter of fact, European travellers in all parts of the world have met with women who were gracious and pleasant to look on, and not seldom even in the strict sense beautiful from the standpoint of European standards. Such individuals have been found even among those races with the greatest notoriety for ugliness. Even among so primitive and remote a people as the Australians, beauty in the European sense is sometimes found. I have on 2 occasions, Lumholt states, seen what might be called beauties among the women of western Queensland. Their hands were small, their feet neat and well shaped, with so high an instep that no one asked oneself involuntarily where in the world they had acquired this aristocratic mark of beauty. Their figure was above criticism, and their skin, as is usually the case among the young women, was so soft as velvet. When these black daughters of Eve smiled and showed their beautiful white teeth, and when their eyes peeped coquettishly from beneath the curly hair which hung in quite modern fashion down their foreheads, Lumholt realized that even here women could exert the influence ascribed by Goethe to women generally. See Lumholt's Among Cannibals, page 132. Much has, again, been written about the beauty of the American Indians. See, e.g., an article by Dr. Schufelt, Beauty from an Indian's Point of View, Cosmopolitan Magazine, April 1895. Among the Seminole Indians especially, it is said that the types of handsome and comely women are not uncommon. Clay Macaulay, Seminole Indians of Florida, 5th Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, 1883 to 1884, pages 493. There is much even in the negress which appeals to the European as beautiful. I have met many negresses, remarks Castellani, Les Femmes au Congo, page 2, who could say proudly in the words of the Song of Songs, I am black but comely. Many of our peasant women have neither the same grace nor the same delicate skin as some of the natives of Kasai or Songa. As to colour, I have seen on the African continent creatures of pale gold or even red copper, whose fine and satiny skin rivals the most delicate white skins. One may indeed find beauties among women of the darkest ebony. He adds that, on the whole, there is no comparison with white women, and that the negress soon becomes hideous. The very numerous quotations from travellers concerning the women of all lands quoted by Ploss and Bartels, Das Weib, 7th edition, pages 88 to 106, amply suffice to show how frequently some degree of beauty is found even among the lowest human races. Also, Matagaza's survey of women of different races from this point of view. Physiologica della Donna, Cap 4. The fact that the modern Europeans, whose culture may be supposed to have made him especially sensitive to aesthetic beauty, is yet able to find beauty among even the women of savage races, serves to illustrate the statement already made that, whatever modifying influences may have to be admitted, beauty is to a large extent an objective matter. The existence of this objective element in beauty is confirmed by the fact there are some things found that the men of the lower races admire European women more than women of their own race. There is reason to believe that it is among the more intelligent men of the lower race, that is to say, whose aesthetic feelings are more developed, that the admiration for white women is most likely to be found. Mr. Winwood Reade stated Darwin, who has had ample opportunity for observation, not only with the Negroes of the west coast of Africa, but with those of the interior, who have never associated with Europeans, is convinced that their ideas of beauty are, on the whole, the same as ours. And Dr. Rolfs writes to me that the same effect to the respect of Borneo and the countries inhabited by the Pullo tribes. Mr. Reade found that he agreed with the Negroes in their estimation of the beauty of the native girls, and that their appreciation of the beauty of European women corresponded with ours. The Fuegians, as I have been informed by a missionary who long resided with them, considered European women as extremely beautiful. I should add that a most experienced observer, Captain Sir R. Burton, believes that a woman whom we consider beautiful is admired throughout the world. Darwin, Descent of Man, Chapter 19. Mantegazza quotes a conversation between a South American chief and an Argentine, who had asked him which he preferred, the women of his own people or Christian women. The chief replied that he admired Christian women most, and when asked the reason said they were whiter and taller, had finer hair and smoother skin. Mantegazza, Physiologica del Donna, Appendix to Cap 8. Nordenskjold, as quoted by Ploss and Bartels, states that the Eskimo regard their own type as more ugly than that produced by crossing with white persons, and according to Kropf, the Nasa Kappas admire and seek the fairer half-caste in preference to their own women of pure race. Ploss and Bartels, Das Weib, 7th edition, page 78. There is widespread admiration for fairness, it may be added, among dark peoples. Fair men are admired by the Papuans at Torres Straits, reports of the Cambridge Anthropological Expedition, volume 5, page 327. The common use of powder among the women of dark-skinned peoples bears witness to the existence of the same ideal. Stratz in his books Die Schönheit des weiblichen Korpus and Das raschen Schönheit des Weibs argues that the ideal of beauty is fundamentally the same throughout the world, that the finest persons among the lower races admire and struggle to attain the type which is found commonly an imperfection among the white peoples of Europe. When in Japan he found that among the numerous photographs of Japanese beauties everywhere to be seen, his dragon man, a Japanese of low birth, selected as the most beautiful those which displayed markedly the Japanese type, with narrow slitted eyes and broad nose. When he sought the opinion of a Japanese photographer, who called himself an artist and had some claim to be considered, the latter selected as the most beautiful 3 Japanese girls who, in Europe, also would have been considered pretty. In Java, also, when selecting from a large number of Javanese girls, a few suitable for photographing, Stratz was surprised to find that a Javanese doctor pointed out as the most beautiful those which most closely corresponded to the European type. Die Rosenschönheit des Weibs, 4th edition, 1903, page 3. Die Korpsformen der Japaner, 1904, page 78. Stratz reproduces, Rastenschönheit, pages 36, a representation of Kuai Yin, the Chinese goddess of divine love, and quotes some remarks of Burrell's concerning the wide deviation of the representations of the goddess, a type of gracious beauty, from the Chinese racial type. Stratz further reproduces the figure of a Buddhistic goddess from Java, now in the Archaeological Museum of Leiden, which represents a type of loveliness corresponding to the most refined and classic European ideal. Not only is there a fundamentally objective element in beauty throughout the human species, but it is probably a significant fact that we may find a similar element throughout the whole animated world. The things that to man are most beautiful throughout nature are those that are intimately associated with or dependent upon the whole animated world. The things that to man are the most beautiful throughout nature are those that are intimately associated with or dependent upon the sexual process and the sexual instinct. This is the case in the plant world. It is so throughout most of the animal world, and as Professor Paulton, in referring to this often unexplained and indeed unnoticed fact, remarks, the song or plume which excites the mating impulse in the hen is also in high proportion of cases most pleasing to man himself. Not only this, but in their past history, so far as it has been traced, e.g. in the development of the characteristic markings of the male peacock and Argus pheasant, such features have gradually become more pleasing to us as they have acted as a stronger and stronger stimuli to the hen. End of section 18. Section 19 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 4, by Havelock Ellis. Vision, Chapter 2, Part 1. Beauty to some extent consists primitively in an exaggeration of the sexual characters, the sexual organs, mutilations, adornments, and garments, sexual allurement in the original object of such devices, the religious element, unaesthetic character of the sexual organs, importance of the second sexual characters, the pelvis and hips, statiopia, obesity, gait, the pregnant woman as a medieval type of beauty, the ideals of the Renaissance, the breasts, the corsets, its object, its history, hair, the beard, the element of national or racial type in beauty, the relative beauty of blondes and brunettes, the general European admiration for blondes, the individual factors in the constitution of the idea of beauty, the love of the exotic. In the constitution of our ideals of masculine and feminine beauty, it was inevitable that the sexual characters should, from a very early period in the history of man, form an important element. From a primitive point of view, a sexually desirable and attractive person is one whose sexual characters are either naturally prominent or artificially rendered so. The beautiful woman is one endowed, as Chaucer expresses it, with buttocks broad and breasts round and high. That is to say, she is the woman obviously best fitted to bear children and to suckle them. These two physical characteristics, indeed, since they represent aptitude for the two essential acts of motherhood, must necessarily tend to be regarded as beautiful among all peoples and in all stages of culture, even in high stages of civilization, when more refined and perverse ideals tend to find favour. And at Pompeii, as a decoration on the east side of the Pertigonum of the temple of Isis, we find a representation of Perseus rescuing Andromeda, who is shown as a woman with a very small head, small hands and feet, with a fully developed body, large breasts, and large protecting nates. To a certain extent, and, as we shall see, to a certain extent only, the primary sexual characters are objects of admiration among primitive peoples. In the primitive dances of many people, often of sexual significance, the display of the sexual organs on the part of both men and women is frequently a prominent feature. Even down to medieval times in Europe, the garments of men sometimes permitted the sexual organs to be visible. In some parts of the world, also, the artificial enlargement of the female sexual organs is practiced, and thus enlarged they are considered an important and attractive feature of beauty. Sir Andrew Smith informed Darwin that the elongated nymphae, or Hottentot apron, found among the women of some South African tribes, was formerly greatly admired by the men. Descent of Man, Chapter 19. This formation is probably a natural peculiarity of the women of these races, which is very much exaggerated by intentional manipulation due to the admiration it arouses. The missionary Merensky reported the prevalence of the practice of artificial elongation among the Bastuto and other peoples, and the anatomical evidence is in favour of its partly artificial character. The Hottentot apron is fully discussed by Ploss and Bartels, Das Weib, BD 1, Section 6. In the Jabu country, on the Bight of Benin in West Africa, Darnal states it was considered ornamental to elongate the labia and the clitoris artificially. Small weights were appended to the clitoris and gradually increased. W.F. Darnal, Topography of the Gulf of Guinea, 1849, pages 24 and 53. Among the Bawenda of the North Transvaal, the missionary Westman states it was customary for young girls from the age of 8 to spend a certain amount of time each day in pulling the laboria majora in order to elongate them. In selecting a wife, the young man attached much importance to this elongation, and the girl whose labia stand out most is attractive. Zeitschrift für Ethologie, 1894, HT4, page 363. It may be added that in various parts of the world, mutilations of the sexual organs of men and women, or operations upon them, are practiced for reasons which are imperfectly known, since it usually happens that the people who practice them are unable to give the reason for this practice, or they assign a reason which is manifestly not that which originally prompted the practice. Thus the excision of the clitoris, practiced in many parts of East Africa, and frequently supposed to be for the sake of dulling sexual feeling. J.S. King, Journal of the Anthropological Society, Bombay, 1890, page 2, seems very doubtfully accounted for thus, for the women have it done of their own accord. All Sobo women, Niger coast, have their clitoris cut off. Unless they have this done, they are looked down upon, as slave women who do not get cut. As soon, therefore, as a Sobo woman has collected enough money, she goes to an operating woman and pays her to do the cutting. Journal of the Anthropological Institute, August to November, 1898, page 117. The Count Takade investigated this matter in the Niger Delta. I have questioned both native men and women, he states, to try and get the natives' reason for this rite, but the almost universal answer to my queries was, it's our country's fashion. One old man told him it was practiced because favourable to continence, and several old women said that once the women of the land used to suffer from a peculiar kind of madness, which this rite reduced. Journal of the Anthropological Institute, August to November, 1899, page 59. In the same way, the sub-incision of the urethra, Mika operation of Australia, is frequently supposed to be for the purpose of preventing conception. See, e.g., the description of the operation by J.G. Garson, Medical Press, February 21, 1894. But this is very doubtful, and E.C. Sterling found that the sub-incised natives often had large families. Intercolonial Quarterly Journal of Medicine and Surgery, 1894. A passage in the Mainz Chronicle for 1367, as quoted by Schultz, Das Hofsches Leben, page 297, shows that at times the tunics of the men were so made that it was always possible for the sexual organs to be seen in walking or sitting. This insistence on the naked sexual organs as objects of attraction is, however, comparatively rare, and confined to peoples in a low state of culture. Very much more widespread is an attempt to beautify and call attention to the sexual organs by tattooing, by adornment, and by striking peculiarities of clothing. The tendency for beauty of clothing to be accepted as a substitute for beauty of body appears early in the history of mankind and, as we know, tends to be absolutely accepted in civilization. We exclaim, as Goethe remarks, "What a beautiful little foot," when we have merely seen a pretty shoe. We admire the lovely waist when nothing has met our eyes but an elegant girdle. Our realities and our traditional ideals are hopelessly at variance. The Greeks represented their statues without pubic hair because in real life they had adopted the Oriental custom of removing the hairs. We compel our sculptors and painters to make similar representations, though they no longer correspond either to realities or to our own ideas of what is beautiful and fitting in real life. Our artists are equally ignorant and confused, and, as Stratz has repeatedly shown, they constantly reproduce in all innocence the deformations and pathological characters of defective models. If we were honest, we should say, like the little boy before a picture of the Judgment of Paris, in answer to his mother's question as to which of the three goddesses he thought most beautiful, "I can't tell, because they haven't their clothes on." The concealment actually attained was not, however, it would appear, originally sought. Various authors have brought together evidence to show that the main primitive purpose of adornment and clothing among savages is not to conceal the body, but to draw attention to it and to render it more attractive. Westermarck especially brings forward numerous examples of savage adornments which serve to attract attention to the sexual regions of man and woman. He further argues that the primitive object of various savage peoples in practicing circumcision, as other similar mutilations, is really to secure sexual attractiveness, whatever religious significance they may sometimes have developed subsequently. A more recent view represents the magical influence of both adornment and mutilation as primary, as a method of guarding and insulating dangerous bodily functions. Fraser, in The Golden Bough, is the most able and brilliant champion of this view, which undoubtedly embodies a large element of truth, although it must not be accepted to be the absolute exclusion of the influence of sexual attractiveness. The two are largely woven together. There is indeed a general tendency for the sexual function to take on a religious character and for the sexual organs to become sacred at a very early period in culture. Generation, the reproductive force in man, animals, and plants, was realized by primitive man to be a fact of the first magnitude, and he symbolized it in the sexual organs of man and woman, which thus attained to a solemnity which was entirely independent of purposes of sexual allurement. Phallus worship may almost be said to be a universal phenomenon. It is found even among races of high culture, among the Romans of the Empire and the Japanese today. It has, indeed, been thought of some that one of the origins of the cross is to be found in the phallus. Hardly any other object, remarks Dr. Richard Andre, has been with such great unanimity represented by nearly all peoples as the phallus, the symbol of procreative force in the religions of the East, and an object of veneration at public festivals. In the Moabitic Baal Peor, in the cult of Dionysus, everywhere indeed, except in Persia, we meet with priapic representations and veneration according to a generative organ. It is needless to refer to the great significance of the Linga Puja, the procreative organ of the god Shiva in India, a god to whom more temples were erected than any other Indian deity. Our museums amply show how common phallic representations are in Africa, East Asia, the Pacific, frequently in connection with religious worship. R. Andre, Amerikanische Phallus-Darstellung, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, 1895, HT 6, page 678. Women have no external generative organ like the phallus to play a large part in life as a sacred symbol. There is, however, some reason to believe that the triangle is to some extent such a symbol. Le Jeune, La réputation sexuelle en religion, art et pédagogie, Bulletin de la Société Anthropologique, Paris, October 3, 1901, brings forward reasons in favour of the view that the triangular hair-covered region of the Mons Veneris has had considerable significance in this respect, and he presents various primitive figures in illustration. Apart from the religions and the magical properties so widely accorded to the primary sexual characters, there are other reasons why they should not often have gained or long retained any great importance as objects of sexual allurement. They are unnecessary and inconvenient for this purpose. The erect attitude of man gives him here, indeed, an advantage possessed by very few animals, among whom it happens with extreme rarity that the primary sexual characters are rendered attractive to the eye of the opposite sex, though they often are to the sense of smell. The sexual regions constitute a peculiarly vulnerable spot, and remain so even in man, and the need for their protection, which thus exists, conflicts with the prominent display required for a sexual allurement. This end is far more effectively attained, with greater advantage and less disadvantage, by concentrating the chief ensigns of sexual attractiveness on the upper and more conspicuous parts of the body. This method is well nigh universal among animals as well as in man. There is another reason why the sexual organs should be discarded as objects of sexual allurement, a reason which always proves finally decisive as a people advances in culture. They are not aesthetically beautiful. It is fundamentally necessary that the intromittent organ of the male and the receptive canal of the female should retain their primitive characteristics. They cannot, therefore, be greatly modified by sexual or natural selection, and the exceedingly primitive character they are thus compelled to retain, however sexually desirable and attractive they may become to the opposite sex under the influence of emotion, can rarely be regarded as beautiful from the point of view of aesthetic contemplation. Under the influence of art there is a tendency for the sexual organs to be diminished in size, and in no civilized country has the artist ever chosen to give an erect organ to his representations of ideal masculine beauty. It is mainly because of the unaesthetic character of a woman's sexual region is almost imperceptible in any ordinary and normal position of the nude body that the feminine form is more aesthetically beautiful of contemplation than the masculine. Apart from this character, we are probably bound, from a strictly aesthetic point of view, to regard the male form as more aesthetically beautiful. The female form, moreover, usually overpasses very swiftly the period of the climax of its beauty, often only retaining it during a few weeks. The following communication from a correspondent well brings out the divergence of feeling in this matter. You write that the sex organs in an excited condition cannot be called aesthetic, but I believe that they are the source not only of curiosity and wonder to many persons, but also objects of admiration. I happen to know of one man, extremely intellectual and refined, who delights in lying between his mistress's thighs and gazing long at the dilated vagina. Also another man, married and not intellectual, who often gazes tenderly at his wife's organs in a strong light before intercourse, and kisses there and upon the abdomen. The wife, though amative, confessed to other women that she could understand the attraction. On the other hand, 2 married men have told me that the sight of their wives' genital parts would disgust them, and that they have never seen them. If the sexual parts cannot be called aesthetic, they still have a strong charm for many passionate lovers of both sexes, though often not. I believe among the unimaginative and the uneducated who are apt to ridicule the organs or to be repelled by them. Many women confess that they are revolted by the sight of even a husband's complete nudity, though they have no indifference for sexual embraces. I think that the stupid bungle of nature, in making the generative organs serve as a means of relieving the bladder, has much to do with this revulsion. But some women of erotic temperament find pleasure at looking at the penis of a husband or lover, in handling it and kissing it. Prostitutes do this in the way of business. Some chaste, passionate wives act thus voluntarily. This is scarcely morbid, as the mammalia of most species smell and lick each other's genitals. Probably primitive man did the same. Brantôme, vie des dames galantes, discourse 2, has some remarks of which the same effect concerning the difference between man, some of whom take no pleasure in seeing the private parts of their wives or mistresses, while others admire them and delight to kiss them. I must add that, however natural or legitimate the attraction of the sexual parts may be to either sex, the question of their purely aesthetic beauty remains unaffected. Remy de Gourmont, in a discussion of the aesthetic element in sexual beauty, considers that the invisibility of the sexual organs is the decisive fact in rendering women more beautiful than men. Sex, which is sometimes an advantage, is always a burden and always a flaw. It exists for the race and not for the individual. In the human male, and precisely because of his erect attitude, sex is the predominantly striking and visible fact. The point of attack in a struggle at close quarters, the point aimed at a distance, an obstacle for the eye, whether regarded as a rugosity on the surface or as breaking the middle of the line. The harmony of the feminine body is thus geometrically much more perfect, especially when we consider the male and female at the moment of desire, when they present the most intense and natural expression of life. Then the woman, whose movements are all interior, or only visible by the undulation of her curves, preserves her full aesthetic value, while the man, as it were, all at once receding towards the primitive state of animality, seems to throw off all beauty and becomes reduced to the simple and naked condition of a genital orgasm. Remy de Gourmont, Physique de l'amour, page 69. Remy de Gourmont proceeds, however, to point out that man has his revenge after a woman has become pregnant, and that, moreover, the proportions of the masculine body are more beautiful than those of the feminine body. The primary sexual characters of man and women have thus never at any time played a large part in sexual allurement. With the growth of culture, indeed, the very methods which have been adopted to call attention to the sexual organs were, by a further development, retained for the purpose of concealing them. From the first, the secondary sexual characters have been a far more widespread method of sexual allurement than the primary sexual characters, and in the most civilized countries today they still constitute the most attractive of such methods to the majority of the population. The main secondary sexual characters in woman and the type which they present in beautiful and well-developed persons are summarized as follows by Stratz, who in his book on the beauty of the body in woman sets forth the reasons for the characteristics here given. Delicate bony structure, rounded forms and breasts, broad pelvis, long and abundant hair, low and narrow boundaries of pubic hair, sparse hair in the armpit, no hair on body, delicate skin, rounded skull, small face, large orbits, high and slender eyebrows, low and small lower jaw, soft transition from cheek to neck, rounded neck, slender wrist, small hand with long index finger, rounded shoulders, straight small clavicle, small and long thorax, slender waist, hollow sacrum, prominent and domed nates, sacral dimples, rounded and thick thighs, low and obtuse pubic arch, soft contour of knee, rounded calves, slender ankle, small toes, long second and short fifth toe, broad middle incisor teeth, Strats, Die Schönheit des weiblichen Korpus, 14th edition, 1903, page 200. This statement agrees at most points with my own exposition of the secondary sexual characters, man and woman, 4th edition, revised and enlarged, 1904. Thus we find, among most of the peoples of Europe, Asia and Africa, the chief continents of the world, that the large hips and buttocks of women are commonly regarded as an important feature of beauty. This secondary sexual character represents the most decided structural deviation of the feminine type from the masculine, a deviation demanded by the reproductive function of women, and in the admiration it arouses sexual selection is thus working in a line with natural selection. It cannot be said, except in a very moderate degree, it has always been regarded as the same time in a line with the claims of purely aesthetic beauty. The European artist frequently seeks to attenuate rather than accentuate the protuberant lines of the feminine hips, and it is noteworthy that the Japanese also regard small hips as beautiful. Nearly everywhere else, large hips and buttocks are regarded as a mark of beauty, and the average man is of this opinion, even in the most aesthetic countries. The contrast of this exuberance with the more closely knit male form, the force of association, and the unquestionable fact that such development is the condition needed for healthy motherhood, have served as a basis for the ideal of sexual attractiveness, which appeals to nearly all people more strongly than a more narrowly aesthetic ideal, which must inevitably be somewhat hermaphroditic in character. Broad hips, which involve a large pelvis, are necessarily a characteristic of the highest human races, because the races with the largest heads must be endowed also with the largest pelvis to enable their large heads to enter the world. The white race, according to Barcarisi, has the broadest sacrum, the yellow race coming next, the black race last. The white race is also stated to show the greatest curvature of the sacrum, the yellow race next, while the black race has a flattened sacrum. The black race thus possesses the least developed pelvis, the narrowest and the flattest. It's certainly not an accidental coincidence that it is precisely among people of black race that we find a simulation of the large pelvis of the higher races admired and cultivated in the form of Cbteddy. This is an enormously exaggerated development of the subcutaneous layer of fat, which normally covers the buttocks and upper parts of the thighs in women, and in this extreme form constitutes a kind of natural fatty tumour. Cbteddy cannot be said to exist, according to Denneker, unless the projection of the buttocks exceeds 4% of the individual's height. It frequently equals 10%. True Cbteddy only exists among Bushmen and Hottentot women, and among the peoples who by blood connected with them. An unusual development of the buttocks is, however, found among the Woloffs and many other African peoples. There can be no doubt that among the black peoples of Africa generally, where true Cbteddy exists among them or not, extreme gluteal development is regarded as a very important, if not the most important, mark of beauty. And Burton stated that a Somali man was supposed to choose his wife by ranging women in a row and selecting her who projected furthest a tergo. In Europe, it must be added, clothing enables this future of beauty to be simulated. Even by some African peoples, the posterior development has been made to appear still larger by the use of cushions, and in England, in the 16th century, we find the same practice well recognized. An Elizabethan dramatist referred to the bum roll, which in more recent times has become the bustle, devices which bear witness to what Watts the painter called this persistent tendency to suggest the most beautiful half of humanity is furnished with tails. In reality, as we see, it is simply a tendency not to simulate an animal character, but to emphasize the most human and the most feminine of the secondary sexual characters, and therefore, from the sexual point of view, a beautiful feature. Sometimes admiration for this characteristic is associated with admiration for marked obesity. Generally, it may be noted that a somewhat greater degree of fatness may also be regarded as a feminine secondary sexual character. This admiration is especially marked among several of the black peoples of Africa, and here to become a beauty a woman must, by drinking enormous quantities of milk, seek to become very fat. Sonini noted that to some extent the same thing might be found among the Mohammedan women of Egypt. After bright eyes and a soft, polished, hairless skin, an Egyptian woman, he stated, most desired to obtain embonpoint. Men admired fat women, and women sought to become fat. The idea of a very fat woman, Sonini adds, is nearly always accompanied in Europe by that of the softness of flesh, effacement of form, and defect of elasticity in the outlines. It would be a mistake thus to represent the women of Turkey in general, where they all seek to become fat. It is certain that the women of the East, more favoured by nature, preserve longer than others the firmness of the flesh, and this precious property, joined to the freshness and whiteness of their skin, renders them very agreeable. It must be added that in no part of the world is cleanliness carried so far as by the women of the East. The special characteristics of the feminine hips and buttocks become conspicuous in walking and may be further emphasized by the special method of walking or carriage. The women of some southern countries are famous for the beauty of their way of walk. The goddess is revealed by her walk, as Virgil said. In Spain, especially among European countries, the walk very notably gives expression to the hips and buttocks. The spine is in Spain very curved, producing what is termed encelure or saddleback, a characteristic which gives great flexibility to the back and prominence to the gluteal regions, sometimes slightly simulating stetopia. The vibratory movement which naturally produced by walking and sometimes artificially heightened thus becomes a trait of sexual beauty. Outside of Europe, such vibration of the flanks and buttocks by walking and sometimes artificially heightened thus becomes a trait of sexual beauty. Outside of Europe, such vibration of the flanks and buttocks is more frankly displayed and cultivated as a sexual allurement. The Papuans are said to admire this vibratory movement of the buttocks in their women. Young girls are practiced in it by their mothers for hours at a time, as soon as they have reached the age of 7 or 8, and the Papuan maiden walks thus whenever she is in the presence of men, subsiding into the simpler gait when no men are present. In some parts of tropical Africa, the women walk in this fashion. It is also known to the Egyptians and by the Arabs called guan. As Mantegazza remarks, the essential feminine character of this gait makes it a method of sexual allurement. It should be observed that it rests on feminine anatomical characteristics, and that the natural walk of a femininely developed woman is inevitably different from that of a man. In an elaborate discussion of beauty of movement, Stratt summarizes the special characteristics of the gait in woman as follows. A woman's walk is chiefly distinguished from a man's by shorter steps. The more marked forward movement of the hips, the greater length of the phase of rest in relation to the phase of motion, and by the fact that the compensatory movements of the upper parts of the body are less powerfully supported by the action of the arms, and more by the revolution of the flanks. A man's walk has a more pushing, active character. A woman's a more rolling and passive character. While a man seems to seek to catch his fleeing equilibrium, a woman seems to seek to preserve the equilibrium she has reached. A woman's walk is beautiful when it shows the definitely feminine and rolling character, with the greatest predominance of the moment of extension over that of flexion. Stratz, Die Schönheit des weiblichen Korpus, 14th edition, page 275. An occasional development of the idea of sexual beauty as associated with developed hips is found in the tendency to regard the pregnant woman as the most beautiful type. Stratz observed that a woman artist once remarked to him that since motherhood is the final aim of woman, reaches her full flowering period in pregnancy, she ought to be the most beautiful when pregnant. This is so, Stratt replied, if the period of her full physical bloom chances to correspond with the early months of pregnancy, for with the onset of pregnancy, metabolism is heightened, the tissues become active, the tone of the skin softer and brighter, the breasts firmer, so that the charm of fullest bloom is increased until the moment when the expansion of the womb begins to destroy the harmony of the form. At one period of a European culture, however, at a moment among people not very sensitive to the most exquisite aesthetic sensations, the ideal of beauty has even involved the character of advanced pregnancy. In Northern Europe, during the centuries immediately preceding the Renaissance, the ideal of beauty, as we may see by pictures of the time, was a pregnant woman with a protuberant abdomen and body more or less extended backward. This is notably apparent in the work of the Van Eycks and even the Brussels Gallery. In The Wife of Arnolfi, in the highly finished portrait in the National Gallery, even the Virgins in the great masterpiece of the Van Eycks in the Cathedral at Ghent assume the type of the pregnant woman. Through all the Middle Ages down to Dura and Cranach, quite truly remarks Laura Malmholm, as quoted by I. Bloch, Betrage zur Ethologie die Psychopathias Sexualis, Thiel 1, page 154, we find a very peculiar type which has falsely been regarded as one merely aesthetic character. It represents quiet, peaceful, and cheerful faces full of innocence, tall, slender young figures, and the shoulders still scanty, the breasts small with slender legs beneath their garments, and round the upper part of the body clothing that is tight, almost to the point of constriction. The waist comes just under the bosom, and from this point the broad skirts in folds give to the most feminine part of the feminine body full and absolutely unhampered power of movement and expansion. The womanly belly, even in saints and virgins, is very pronounced in the carriage of the body, and clearly protuberant beneath the clothing. It is the maternal function, in sacred and profane figures alike, which marks the whole type, indeed the whole conception of woman. For a brief period this fashion reappeared in the 18th century, and women wore pads and other devices to increase the size of the abdomen. End of section 19.